Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020. 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. It is great to be here today. I'm almost awake. I'm just getting everything straight here. All right, we're here. Let's see. Almost. A few more things to get done. We'll be set up. Put that one there. There we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I think we're good. This one could be somewhere else. Good morning. Closings today, maybe verdict watch, possibly. Before that, we have to. That's what's not running. The software that runs the show. Hold on one second. Why did I lose access to everything? Restore purchases. Please. Sign in with your Apple ID. You guys aren't seeing this, right? Okay. Please work. Apparently my software updated. Trial expired. Please hold. This is a little bit important. Password is, what is the password? The password is, okay. 1, 2, 3, ABC. Let me try that one.
Bring the jury.
I think it worked. Man.
Stolen.
Okay, this is just a slight dilemma.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
I don't know who won.
I don't know who won.
Okay, sound effects are working.
For lunch,
but I need to get...
Have them send someone with more experience.
We need someone with a lot more experience.
What more do you need to see?
Wait. Calm down. We're going to get this figured out. I just need to figure out what my password is. Any other guesses? How many guesses do you get? Before it self-destructs?
Is that
I'm not
correct?
a camel.
Okay, before we do this, I'm going to do this manually, the old-fashioned way, by clicking a different button. Let's see. I think that's key 4 on there.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
And it's not. Oh, there we go, on air. Boom. Okay, Morgan, welcome. You were first in chat this morning. Congratulations, being first in chat. We might have to do the. This is the sound effect for today. Right now, we're gonna
scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yeah, this is a terrible start. Did I try password 1, 2, 3? That was my next one, Tisha. I will do that. Morgan, you were first in chat. I think this is the first time you've been first in chat. You broke the silence. You broke the stillness of the morning air. By just blurting out "good morning" in chat, and as punishment, as penalty for doing that, we're going to sentence you with internet ownership. And just know that some days it can be bad. Like yesterday, the internet owner had to take care of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I think Snapchat was down. Some of YouTube.
When are we going to break for lunch?
Yeah. So now this is you. That's you today. So congratulations on owning the internet. That's all your responsibility. Do I have a backup email? I have a forgot button, but I don't want to change it in case I remember. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I had a good password and I liked it, but now I have a different one. You can reset your password after entering the password you used to unlock this Mac. Now I have to remember 2 passwords. Is this a scam? Remembered that password. Okay, now we have to think of a new one. New password, anybody? Suggestions? Okay. 16 character. Your password must be
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Hang on, guys. Don't distract me here. Your password must be at least 8 characters, include a number, an uppercase letter, and a lowercase letter. Okay. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. That should meet everything.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Now restore purchases, sign in.
I'm not a camel.
This is all just so I can get the buttons on the screen to work. Did that work?
Bring the jury.
Why is it not working?
Is that when Murdoch stole it?
That's why it's not working, because Alec Murdoch stole it.
I'm not a cat.
I paid $50 for this software, and I need it to work. Apparently it updated, and now it doesn't. We're gonna shut it down.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
We're gonna just restart. Pretend nothing happened. Connecting.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
It works now.
I don't know who won.
All right, so maybe I didn't need to change my password over after all. Okay, so now we can turn it on and off. That's all we needed. That was it. I just needed that one button. Good morning, everyone. It is morning. And not only is it morning, I have Mountain Dew ready to go to help me.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Because
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's Hump Day.
Is that
Hump
correct?
Day? Welcome to Wednesday. That was the best one ever. I think it's because I didn't go too high. Good morning. Welcome to Wednesday. So happy to be with you. Halfway through the work week. We haven't even got to the birthdays yet. I'm way behind, AJ. Super behind. Password is Mrs. R.A. Mountain Dew. No, Actually, I did hurt my voice just there, so you'll have to rest it for a week before we do another Hump Day yell. It's like medicine. It's like medicine on the throat. What would Dr. Joe say? All right, we have. Let's see. Let me catch up here. Password is working. It was brilliant. I tell you what. Do you know what I did to practice for this? I've actually been watching some YouTubers, some great singers. Some amazing singers. I'm not one of them, so I watch them. And
Is that correct?
I found the most beautiful song with a lady from Norway who sings like an angel, and it makes me cry every time I even hear the song. And it is a church song. It's a church song. So if you don't like church songs, you might not be your thing. But her name is Sissel. It's called "Slow Down."
I'm not a camel.
And oh my goodness, that song speaks to me. It was incredible. Anyway, she sings and she holds the note beautifully. And so this morning, as I'm in the car, driving my kid around to his early morning stuff, I'm sitting in the car, and I've listened to that song maybe, I don't know, like 50 times this morning. And because when I dropped him off, I was by myself, I sang as well. So I warmed up and I practiced. And I did not sound nearly as good as Sissel did, but she's an amazing musician out of Norway. That's I guess she's been singing for forever and ever. But anyways, that was my warm up. That's why the Hump Day cheer was so good. Plus, we went to the post office and I got an amazing little beautiful paper swan. Beautiful paper swan. Thank you. And the nice note as well. I'm going to put that over here so I don't accidentally crush it. And there's a package waiting for me as well, but the mailbox was not open yet, so I could not get that yet. So I have to go back and get the package. Hope you guys have voted yesterday for the tyrant of your choice, or I guess. Are there any good options anymore? Pickles, not politics. We'll talk about something else. Let's see. This is my one and only daughter's birthday, Samantha the RN. Okay, so we're going to have to sing to Samantha. Let's see if we have any other birthdays that come up today that we can sing.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We're not going to break for lunch yet. Sean with the Hump Dale as well. Thank you very much for joining me. Rest in peace to my ears because I was too slow on the volume, says Vicky. I'm sorry. All right. We're slowly getting started, you guys. Oh my! This computer says my Apple ID has changed. Apple ID has been used on a new iPad and a new Mac and a new laptop and a new everything. Okay, it's all working. All right, where are we? We're starting. We're waiting for court is what we're doing. We're waiting for court. We did have a new thumbnail this morning. I think I showed you that. Did you guys see that? Everyone saw the new thumbnail. I added 1812 to the canon, which is on there. Let me see if I can pull that up on the screen really quickly. There's the buffer. Let's see. Okay, birthday. Well, we'll do birthdays before I forget because if we wait too long, the list gets too big, and you have to be here first thing. I mean, it's your birthday. You've got to be up to celebrate. Ninny, Becca, Alan, D-Nice, Maggie, and Samantha. And Kim R is celebrating her 23rd wedding anniversary today. Congratulations, Kim. We're going to sing happy birthday to those whose birthdays are today. Please join me in our sing-along. I'm warmed up already, but you guys need to do it. La 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 la. Sounds great. Okay, here we go. Blend your voices, people. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Nitty, Becca, Alan, Denise, Maggie, and Samantha. Happy birthday to you. This little interlude, it's my jam. It's my jam today. All right, good stuff. For all those celebrating birthdays today, happy birthday. Today's your day. Thank you for letting us know, because honestly, I wouldn't have remembered. I have a hard enough time remembering my own birthday, let alone anyone else's. But today's your day, and we're celebrating with you. We realize there are a million places you could be with, a million people you could be with. We'll celebrate your day, but you chose to be here with us. That says something to me. That's special. Thank you. Hopefully we can make your special day a little more specialer. Bum, diddy bum, da bum, da bum, da bum, bum. 1812 Overture. There it is. I did it wrong. I can't hear it in my head when I've got the birthday song going. Free pancakes at Denny's, by the way. Help yourself. All right, we'll turn that off for a minute. Bum, da bum, da bum, 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 bum. Is that the right one? I remember I used to have a cassette tape as a kid that had the 1812 Overture on it. I liked it only because it's one of the few songs that they literally, the orchestra, they fire a cannon during the presentation. If you actually hear it going, it's like a crescendo. It sounds like a wounded duck. I think Duck Hunt when they fire the cannon and then the spirals down. Anyway, it's incredible. If you get a chance to ever hear a symphony play that with cannons, do it. The Witness yesterday fired the cannon during the original 1812 Overture. Yes, he did, Greeners. The Witness yesterday was amazing. He wrote the requirements for the Boy Scout merit badge, for the rifle shooting merit badge. Trained Annie Oakley, everything she knew. Just incredible. Was the original donor to the NRA. They wanted to name it after him, but he turned it down. When it comes to firearms, you can't get any closer to the source than that Witness, unless you're talking about safety, and then you can't get much further from it because he drew down on the judge mid testimony. Jewel says, I just listened to Slow Down by Sissel. Aria is right. It's very moving, especially if you're going through emotional turmoil. It's when life gets crazy, that song is like my go-to, and it's just like, oh, she's amazing. She's incredible. Jules, I'm glad you liked it. Was a canon aiming at the judge? I was going to show you the canon. That's where I was. Sorry, I got sidetracked briefly, but I am back on track now. Let's see. We have. I think I've already loaded it, so it's going to be down here. Where did it go? Right there. Okay. And here's our thumbnail for today. This is where we're at. Oh, you can see I've added the 1812 cannon. It looks like a cannon fired a steaming pile of poo, which I guess it isn't a bad look for, all things considered on this trial. But it's down there by Pickles, the Eisenhower pickle. Eisenberg pickle. Why do I say Eisenhower? That's president. I'm mixing up. I'm mixing up my Eisens. Heisenberg. Oh yay, 8 months. Whoop whoop. Tori the Seed Lady, thank you very much. Wonderful. Next month will be 9. And you have to do the big gender reveal. Tina, hello, RA. Happy Hump Day, everyone. Have a great day. It's going to be a great day. We've got closing arguments in this case, or at least we should be. Should be getting there. They play the 1812 Overture 4th of July Boston Pops with cannon firing. And I bet they play it to fireworks. That would be cool. A 1812 cannon firing fireworks show. I'd like that. How much sleep do you require each night to feel rested in the morning? Mine is at least 9 hours. 5 for me, Cheryl. 5, and I got it barely. Well, if you don't count the break in the middle, I got 5. I got a solid 3.5, and then nearly 1.5 after that. So it was good. But that's the problem. I was up late because Runkle was on, and I had to pop in there. And then Danny was on. I had to pop in there. And then I ran over and was looking at MG and the expert were on talking about some stuff. And I popped in there. I saw some of you guys all around there. Everywhere I went on the internet, I saw friends in chat. So it was wonderful. Let's see. I recorded your birthday singing for my soon daughter-in-law. She will love it. That is wonderful, Lisa. That's great. I recorded it as well. Just here on YouTube. Recovery Addict isn't big enough for YouTube. Yes. Closing arguments and verdict watch. What should we get today? There's a possibility in today's trial. There's a possibility that we're going to have Hannah testify. It's still out there. I think that question has to be asked. I think the judge actually literally has to ask that question if she wants to testify. It might happen outside of our presence. I hope we hear it. Because I'd like to see if she chooses to testify or not to testify. Sometimes the defendant will say something juicy like, I want to testify, but my lawyer recommends that I don't, and so I won't. They'll say something like that will reveal the inner spats of the defense team. I like that juicy tell-all stuff. All right, Runkle talks me to sleep. Then I listen again when I wake up because I can't remember what he said. Ian is amazing. I love his spin on all of this, and the fact that he gets to just jump to the good parts. Sometimes I wish that we could do that through some experts, but it's a great show. I love what he does. All right, I bet she won't, says Susan. Kathy's here. Kathy, I caught some of your morning. Your morning video super early, Kathy. What time do you get up? What time do you get up? Because I woke up and you had already posted it, which was pretty cool. Ashley, yes. Oh, sorry, hiccups now. I got your text, or I got your husband's text, and I've talked over my plan. I was actually the reason why I was late. In addition to this camera not loading, I had to reboot it. Was I was talking over my plumbing plans with Mrs. R.A. about exactly what I'm going to do to remove the old cast iron lines from inside our plaster and lathe walls without demolishing the walls. And it involves a Sawzall and gravity. And with fingers crossed, I think if I cut the right pieces up top, the pipe will just drop down into my crawl space, and then I could just cut sections off, and it will just keep feeding itself down until it's all gone. That's the idea. So I'm just going to be under there with a Sawzall and some earmuffs and cut them into little bite-sized pieces. After the plumbing talk, I have gone back to bed, says my wife. All right. I'll be a little quieter. Sorry about the hump day yell. It was a loud one this morning. Parrot Carrot says, my daughter said, thank you so much for the birthday wishes and song. Very much appreciated. She said she played the video for all the girls on the post-surgical floor. That's awesome. That's awesome, Parrot Court. Thank you. Love that she shared that. Okay, I'm getting my old Mountain Dew cravings looking at that bottle. This has been a rough week. I mean, for a long time I didn't have any, and now I've literally gone back to my old ways. You had the beloved Mountain Dew shirt in high school. You know what I had? I had like the original, what was it? Nirvana? Like one of the first band shirts that came out, one of the first performances from that little creek place they played up in Oregon. I had that shirt. And I still do. I still do. The one I got doesn't fit me, but you can't get that shirt. I mean, it's you can get like remakes, but this was the original. I never saw them in concert, but I saw value when I saw the shirt available and bought it. All right. Watch Moonstruck before hiring a plumber. Is this a joke? Plumbing talk could be emotionally draining. It can also be financially draining, Greeners, when you talk the way I do, especially when you don't have the experience that you probably should have before you do this. Part of the problem, fun little fact, we've got a little time before court starts, so I hope you don't mind me getting sidetracked on some of these little tangents. Part of the problem with the plumbing in my house is, first of all, it's cast iron, so literally the pipes are rusting from the inside out. You have to turn the water on and let it run for a little while so the rust gets out of the system. It's an old house. Okay, it was like it's over 100 years old. And part of the problem is, in addition to these cast iron metal pipes, I have what they call wire and bulb. I don't know. It's the bare lines on insulators for my power in my house. So literally the power that is driving this high-tech studio has zero grounds, and it's just like on little wires, uninsulated wires floating in the wooden walls. Cloth wrapped wires, I think. So I probably knob and tube. That's it. Knob and tube wiring, which is really bad. Cast iron pipes. We have a cast iron toilet and tub too. We're trying to get rid of our tub. We have a clawfoot tub that I need to remove, but it's like hardwired into our piping system. So when I finally pulled the trigger on, sorry if I use that analogy, but when I finally get started on the plumbing part of this job, I have to turn off all the house water because that's the only shutoff that shuts off water to the tub. Cut the pipes, find a way to cap them at some point, and then be able to turn it back on for the rest of the house to get water. So it's going to be like a sketchy touch and go situation water-wise. House has copper pipes that freeze, built in 1911. This one was built 4 years after Pamela the Camel, so we can relate. We can speak on a deep emotional level about these things. Hey, do you need to go over there? No? What are you looking for?
The camera is tilted too far down. It's cutting off your forehead.
The camera's cutting off my forehead? Yeah, we have to tilt it up. Hang on. There we go. Let's let the green screen adjust again. That's a little better. That's the official term for what that was happening. It's called headroom. When the director says headroom, you check the space on the top of the camera frame. All right. You can sell the tub for good money, not after we have to cut it in half to get it out the door, Jamie. It's not the fancy clawfoot tub. It's just like it's like a heavy, 500-600 pounds of bowl with these little tiny claw feet on it, like lion's feet. It doesn't even have like the high back on one side. It's mostly useless. I'd love to sell it, but I don't think that'll happen. Nobody will want it. All right. Yes, Mrs. R.A., don't let them tell you anything about what could go wrong in this project. I'm sure I've got it all under control. So I'm limiting myself to 2 Mountain Dews this size, which is 12 fluid ounces. So no more than 24 fluid ounces today. And I say I'm limiting myself to that because that's all that's left. All right. Let's see. Where were we on? We started talking about yesterday's trial a little bit. Oh, I just realized I'm wearing Weather Watch's shirt today. Look at that. You too could get one of these shirts that says Weather Watch on it if he likes you enough, or you pay him. I can't find a logo. Mirrors are hard to work with in cameras. You know that. So there it is. There's the logo. Anyway, if you want your own Weather Watch shirt, I think if you type this command one more time, because the first time it gives his link to his channel. If you type it one more time, it should give a link to his merchandise page. These are nice shirts. I ordered one without him knowing, so it shipped, and it was a complete surprise. It shipped to me, and I wore it on the podcast, and he's like, "Whoa, that's my shirt." It was funny. So if you do another, Bobby, you want the tub? Bobby, the tub and the toilet are like a matched set, and the toilet is currently out on our patio, which is, I believe, where you put old toilets. I'm not sure how this works, but if you get the tub, you have to take the toilet. There we go. There's the link where I bought this shirt. weatherwatchtx.com.creator, something like that. If you click the link, it will get you there. Great shirts, by the way. Speaking of Weather Watch, still we're going to get focused on the trial in just a minute, but he's going tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, 8 p.m. tonight, 8 p.m. Thursday. On this, he's going to kill you, figuratively speaking, Adam. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. we have a podcast. We have a special guest on that podcast who is a brand new YouTuber. He's a storyteller. He's a former high school, I think it's a high school principal or elementary school principal. It's a school principal, and he has some hilarious, crazy stories about being a principal and the challenge that rise dealing with students, parents, and teachers, and sometimes the interactions between those three. So we're really, really excited for the podcast tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit different because we have a guest. So we're going to be on our best behavior so as to not offend our guest. So we'll be a little bit different than what we normally are, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So super, super excited. Make sure you're there for that. And so ring the bell, click the subscribe button, do both those things, and then we'll be there. All right, we have the case yesterday. Oh my goodness! Talking about what we had. First of all, it was the first day of defense's case, and defense brought on primarily, I think that the two big witnesses were the OSHA inspectors, and the OSHA inspector and the OSHA inspector's boss. I'm blurry today. Is that better? Let's do a full screen check. No, it's just my hair's messed up. That's all. Okay, is that good? Let me change my f-stop. Actually, hang on. Let's change the depth of the field a little bit. The picture becomes a little flatter, but everything's in focus now. I'm green. Oh, I was missing a light. That was why. It's all adjusted. It looks better. Okay, now we focus. Okay, perfect. Okay. It ain't easy being green. Okay, so we have the two OSHA inspectors who come on and talk. The first one basically points the finger of blame entirely at management, at the Rust production, and he names three people. Okay, those three people that bear the burden, the responsibility. Let's see, we had, that was, what was his name? Lorenzo Montoya. Okay, the OSHA inspector, Lorenzo Montoya. He says that Dave Halls, Gabrielle Pickle, and Sarah Zachary are the three people to blame, and they are management. And he completely, I guess, leaves out the fact that Hannah is in charge of something, that she is literally a manager over something, because she's also the main person who does it. So she's both the employee and the manager. And they fault between him and his boss. They fault the Rust production, saying, you recognized there was a safety concern. You saw that firearms were dangerous and you needed to bring something in to do it. And you had these policies, but you didn't enforce them. And on Kathy's live stream this morning, or not a live stream, on her video this morning, I posted the comment, which I'll share here. The safety enforcement the enforcement of safety policies, specifically regarding firearms on the set of arrest, reminds me a lot of like the enforcement of that little warning you get when you walk through a casino where it says, problem gambling, call this number. What casinos like, sir, excuse me, you've been losing a lot. You might want to take a break. The casinos don't do that. They're like, let the money roll in, right? Let the money roll in. Keep, one more try. Next time you'll win. Next time. This is it. Oh, come on, big money, big money. Yeah, Rust was in my opinion the same way. That it was all about, well, there's the right thing to say, and we have to say that our lawyers say we have to say this. Okay, so we have the rules, but we don't really do that. That's the vibe I got from all this. Don't panic. Don't panic, but Steven's Hot Cocoa is on sale. Where? Florida Sun Life. Where? Is it at... Or you're talking to my wife. Melissa P., I passed the message on. I think it was about wheat. The wheat question. Hard white wheat. All right, let's see. What else? Ruckle's comments of yesterday's testimony was great. I was laughing so hard. This has triggered him. I don't think Ian's going to be the same person after this trial. It has been quite impactful and a little rough. OSHA wasn't very good. I will tell you what was good, and I'm not a big fan of the constant objections. Obviously, they were sustained, but what was good on the cross of the OSHA witnesses was the testimony that just rang clear, and the lingering single most important message we got from OSHA, from both OSHA 1 and OSHA 2 on the stand, was that we find fault with the company, with management. Not just that was the result of our investigation, but that's just what we do. We come in and we find fault with the company. And so if you're saying, but there's an employee who made a very terrible decision that went against the policies, that's fine. That means that the management didn't train the employee right or wasn't supervising the employee right. They will always, in the OSHA's case and only in OSHA's case, crap rolls uphill. Okay, they won't fault the people at the bottom. Why? Because there's no money there, for one. There's no money finding employees. They're broke. Okay, that's why they're working for the pittance that they're working for. But management has money, and that's where the fines get collected. So they always will find the people at the top, and that's what they did. And it sort of discredits their whole report in the light of the criminal investigation. In addition to the fact that they didn't even have the police report, he never interviewed Miss Pickle, Gabrielle Pickle, never even talked about her. He just blamed her like all throughout the report without ever talking to her. So OSHA, I think it was a good try on the part of the defense because it looks good on paper on the face value, but the prosecution was really able to rip that apart like they did their firearms expert. All right. I think defense would have been just better off resting without witnesses at this point. Those witnesses ruined their case and not helped. Well, there is still a chance that we have more testimony today. I know they've said that we're going to have the closing arguments today, and she said even this morning, which would indicate there's probably only one or two or just a couple very quick witnesses at the worst. So that is still a possibility of going on. But if you do want the OSHA report, the entire OSHA report, our friends over at Discord have that, and you can find that by clicking that link and joining the Discord page as the gavel drops, which is an amazing asset for all these documents. So there's a chance we might hear from Hannah. There's a chance we might hear from her dad, Mr. Reed. There's possibility of more, and then I think we do have a likelihood of having some rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution, or at least one, probably about firearms, because how do you say firearm expert with a straight face? In this case, it was the two words should not go together. There was a firearm. Let's see what's the right word for him. Maybe Jules can help me out. Jules, do you know what the word is for the firearm guy?
Call from Jules.
Oh, she's calling right now. Hey, Jules. What's
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. Aficionado. Is that somebody who's really excited or about something? Is that aficionado? Am I using that word right?
Yes.
Okay, so we had a firearm aficionado yesterday who was qualified as an expert for some reason in court, probably by mistake. Won't happen again. Trust me, it won't happen again. Jules, what's on your mind this morning?
Okay, I'm in the minority here, but here's my take. Number one, I don't think she's going to take the stand.
Okay.
Two, I don't think her dad is either, only because he was in the courtroom yesterday. And I did get that verified by a contact from Court TV.
Okay.
He was in the courtroom. And if you're in the courtroom
the exclusion
and
rule.
you're supposed to testify, you can't do that.
The rule has been invoked.
So to me, I wasn't sure if it was invoked or not. So, and since he was there yesterday, I'm guessing he's not taking the stand. And I agree with you on the whole OSHA thing. I think if the defense would have handled their questions in a different way, maybe it would have come off better. But here's my thing. Mm-hmm. Watching this entire trial, I started out one way and now, again, I'm completely different. I think that I'm having a hard time. I think there's plenty of blame to go around in this whole situation. So I think the jury might hang.
Okay. Wow.
Because if I'm feeling like, okay, why is she the only one? That's me, especially with, I know OSHA deals with management, but he was really clear about that management basically has the final say-so, and they have the authority to input the rules. And that just wasn't done on anybody's part, not Dave Hall's part, no one's part. So how could she, and I've got a problem with Sarah Zachary getting immunity with the tampering of evidence. She tampered with evidence. She emptied that gun and threw those bullets away.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
No way you look at that looks good.
You think so?
No, it doesn't look good. Sarah, to me, she was in a management position. She was, I would say, equal to in parts, in ways, equal to Hannah. She also was involved with the firearms directly, and knew. I mean, she was present there at the scene when this went down and was putting guns away and things like that. The guns were an issue. Okay? In a shooting, the guns that are on set are an issue. And she knew that she had something that was of interest and decided to throw it away and then didn't say anything about it until it's too late.
And isn't that a sign of guilt?
She spun it off as she was just nervous, didn't know what to do, and just accidentally threw it away because that's what she does. And then she found out that they were rentals.
That's how she spun it, but I'm not buying it.
The story doesn't hold water for me.
No. So I think, I think that the jurors are going to have a hard time when they sit down and think about this. And you're going to have some that are going to say guilty, and I think you're going to have some that are going to be not guilty, and I don't think they're going to budge on it. I don't know.
I don't think... Here's what I think. I think that most people looking at this case can look at all these people and say, wow, there were a lot of people that should have done something and didn't. Okay? Or there are some people who did something and shouldn't have. We can point our finger at many of those. And when it comes to civil liability, this is just a cash cow waiting to be milked. Okay? There are people all over the place that I think that a jury would be able to reach that lesser threshold of responsibility and say, yep, you're responsible financially and you're responsible. Yeah, they are. And I think they're all going to.
They're all suing each other.
I think that they're all going to pay. They're all going to pay is what I think.
Yeah, here's my thing, and people in the chat really beat me up the other day when I said this, but I'm still standing by it. I don't care. I'll take the beating.
Okay.
The EMT. I had a real problem with the EMT. When I found out during testimony, she's suing because of the trauma she went through. You're an EMT. I have a friend who's an EMT. Some of the horrible things that he sees, and he's been an EMT for years. Are you telling me? I mean, I don't get that.
That would be like all our nurses in the emergency room suing every time something awful comes in, and they see the worst and the weirdest of society in emergency rooms, and
so she's suing. She's suing production because she was traumatized by the shooting.
Yeah.
That was your job. You were an EMT. What did she think? She was just there to put Band-Aids on cuts?
Yeah, and Band-Aids and lip gloss or sunblock or something. I think that was what she was ready for. But I don't know. Yeah, I realize I can also, I'm with you on that side. It seems weird that she's suing, but I will say that she did the right thing. She was as soon as the situation went bad, she ran in. She is a first responder at heart. And you've got to give her some credit for that.
Right.
When the gunshot went off, before anyone was calling for help, she had grabbed her bag and was running towards the sound. So
yeah, but everybody is suing everybody, and it's crazy ridiculous. But in any case, I think I'm not always right, but I predict a hung jury here.
Well, we're going to put that down on the paper that Jules is the only one. I think that a couple people actually have said possible hung jury here. So I think they're going to convict. I think they, if anything, they've found that they could also convict other people based on the evidence. But I don't think this has gotten Hannah off of responsibility. I can't get away from that. So. Jules? No,
I can't get away from that either. But I'll let you go. Have a good day.
Thank you, Jules.
I'll be watching.
Thank you. We'll see. All right,
bye.
Bye. All right, probably lip balm, not lipstick. It was one of the two. What's the difference, Rona? What's the difference? One has more pigment in it, and maybe some more petroleum products. Great EMT wants a piece of the cash cow. Yeah, famous people involved. Tragedy. Why not sue? Did anyone ever find out who the camo guy is? I have not heard, Angelique. I guess he's probably still going to be there. Good morning, Amber. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. How is everybody?
Well, I've taken a quick poll just by reading chat, and most people are doing well.
All right. Fantastic. So, as much as I love Jules, I'm going to respectfully disagree on the EMT point, and I wanted to call specifically for this reason.
Okay.
Understand, if I remember correctly, the EMT had only been in the emergency room for 3 years prior to this.
Okay.
She was a level 1 EMT, so she was as basic as you can get.
So
as
she
an
can't
EMT.
She can't start IVs and things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Not without an order. So you know how yesterday I was talking about medical assistants in comparison to nurses. We have scope of practice. That's one of those things. I can set a IV. I can't push anything through it. I'm not certified to do that. So I can set the IV. I just can't push saline or medication through it. An EMT can, in her level of EMT, from what I understand, and every state is different, I don't believe she was able to even place an IV line. So I put in the chat, let's give her some grace, simply because she was in the emergency room rotation for 3 years. She may not have seen anything in the emergency room, or she could have seen something traumatic in the emergency room and said, this isn't quite for me, but I don't want to get out of being an EMT. So she went to something less apt to be around that kind of trauma.
How is this different from, say, like a soldier signing up to to go to the Army because he wants the schooling that's promised afterwards, the pay for your schooling. And then getting deployed and be like, whoa, that's not what I signed up for. How is it different?
Do you have any idea how often that happens? I come from a military background. Yeah, I can tell you for sure.
But I'm just saying, I don't think it's right. I think when you sign on the line, right, you're saying this is what I'm willing to do, and it's probably not a good analogy to say soldiers, because they literally sign their life over, right? They can be commanded to go to the front line, and they are expected to do that, and even if there's a high probability of not returning. EMTs, they aren't the same. They don't have like a disclosure sheet. It's just, by the way, you're going to see some amputations. You're going to lose some patients, and some of them are going to be tragic, and they're going to be screaming and begging you to save them, and you can't. And this is going to haunt you. And they don't tell you that, okay? That this is what you're going to have.
But let's put the shoe on the other foot, though. Okay, so let's take it to a nurse, an RN. So RNs are the backbone of medicine. Any doc worth their salt will tell you, if you need anything, my nurse knows what to do and how to, better than I do. So the nurse runs things. So if an RN signs on to be an RN and goes to the emergency room and sees something horribly traumatic for them, understand trauma is subjective. It's different for everybody. So that RN goes to the emergency room and sees something incredibly traumatic, and she says, I can't do emergency room anymore. And she goes to a different practice, or she goes to something centralized to where she's just doing triage phone calls. So, you've got to understand.
Have you heard about a nurse suing because she's traumatized about work?
Yes and no. There are actually lots of nursing lawsuits going on right now against their medical facility because of, how do I say this politely, and PC for RA show.
Please don't get me banned.
There are some nurses that there are some nurses who are actually suing their medical facility because of conditions that they've had to be under and lack of support that they're getting. So her lawsuit, I understand the lawsuit for money looks grimy. I get it. But if you remember, her testimony said that the lawsuit ended up being a default win because the attorney didn't file something in time. So it wasn't a win by fighting anything. It was the attorney didn't file something to keep it going. So entered into a default judgment. And right. And the basis behind that lawsuit was not money. The basis behind that lawsuit was making a change within the industry and having more support and protocol in place for what's on hand on set for those with firearms. If there's going to be a firearm, armorer on set for X amount of days, then we need to have this amount of EMTs and or paramedics on site as well as a precaution. So
I will say this.
I understand where Jules is coming from, and I understand where you're coming from, but I want you to see the other side of the coin too, because we've got to give her some grace.
I do. I think, she deserves not just grace, but praise for what she did. We've heard, look at take a serious example. You've got 9/11, okay? The tragedy and the scope of what happened there and what first responders did, oftentimes at their own peril in that situation. There's stories you could listen to for days of just people that were heroes, and some were able to help people and some died trying. So I do give her praise for what she did. That was something that probably most of us would either not have the training to do or not know how to do, or maybe not physically be able to do in that sort of environment. Give her praise for that.
Right.
I do struggle with the lawsuit still.
And I can understand that. I see P. Will's comment up. It's the name of the game. I understand that's the name of the game. Just like being an armorer, you're responsible for being the armorer. I understand that. I'm saying this woman may have gotten out of actual frontline medical responsibility being in an emergency room as an EMT and fulfilling her role that way. And instead of canning the entire certification of being an EMT and going a completely different direction, she went somewhere that she thought maybe it wasn't going to be quite so high volume and it wouldn't necessarily be that traumatic.
So say, I'll give an example. Say you train and you as an RN and you start working at jobs available at the hospital. You go to the emergency room, and week one is a big holiday weekend, and just it's like accident after accident. You've lost patients. There's not enough rooms. It's just like, this is not for me. Okay, I was here to help people. This just feels like I'm losing a war in the casualty section, and like I still want to help people, but I can't do that. I'm going to be a school nurse. Okay. I've got the training, but the worst thing I'm going to see is a kid coming in saying they're feeling sick and they just want to get out of a test. You're not going to see the same sort of things in a school, hopefully, unless you have like a Columbine or something, and then suddenly, so I can see that. But I don't know. I think it's not just the EMT. I'm not a big fan of lawsuits in general. I believe that way too many times lawsuits are used to point blame at somebody else and extract money where it shouldn't. I'm not ready to have this argument, but I will tell you that I'm not a big fan. I've never in my life sued anyone, and I want that on my gravestone. I don't think I ever in my life am going to sue anybody. I've had opportunities. I've had people that I've been hit by I've been rear-ended in car accidents. I've had, people turn out in front of me. They're on a red light. I've had all the opportunities to sue people where they clearly were in the wrong, and even ones where I got hurt. But I'm not a sue person, and maybe that's playing into why it doesn't feel right to me. But
understandable. Well, let me pose this question to you: the Maya case, huge lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
Civil case, I understand, but it was a lawsuit. Were they in it for the money? I can tell you the answer to that without even having spoken to them, and I know Jules knows. They didn't do that for the money. They did it to enact change and get things to change within that facility.
Hang on.
Not that they were around.
I'm with you. Carmen just called me out, and it got me. She said, all right, you literally cover trials. What is this hypocrisy? Carmen, you're right.
But it's the same thing. So Maya's case was all over getting the word out there of what was happening and to make it stop and to make them pay for the things that they're doing and punish them monetarily to try and discourage them from ever doing it again. This isn't any different.
Yeah.
The EMT made this lawsuit to punish this industry for the lack of forethought to any possible injury. It's not right. And what's the best way to punish somebody to make them change policy?
Yeah, it has to hit them in the pocketbook. That's the only way you can punish a company, is to hit it in the pocketbook.
Right.
And
so I understand it feels grimy, but not everybody does lawsuits for money. I could care less if I want a large settlement. I don't care. I'll put it back into charity or whatever, and she may do the same. We don't know, but I think the vilification of this EMT because of her being traumatized and having a lawsuit, I think it's being misconstrued a lot of ways. And as a medical professional, it's kind of disheartening, to be honest. But it's a lack of understanding within the public as to why this would even be possible to have a lawsuit for. Yeah, she's an EMT. Sure, she's seen things, but that's not necessarily what this was about.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm
getting off my soapbox now.
I'm not ready to give my position up. I'm not ready to surrender and wave the white flag. Fine. But
perfectly okay.
And
I respect your opinion as well as Jules and everybody else who has the same opinion. I just want the other side of it to be understood as well.
Well, Amber, I can say this to you because I love you and all. I'm fine with the people who have the wrong opinion sharing that on the channel. That's that's all right. Just kidding.
As long as it's respectful.
Yeah. It's I do appreciate the other side because I realize that my experience, the lens that I see everything with is not necessarily the clearest lens, and so I appreciate you sharing that with us. I appreciate you doing it respectfully. I'll give it some thought, and I might change my mind. And when I do, it will be my idea, not yours. Just ask my wife. So, Amber, thank you so much. I appreciate talking to you this morning.
Not a problem. I'll see y'all in chat.
We'll see you. Bye. Let's see. We've got one more coming in.
Melissa.
Melissa, turn down your volume for us just a little bit.
There you go.
All right.
I was right on the button and didn't
Nice.
hit it in time.
How are you doing?
So I just want. I'm missing chat. Oh my God, I miss chat. But until my eyes get better, I can't look at chat. But I just had to call and say something about what Jules said and Amber. My best friend is a neonatal nurse, and that's a hard job. It is very, very hard. And she said, this is what she said to me many, many years ago. She said that she could prepare herself for going into work and seeing what she was going to see. And she had to mentally prepare herself every day because of how hard it was. So on days she would take shifts in a doctor's office, those are days she expected to be easier. Yeah. Oh, no, you're fine. So I just want the EMT, she could have become an EMT, realized the front line wasn't for her, and got a job on a movie set. I'm not saying that justifies suing or anything. I'm just saying that she may not. And EMTs don't hear gunshots. They see gunshot wounds, right, but they don't always hear the gunshots. And so she said that the lawsuit did not start out for money, but it ended up that way. It could be that her PTSD is so traumatic she couldn't return to work. So I just wanted to give her grace on that and say that, on top of what Amber said. Yeah. But and then about Jules, I won't keep you long because I know court's going to start soon.
We still don't have a live feed from court yet. We're waiting.
Well, okay, good. I'm worried, like Jules, or I think Jules is right, and there may be a hung jury. But that being said, I'm praying there isn't, because while I think there is more than enough blame to go around, there is more than enough. Yeah. My son is an armorer. He ran a gun store during COVID. Like, we went through the ammo shortage. We went through all of it. And my son has sat down to watch this with me multiple times and can't.
Was it the great ammo shortage? The great ammo shortage?
Oh, it really was. Yeah.
It was a thing.
Really was. Like I said, that's what he did all through COVID. My son sold more guns between April and June of 2020 than two other stores combined because it was so crazy.
And the zombie apocalypse was upon us, and everyone was worried.
Exactly.
I'm not joking,
everyone was worried. Yeah, and my son would come home with horror stories, but I've only been to the range maybe twice. I'm disabled. I don't really shoot, but I know the Cooper rules like the back of my hand because my son would not even take me to the range until I knew them inside and out. I know this phrase muzzle awareness. Yeah. Like I can recite it in my sleep, like all of it. And he has sat down to watch this trial multiple times, and it makes him so anxious because he can't get over Hannah's irresponsibility. That's what he can't get over.
Just show him Mr. Kuski's video from yesterday, where he pulls out. He's like, "Okay, this is a real firearm, and this one is fake."
Oh, I did.
But it looks
I made
real.
Him go back. I made him go back and watch like the last 20 minutes of your stream where you did the replay, and he literally walked over, grabbed a bottle of tequila, and turned it up. And my son does not drink that much. It made him that anxious. He's like, I can't watch this. When an armor, there has to be a level of responsibility. And while management failed, no doubt, the blame can go around. Yeah. But I can't get over Hannah's responsibility. And if she had truly been raised around firearms her whole life, there were just too many things in those videos, and I still think the state should have ended with that armorer because he is what did it for me.
Yeah. What did you think of? What did you think of the Mr. Kuski when he was talking about some of the positions it's safe to carry a gun in, and he started referencing some of the military positions where guns are held, especially at the side? What do you think of that?
I got to tell you, I'm not in the military. My son-in-law is. I'm not in the military, and even he has said, "Oh my God, we're trained now not to hold things this way." So, but he's in Thailand right now on on deployment, so I can't really have a conversation with him to ask him in detail. But I can't wait to show him that replay from yesterday because it is going to make him want to cry.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about the military, but I can tell you firearm safety that I can't get over Hannah's irresponsibility. I can't. She's culpable. Yeah. So, but that's just my 2 cents. Melissa, I love you. I love Pat. I miss you all so much.
Did you get your question about wheat answered from my wife? Or do you just she need to text you?
I still have another question for her.
Source?
It's about co-ops.
Oh, co-ops, okay.
Yeah, because we used to have a co-op in North Carolina, and my husband bakes bread, and we no longer have that co-op, and we're almost out of wheat. And so my husband's like, "You need to ask her."
Okay, well, so I'll put a bug in her ear again. She might still be on chat, so maybe I'll have her text you.
Awesome.
So it's
you
not
guys,
all in here.
And that's fine, perfectly. Well, I will be listening. I can't chat, but I will be listening. And I hope you guys have a great day. Be nice to everyone, and
Thank you.
I'll pop in and out occasionally.
Appreciate it, Melissa. We'll
Thanks,
see you.
Scott. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from. I talk about Bruno.
I talk about Bruno. This is RA. How are you doing?
Hey, super. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing great. I'm excited.
Good.
We're about to get court. I think we just got access to the seal, so we're close to have something happening.
I'm super pumped. I got a good night's rest. Nothing blew up by our house last night, so that was great. We live 5 miles away from that Michigan explosion, so
I was a little concerned.
It's the other night was a little hairy.
The fact that you say that nothing blew up and that's a good night means that usual nights.
Yeah, no, everyone saw the pictures. It was, and we're 5.5 miles away.
Was that the firework place?
It was a vape distribution place, so that was all butane and whatever goes in vapes. And there was a fatality, and he was a quarter mile away. A 19-year-old was at a self-wash station, and like projectiles were flying everywhere. It was wild.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm an RN. I'm going to stay far, far away from the other conversation. But I had a question for you, and I haven't bothered to Google it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's fine. And I have lots of thoughts on it, but I'm gonna leave those in my own brain. So OSHA, they got fined, right? That's what I gathered from the OSHA stuff, which was easy to forget because then we had Daniel Boone on, and I think it was easy to forget.
About $100,000 fine, roughly 130, 100,000, somewhere in that range.
Where does that go? To OSHA?
I don't think it does. I think it goes. It doesn't go to OSHA directly. A lot of times when you look at some of the fines and stuff that are passed, they go through like a budget thing into one pot, and then a different pot comes back. And so you almost have to trace the money and see then where the funding comes and who approves it, because you might find that there's a link between the two. If more money goes into the big pot, then the people who control the big pot give the lower guy a bigger budget. So probably state treasury that way, and then. But yeah, so it probably goes just wrapped up.
Because it seems like that kind of, I mean, that's pennies compared to, right, Hollywood money, even on a low budget film and all of that. But like those funds, when OSHA fines you, should go to, I guess, what the EMT was, trying to say, like, we want to change. Like either, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I feel like the people that were traumatized or deserved said money, I feel like they're never going to see a penny of that. So you find the company, but where does it go?
Yeah,
one of the hospitals I worked at, they would get fined. A lot of hospitals, believe it or not, do get fined, but nobody on the front lines ever sees that, or doesn't make a difference as far as nurses, the people that are out there doing the work, that are like, this was all bad safety.
The ones that suffered because of what happened.
Sure,
they don't get the money.
Even Helena's family, or some like where does who I'm. It's very confusing to me, and I'm all for it. Fine them. OSHA should do more. I think it's interesting that they came in on this trial, and maybe it's a difference between the criminal and civil. Or maybe it's just because Jay Hatch fought so hard or just didn't turn over the OSHA stuff. But like that would be the ones I wanted to see just because I'm a nurse. I would want to see that report.
Interesting stuff. I need to think more about the whole lawsuit thing. I know you don't want to have the conversation. I don't think I'm ready to go any further. Sometimes I talk about things without thinking.
Yeah, no, and like because of my personal experience, I have kind of thoughts on it, but I also am with you. I've never sued anybody. I can't imagine that I would ever sue it. Like, we're a very litigious society.
We are, and that's great for me because
the same problems seem to keep coming up.
It's job security for me. I love it, but at the same time, I can't hold a grudge long enough against somebody to sue them. It's like, you slapped me yesterday, but today you're a new person, so.
That's right.
Unless you're
all right. Well, I'll let you go because I know we have court.
Yeah, it's coming. This is all we've got. We've just got the wall. So we'll.
Also, I don't think that is going to take the stand. I mean, I suppose there could be a change of heart, but the way that the judge said closing arguments in the morning, because if she takes the stand, that's not going to be a quick cross.
Yeah, I would say
I don't think.
With what the judge said yesterday, it looks less likely. But if she takes the stand, I think we get both her and her dad. I think they're a team. If we get,
and I don't think it's going to be a hung jury. I don't. Maybe on the second charge, but I don't think it's going to be a hung jury. And nobody knows. But I think simply because of how this trial has gone.
Here's my prediction.
The good, bad, and ugly.
Guilty on negligent manslaughter, not guilty on tampering. That's my prediction.
That's how I'm leaning if I were on the jury, but I don't know. I mean, it's just so ugly. The whole situation is just so ugly. And then, pew-pews in court and people ducking in the gallery. Like, I feel like that's the stuff that's really going to stick.
The best part
with them and be like, this is all just ridiculous.
The best part is the prosecutor on this one was the defense attorney in the Dean Cummings trial, which had this same situation. Only literally they were reenacting a shooting and were using the actual murder weapon to reenact it in the hands of the defendant, with the prosecutor being the target. We got a screenshot of that. It was just like, whoa, what are you doing?
It reminded me of the Murdaugh trial, too. That was a hot mess. Everyone was getting flagged in that trial. I was like, can you all just put the guns down? It's crazy.
I'm going to start a business where I rent out all the different types of guns, and they're going to be like blue guns or red guns or something. They're going to be the fake guns. And I'm just going to be like, hey, you have court coming? I followed your case. This is the model you need. It costs this much. I'll ship it to you. It's going to be just a fake gun for everything.
And I will be counting to see if Camo Guy, he has been cleaning his teeth for days back there.
The guy is...
And he's sitting right behind Hannah. So every time they do a shot on Hannah, that guy, I was like, do you need dental floss? What is happening?
I was watching that. He has a lot of facial characteristics that resemble Mr. Bowles.
Yeah.
Like he may be his son.
And I still don't know who he is, because it did say attorney on the side of the bench yesterday. Somebody pointed that out in chat, and I looked and I was like, well, that clearly says attorneys.
Yeah. Interesting.
And he was sitting there all casual and just picking his teeth and give him a toothpick or something, I would say.
Picks his beard, picks his teeth.
Shaking his head. He had all kinds of things going on.
So, yeah, we'll see.
Well, and what's funny is, I think it was the day before, there was two ladies that are also sitting by him that have been in court. Mm-hmm. It was a day or two before. And after lunch, they were both picking their teeth behind Hannah. And I was like, what is everybody eating?
Maybe they all had
what's happening behind Hannah?
What is it? Something with parsley in it. Something green in their teeth, I think was what it was. We'll watch for it. Zoom in on high definition.
Because he wasn't the first one, but it's so distracting to me. And I'm like, oh, guys.
There's always that one person in the courtroom.
In trial.
We've had the phone guy, the guy that films with the phone in one trial. We've had some crazy things, but I think we're going to get underway here in a few minutes.
Super interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks. I talk about Bruno.
All right. Talk to you later.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We are officially exactly 1 minute away from when court was supposed to start or when the jury is supposed to be here. So that means we might either begin right now or we might take another half hour. Need to call that photo enhancement guy. Man. A couple witnesses on this one, I think, a couple expert witnesses, I think, killed their career as expert witnesses during this trial. And the photo expert guy might be one of them. All right. They're all eating green chilies. Okay. Does HG have a sibling or step sibling? Hannah Gutierrez? I don't know. That's a great question. Could Camel Guy's head shaking cause a mistrial? There has to be an objection. And I realize it has to be a timely objection, but if the sides don't know about it, then they won't make the objection. I think his head shaking.
Call from Kathy.
Kathy, hang on just 1 second. Let me finish talking about Camel Guy here. I think his head shaking would have been shown as a support for the defense. So the person to object would be on the state side. Maybe they'll file a motion. Maybe they've already talked to the judge about it. We do know that somebody went up and talked to him. He might have been doing something with his phone when he wasn't allowed to. But he's sitting on the attorney row. Usually the attorneys are allowed to use their phones in court. So I don't know. I think he might have been talked to already. We'll see what happens. Kathy, right?
Yes.
How are you doing? What's on your mind?
I'm doing good. Just wanted to let you know that my husband's birthday was yesterday, and I got him a cable wrangler.
Yes. I love them. Oh my goodness. I'm about ready for another because mine is full. I mean, it's I have enough cables that I can put it on too. And right now, my little, what do they call those little hair tie bungee knob things? They're like stretched to the limit. I actually bought some of the same things that have a longer cable so I can fit more cables on them, but it just gets so heavy. But
I just want to thank you for making me look good.
Nice. It's a thoughtful gift. He's going to love it. It looks cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is great.
Yeah.
I appreciate you telling me
that.
And
you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Kathy.
I think you're doing a great job.
Happy birthday to your husband. So.
Thank you.
All right. Good talking to you.
Can't wait for the show today.
Yep. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
That's awesome. Mandy Strong upgraded membership to gallery. Thank you. Welcome. Let's see. There's Hannah coming into court. We are getting some action here. All black today. Like even the bag, everything matches. Interesting. Okay, I don't see Camel Guy yet. Few people there in court. Possibly Bree. I'm not sure if Bree was in there on that second row from the back. Who's the guy with the bolo tie? Is that Thel? He was there yesterday as well, I think. Mandy, thank you. Upgraded to jury. Mandy, thank you. Appreciate your support. That is wonderful. Reach out to me on the burner phone if you'd like to claim the reward as far as the promised benefits with social media followage. I'd love to get that taken care of. All right. They pulled a Dr. Lewis style movie on their careers. Somebody was telling me about Dean Cummings. I need to retitle it. Dean Cummings, if you remember that trial, this is also out of New Mexico. Dean Cummings was charged with murder. He was like from Alaska, but came down to buy some property in New Mexico and ended up like staying with the guy, visiting and staying with the guy. And the guy got drunk and he came down and stayed in the cabin. He was supposed to be there, but the guy was gone. And the guy came home and came into the cabin. A fight broke out, and Dean Cummings had grabbed his AR and shot him, which was interesting. And then he had been in prison for quite a while, like 2 or 3 years. Hello, Bree. The fact that you're on the phone with me now tells me you're not in court right now. How are you doing?
Not yet. So,
okay.
But I have a meeting I have to be in today at 10.
Okay.
So obviously I can't take my computer in there. So they, depending upon the meeting and if I can get up, because I look like I have the rest of the afternoon open. So if I do have the rest of the after the open, then I'm going in for what's left of closing and hopefully for deliberations.
Nice.
And verdict watch. So that's kind of my plan today. The thing with camel coat guy.
Yes.
I don't really know if he's with attorneys or not. Here's the thing. Those, the things on the side of the seats, like almost like those pew things, they were marked off. Part were for media, part were for public, part were for attorneys. And as people kind of started coming in and extra media got in there, like media would come sit in the public access rows. People in the public would move to media rows. So I think it started that way.
They just go wherever they want.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it started out to be assigned seating, but I think as it's starting to get a little bit more full, I think people are just kind of sitting in where they can fill in.
Maybe it's like initially that's where they try to sit, and then once court starts, like, look, if the seat's not taken, you can use it.
Right, and that's what I think, because originally the back 2 rows are supposed to be just for public, but then they flipped it around. Like that first day I was there, and I sat on the side of the jury side because they needed to make some more room. So, they've kind of been adjusting. So I don't really know if he's attorney or if they're just kind of sitting. Hopefully I can figure that out today. What else? There's something else I was going to tell you. There is, I'm going to see if I can find the case. There is a case out of New Mexico, out of Albuquerque. I think it was a hung jury. I think they're looking at if they're going to retry it or not, but it is a teenager who shot his teenage girlfriend and her minors, but, they'd had a school shooting here in New Mexico when the kids got a hold of his parents' gun, and so they instituted the Benny law. So a parent can be charged for like misuse or holding of a gun. And so and so this was the first case they tried, but it was a mistrial. So I'm going to research that today and see if possibly if they retry it, if we can maybe get a hold of it. I mean, it is a juvenile, so I don't know.
Yeah, if they're still underage, it might be very difficult to get. That's when the courts are very quick to close, and not for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, they institute that. It's called Benny's law, because it was right when I first moved out here. It was some kid was getting bullied by another kid, and so the other kid came and brought his gun. The one who was causing the problems brought it and shot the poor kid who was just defending his friend down the school in the school playground.
Was it a fatality?
In the middle school. Yeah.
Oh man, terrible.
It was really sad.
Terrible stuff. Well, Bree, good news on you possibly going to court, because I'm writing an email to your boss as we speak, letting them know that you quit unless you get to go today. So,
hey,
hopefully that helps.
With the way this day has been, I'm telling you, and I do appreciate you for that song this morning, because, sometimes things are just put in your day for a reason. I was like, look, this day is working itself out today.
That's
and
wonderful.
I had music on the way after I listened to you.
That's great. Well, Bree, we hope to see you in court. Good luck with work. Hope your meeting goes well, and we'll check in again soon.
All right.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Wonderful. All right. Okay. We are very close to court beginning. At least people are slowly taking places. I'm watching for the judge's head, because sometimes she comes in and off the record talks about things. So if you see her head across the bottom of the screen, let me know. Let's see. Phil is 81 years old. Hannah is listed as only child. That could be him in the courtroom in the back corner. Gigi, look forward to your channel every day. Thanks for keeping it chill. Thank you. 4 months of support. Love the butterfly as well. Thank you. I've got a couple other messages I missed I need to go back to. Let's start at the beginning. We'll see if we can recap all of them. Amy gifted 5 memberships first thing this morning. Sean White with the Hump Day cheer. Thank you so much. Tina came in with 4 months of support. Hello. Happy Hump Day, everyone. Have a great day. Tori the Seed Lady. 8 months. Yes, you're 1 month away from the gender reveal, because there's no ultrasound for YouTube memberships. OG Sean White says they play 1812 Overture 4th of July Boston Pops with cannon firing. That's the place to go listen. If you haven't heard it, this should be on your bucket list. It is so good. Horse welfare. Does watching ads help channel, or can I hit skip? Horse welfare, please hit skip. It's what I would do. Yes, it does help the channel, but it's the tune of, if 1,000 people watch the ad, I think I make like 40 cents or something like that. So please don't feel any pressure. I literally do everything I can. on my end to prevent ads from showing up during the live stream. YouTube tells me every single day, you could earn 25% more if you just let us put ads in every 3 minutes. No. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't want to watch that myself. If I was watching court, I would hate the interruptions. And so I definitely don't expect you to watch them as well. So I do allow monetization on this. So after the lives are over, if you're watching a replay, it does put ads in. I can't control that part, and I do make some money off that. So thank you if you watch those, but please skip every one you can. Unless it's really something that speaks to you, and you're like, hey, I was looking for that, and then buy it. That's what I recommend. But thanks for asking, Horse Welfare. Nancy says, RA, you're the best. I enjoy being with all of you. Thank you, Nancy. 6 months. Yellow Courthouse. I love it. Breezy's there. Look, almost a year here. 1 more month. You'll get the Orange Courthouse. Dr. Bullbutter says, 4 months already. Thanks for the coverage, Scott. Hi, chat. Welcome. Good to have it here. Kathy's here saying, are you shading OSHA? Yes. Kathy, I can do this. I used to be the safety manager at a metal building manufacturing company. I had a hat that says like safety circle and like my name, embroidered into it. Because I was the safety guy. I had to do some of these inspections and walk around with an OSHA inspector. And yeah, yes, I'm throwing shade. Mandy Strong says, I never predict hung jury because even though it does happen, it's rare. Most come to unanimous decision. Thank you, Mandy, for 5 months as well. Criminal Mind, member for 2 months, says, the expert pointing at the jury and the judge, bailiff, perfect ending. That was perfect. That's our thumbnail. It should be our thumbnail if we didn't have one already that we'd created. Mandy Strong, thank you so much. You've upgraded all the way to the jury. I appreciate your support. Hypnotic Dogs, 1 month. Woot, woot. First color change. You're now, that woot was sort of weak. I apologize. You've now got the blue courthouse. Thank you very much, Hypnotic Dogs. And I can see from the picture that the dog has fully hypnotized you. Gladys, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Green courthouse there. At least 5 months of support from you. Wonderful. Mathis says, defense expert did nothing wrong. Where I missed it here. Defense expert did nothing wrong. It literally wasn't a pew. Everyone was just overreacting. He had the cylinder out while he was showing it to the bailiff. The problem is, he knew, and he said, this is a Denix. And in his mind, it means this is a fake gun. It's almost equivalent to a toy in his mind. And he just held it up, and it was pointed in the safe direction. That was fine. The judge did not understand that it was a gun that literally was incapable of firing, and said, hey, please check. I know you've said they're checked. The bailiffs have checked. Can you check again? And just to give us a little bit of confidence, make sure it's not loaded. And that's when he pointed it at her. So I think it's not a huge deal because it was a fake gun and he knew it. But if it had been a Nerf gun, none of us would be like jumping up and down being, you pointed at the judge. I think in his head, he looked at it like a Nerf gun because he knows it literally has zero possibility. There's zero way. It cannot fire a blank, cannot fire a dummy, cannot fire a live round. It cannot fire. It's safer than a cap gun because a cap gun that kids use actually does, cause a little pop noise and it can hurt your ears if it's too close. But yeah, it was an interesting moment. We got Gigi there. Look forward to your channel every day. Thanks for keeping it chill. Ash Axiom gifted a membership this morning. Thank you. Ann G says, Hannah dressed up different. Will she testify? She might. And she might just be dressed up because she knows that in closing statements, the jury will be looking at her a lot, as she's referenced from both sides. Paul Young's gifted a membership this morning, followed by Mandy Strong, and I talk about Bruno. Somebody's calling in. I'm not quite done here. Just 1 second.
Call from Reed.
Hey, I missed who the name is. Can you give me just 1 second to finish doing my membership?
Yeah.
Who's on the phone?
Heather.
Heather. Okay, hang on just 1 second, Heather. Mandy Strong, gifted a membership. I talk about Bruno, gifted a membership. Dream of Laundry, member for 7 months, says love it here. Smurf Anna, member for 1 month, says New Mexico OSHA Occupational Safety Hazard Board fines go to state according to the penalty policy I found on New Mexico Gov site. Field Operations Manual, Chapter 6. You did the heavy lifting to find that. Thank you, Smurf Anna. Lucky 13 says, anyone here been on a jury? Was it as expected? We have Almost every given day, there's someone in here who says, I just got a jury summons. It happens like all the time. So yes, we have a lot of people who have been on the jury. Great question. Tammy Coleman says, this is still the best thing I do with $5 every month. I love this community, host and mods. Sick today. Oh man, but still dedicated to Recovery Addict. Thank you very much. All right, Hannah. Do we have Hannah on the phone? Heather Reed?
Not Hannah Reed.
Okay.
Please.
Like, are you the long-lost sister of the defendant? I was just curious.
No.
Heather, what's on your mind?
Don't we have a photo of that defense witness as a baby? Don't we?
I do, because you sent me one. You sent me. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. What was? Let's see. It's a 207, right? Hang on 1 second.
Yeah. I was working on that yesterday. Right after you said that, I'm like, I need to draw this.
Okay, there it is. We can just send this. I like the tie. The tie is what makes this picture.
Yeah.
Let me just say this has some simulated gore. Okay. Is that fair to say? It's fair to say.
Yeah.
I'll send it to the MacBook Air. Assuming it works. There it goes.
And it's just a cartoon.
It's a sketch. It's a
Put
drawing.
a graphic warning.
Okay, give me a second to get it over on the right screen. We had a little a discussion about. Make this full screen. Here we go. And take 7. About the witness yesterday being born with a 6-shooter in his hand and shooting the umbilical cord instead and letting the doctor cut it. And there it is. That's the drawing. We got the rifle merit badge. I love that you got the. I mean, that artwork on the rifle work merit badge is nearly as perfect as it looks. I mean, you literally photocopied it. It looks so good. I have that. I got that merit badge as well, but I didn't. I wasn't born with.
And he's got his hammer, and the Fiji water fell down, though.
The tie, yes, the Fiji water. All the references are there. I love it.
The watch. He had a watch on.
Yep, and it's great. Full head of hair. Some babies are born like that. It's just wonderful. Thank you, Heather. Good drawing.
Yes.
It's a hilarious moment we will not soon forget. You've got a talent
hilarious.
There. All I can do is cut and paste clip art, but that's your actual creation is pretty good. Thank you, Heather, for that. I appreciate that.
Yes, you're welcome. All right.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. That was funny when that came in the other day. Let's see. Elf says, new to the channel. Love your voice. Elf, thank you. I appreciate that. Kind words. I wish the witness had used the hammer. I'm very curious as to what he was going to demonstrate with that hammer. Okay, Bone Arrow says, I'm on a work call and I almost laughed into the speaker. I needed a warning for that. That was a great drawing. Heather, I hope you're seeing this in chat. A lot of people really appreciate that artwork. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. ABC counter. Let's go ahead and put that on. Let's get Super Source. Box 2 will be 3. Box 1 will be 6. Okay, I think it's turned on. It's working. Yes. There we go. Do we have the right date? Yes, it's trial day 10. Yes, it's all up. We're up to 413 times that his name is referenced. I need you guys to help me on this one because sometimes I get a little bit engrossed in the testimony that and the occurrences in court, and I miss the references to Mr. Baldwin. So if you're willing to do that, what I need you to do periodically throughout the day is just make sure when you mouse over your screen that the live button is lit up and you're not accidentally like a few minutes behind, because that gets a little confusing. But be on the live. It also helps if you're not on, like, if you find another stream that is a few seconds ahead of us, don't jump the gun and tell me what's going to happen, because then I think I've missed one. When we hear it, we do another, and that gets messed up. So imagine if we got a verdict today. There's a chance. There is a chance that could happen. Franco is here, says, I can't go to the birthday party in the last year plus without singing happy birthday to you in a low bass voice and warming up with fa la 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 la. It's wonderful. Franco, this was my goal. This was secretly my plan. I'm taking over the world with the birthday song. One birthday at a time. Thank you, Franco, for the 10 months of support as well. Loved having you here. But the AB counter is going to be a lot during closing arguments. Going to have to be on your A game. I'm probably going to bring it over. Oh, the camera's wandering. Oops, wandering back. I'm probably going to have to bring it over here so it's close to me so I don't throw my back out reaching for it. Elf, yes, Alec Baldwin has been referenced. And the things that count, we've heard him referenced a lot, or people talk about him saying him or he. Those don't count. But anytime his name is said, so if they say Alec, if they say Alec Baldwin, if they say Mr. Baldwin or Alexander Baldwin, sort of like those four variants or very close to it, it counts. If there's somebody else whose name is Alec and they talk about someone else who's Alec, that doesn't count. So we're trying to keep this true to the A-list actor references. Mandy Strong says, during the Alex Baldwin trial, will you be doing the Hannah Gutierrez counter? I don't know if we'll count Hannah during that one because we know it's going to be present. I think there's going to be probably something else that comes up. There's always something in trial that's unique that way.
It's Mattis.
It's Mattis. Mattis, how are you doing?
Yes. I'm doing okay. It's almost 5 p.m. here, so you guys should really come up with an English word for Feierabend, because that's what I would say, but it's untranslatable. But it's Feierabend time here in Germany, so pretty good.
Is that nap time, like evening?
No, it's where you go. It's basically the time where you go have a beer with everyone and to blow off steam after work. Basically, Feierabend is I'm packing my things up and I'm going home.
Wow. Oh, but not home. You're going to the pub and then you're going to go home, right?
But I am actually home already, which is much more advanced.
Okay. Well,
happy hour seems somewhat appropriate.
Happy hour is happy hour to you, Nadius. I saw your comment earlier. Did you want to talk about the firearms expert before court starts? If we've got just a moment, or do I have something else?
I think I stand by that opinion. I think a lot of people are just overreacting, and I think it's partially because the state really has made this case a bit of a circus. I thought about what my expectation was before this trial, and I thought, given the facts that have been alleged and what the elements of the crime were, I would basically, if we're going by with the negligence or recklessness, here's how I would basically try this. You call Joe Souza, he says, yeah, I was shot. I'm the director and talking about what I'm doing on the set. Then they call someone that testifies, yes, Helena Hutchins died. Then they call, let's say, David Halls to talk about how Hannah handled him, the fire. And then you call the police officer to get all the video testimony in. And then maybe you call the woman about the emotional support crystals, if you want to throw in that charge. And you've also called the armorer to say an armorer has to know this and that.
You almost lost me. Emotional support crystals. We're talking about the snow bag, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. And just that's all it would take for you. It would that would be like a 2-day case.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, this is really, given how simple the facts are, it's kind of like something I would expect, like an attorney from Thurston County in their first trial to do better than the state did, because they called so many witnesses that were basically like only there for Alec Baldwin, or they were testifying things that didn't really matter because they weren't contested, or they brought people in that you would expect as defense witnesses, and because they, like Sarah Zachary, hey, wasn't it your fault? Seth Kenney, hey, wasn't it your fault? Yeah. And so on, and they called all these witnesses. I think this trial really has been going on like a week longer than it needed to, and they've been diluting the essence of their case, which is, well, here's the duty Hannah had. Here's how she was careless. Here's how someone died. Here's how she should have known better. Please convict thank you very much. 1 week trial cut off the timeline. But the state, for some reason, has been greedy, and they're making things. And I think this issue with the firearms expert from the defense is kind of a theme where I think the state isn't being fair, because on the previous investigation expert, she says, well, you agree, well, you said this was a mistake, but come on, there literally was no harm done here. Well, with the firearms expert, it literally wasn't a gun, and while the barrel was pointed in the direction of the judge, he had the cylinder out. He had just checked that it was not loaded. He was showing the bailiff, and everyone just was too jumpy to wait to let the defense attorney ask a question like, okay, is that a real gun? No. Can you please show that it's not loaded? Yeah, here you go. And then everything would have been fine. And instead, we have this week-long circus where people argue about nothing. I'm at a point where I basically think, wow, there was so much shady stuff at the production from the state's witnesses. I'm not sure I would convict at this point, because I think if everyone is being so sloppy, I've been thinking, hey, how much level of carelessness would you actually expect from an murder to make it criminal? I think I've been sitting here for a week thinking, okay, how would I get to reasonable doubt? And I've had ample opportunities to find something. And I just think this case is basically, the state's case can be done in 2 hours and very convincingly, better than what they had this time.
They've muddied the water for sure with everything they've brought in, and so much of it we've said, hey, this is great information. It's intriguing. It's interesting. It might be even pertinent to the Alec Baldwin trial, but how does this affect Hannah? There was a lot of stuff that was brought in that didn't need to be. Honestly, the whole primer issue with the silver primer, I don't think they even needed that. I don't think they even needed to do anything other than, just say, hey, we found this ammunition from here. We took it, we x-rayed it, gunpowder. That's it. We don't have to say, look at the shade of the primers. See how they're different? And this one's a little bit, this bullet's a little grimy, and this one's shaped like this. Don't need it.
Yeah, the thing about that is, I think the defense said in opening that some of those silver primer bullets were dummies. And then the state learned through a question that surprised them that some of the live rounds actually were brass colored. So now we had it both ways, but the silver was never that relevant. They were live rounds and they were silver rounds, but it wasn't necessarily the same thing. And so they really just, they could have had a better case by calling fewer witnesses and asking fewer questions.
Yeah, I think I'm going to disagree with you on one point, and I believe that the Denix gun, which is not capable of firing, I agree that's correct. When it was initially pointed at the judge was when he was going to open it and show that there were no rounds, no dummy rounds in the Denix round. So I think the cylinder was in during that time. I think he only took the cylinder out of the other firearm, the dark one, which was the functioning.
Okay, I would have to revisit that. I thought when the bailiff was pointing the barrel down, the cylinder was already out, but I could be wrong. I think
he was opening the side, the little latch, the door, so he could spin the wheel and show that the cylinders were empty. I think at that point, but yeah, I hear you, Mathis. As always, great analysis. Your level of thinking you put into this is wonderful, and it's refreshing.
But really, I'm mostly just overcompensating for the state's. For what the
somebody
state
has to do it.
Doing to disappoint me.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I hope the closings are good.
I do as well. I want them to be clear. Don't muddy the waters. Let everything that's irrelevant drop away and get right back to the basics. And I think they've got a conviction on the state side.
Yeah.
But not so much.
Yeah, I totally see
not
this.
so much on the crystals.
Yeah.
Awesome. Mathis, excited. How did the move go? Are you all settled now? Is everything good?
Yeah, I have a bunch of cartons that I need to sort into various
do they say JS on
places,
the side?
but it's getting much better every day.
No. Okay. Wonderful. I'll let you continue your unpacking, and as always, we look forward to hearing from you again. Appreciate it, Mathis.
I will do.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Can we do a poll of which closing argument was the strongest? We can after it's done, but that's always the point where we also do a poll on what the jury will decide. Angie Zinzalieta, did I say that right? Zinzlieta. Your channel's become one of my new faves. Just the perfect amount of snark and pickle discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Angie. And thanks for the generous super chat as well. I appreciate that. We try not to have too much snark. Sometimes I have to apologize. Like I still literally, I have to apologize to the lawyer from the Jennifer Crumbly trial. And as soon as the gag order is over, I intend to do that. So I need to talk to her. Currently, court lawyers. Amanda Brown says currently, court lawyers and judge are discussing closing arguments and defense mentioning incorrect intubation. Judge was watching doctor's testimony for the second time. Judge is watching the replay. Nice. Unknown says that's not a hammer. It's an inertia puller. The end's open and the round goes in it. Then you smack it on the table and it separates. Unknown. Let me pull up a picture of that one because it did have the two colored tops. I'm not seeing one like that. It looks more like a westward soft face hammer or a fretting hammer. I'm going to say that looked like a hammer to me. A soft face hammer with two different sides, the two different colors. I think they're colored that way specifically because one surface is harder than the other. But I do see an inertia puller is also, it looks like a hammer. I just don't see one that looks like that one did. I'll have to go back and look at that. Never apologize for snark. Well, she mentioned me in court specifically that I was making fun of her, and I felt bad. The Folly says, Recovery Addict, I heard earlier you have a cast iron tub to be rid of. I'm looking for one. Can you deliver? I'll just throw it on my back and lug it up to you, The Folly. It's only about 600 pounds. I can tell you, it'll be cheaper to make one yourself than ship it. I think because they're just so bulky and heavy. Robin, the intubation thing I heard about seems awful. It's interesting. They're trying to get this in on closing because they're trying to blame the EMTs for her death, saying and I realize the medical examiner testified otherwise, but they're going to try to say that, if they had got the intubation right, she could have been saved, which means that, yes, the firearm, the shots themselves could be lethal, but with help there, she could have been saved, and they might try to put the blame on the medics as well. He had the 1892 inertia puller. You can apologize 340 times. Well, that's how many times she said sorry. Who was RA making fun of? I was the attorney in the Jennifer Crumbly case says sorry a lot. And we decided that for that case, we were going to count how many times she said sorry or apologized or said, I apologize. And it was a lot of times. And in her closing to the jury, she was it was a wild closing. It was wild, and in that she's like, look, I'm not perfect. I say sorry all the times. Apparently, there's a TikTok channel out there where they count how many times we say sorry, and I'm like, that was another one. so yes, we were mentioned, and we are going to try to get in touch with her, and so I can apologize properly. I don't think she was offended, but either way, I'll sleep better knowing that I've apologized. Let's see. Lee Wilkie Donnelly says the med examiner said the initial injury is the cause of death and not the intubation. On the other hand, she did say she might have been saved, but there is no way to know. Yeah, it was just data collected, but it was only about her, and it was very specific, and arguably it could be pointing out some sort of flaw in her personality or style. Lucky 13 says, have you planned any more high-profile cases to stream after this one? Yes. We have high-profile cases throughout pretty much the rest of the year. I can tell you we've got coming up in a couple of weeks, we have the Microsoft murder trial. It's not starting immediately, but that's coming up. Let's see, what's the date today? It's March 6th. So James Crumbly's starting. We're not going to follow James Crumbly. Okay, we're not going to follow that one. We've already followed Jennifer. We've heard all the evidence. It's going to be virtually the same, only with slight variations as far as what pieces come in from different sources. We've got Franklin Tucker, which may be happening on the 11th of March. This is a retrial because the first one ended in mistrial. It's a pro se defendant out of Key West. We followed the first one. That's the Treehouse murder trial. Let's see. John Torres is in Cedric Simpson's court. That's a short one. We're going to try to follow that on March 13th. Robert Tellis is accused of killing an investigative journalist. That's March 18th. Chad Daybell is in April. I'm not sure if we're going to follow that one or not. Still thinking. Let's see. Shannon Gardner, that's also April. That's the Microsoft one, right? That's the death penalty joint trial. Let's see. We've got Sarah Boone on May 13th. Richard Walter Bradley, the 4 gold digger murders. That's happening on the 20th of May. In June, we have a case out of Arizona, Maricopa County, Arizona, that we should have I'm already on the media pool for that one. I am the only media person approved right now. They asked me if I'd like to be the cameras in the courtroom, and I'm thinking that one over. I might do that. I might go to that one and provide the pool coverage. But if not, we will at least have somebody there, possibly Megan Fox in person for that trial. That's the Bachelor trial, a paternity suit coming up. Hiccups again, sorry. And that's going to be a crazy case that's also got some spicy bits in it. Not so spicy as, say, like let's see, the OnlyFans murder trial. It's not that bad. But it does have some spicy bits that possibly not for the kids to hear. So we're debating on that one. It might have to be just shown on our secondary channel as raw video without commentary, but we're looking at doing that way. Miles Bryant, former cop accused of murdering a 16-year-old girl. That's in June as well. Let's see. We've got a couple. Ryan Schick is on this. Schick. Ashley Benefield, Black Swan, that's in July. Lori Daybell's in August. We've got the Home Depot murder in Florida happening August 24th. In September, we've got Corey Richens. Actually, Corey Richens might happen sooner. Corey Richens may happen in June or July. That one's in Park City, so we'll have to check. That's one I want to be to for sure in person. And probably meet up with Danny on direct on that case because I know she's going to be following as well. Next year, Brian Koberger is a big one. So we have a lot. I may get involved with the What the Hales case. I realize they filed some appeals that have taken that to another court, and that's down in Florida as well, in Levy County, or Levy. I'm not sure which one it is. Looking to possibly be a cameras in the courtroom for that one as well. So we might do that. Nicholas Rossi out of Utah, the guy with the fake accent. We're not going to follow this one, but I do want to get updates periodically. I think he is charged with some sort of SA-type crime and then fled the country, went to Scotland, picked up a fake accent, got arrested, and came back, and he's pretending he's not who he is. He says like "milady" to the judge, and it's a terrible, terrible fake accent. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's crazy. It's weird. So there's a few on the list. What about Karen Reed or Brian Walsh? I haven't put Brian Walsh on the list. Karen Reed, Tower Hill Girl. Karen Reed is going to be followed by Brandy Churchwell. Brandy is a good friend of the channel. If you don't know who she is, she's the chart lady from the Alex Murdaugh trial. She literally found details in the charts that changed what was happening in the court. I mean, she did the homework, and she's great about details like that. The Karen Reed case has a ton of details, has a ton of different moving parts and testimony. This is right down her alley. She's done some podcasts already tracking that. She's prepping this. So she's been following that closely. So Karen Reed trial, I would recommend you watch that with her. She's going to do a great job with that trial as well. She is I think she's almost done with the medical treatment she's going under right now. So we're fingers crossed that everything, the scan afterward comes out clean and everything's good, so she can get back to full health. But Brandy will have that one. That being said, I still think it's not going to happen. I think Karen Reed will not happen. I think this case is falling apart. Angelique says the judge needs some Judge Boyd encouragement. Move with a purpose. Yes, she's. I wish she would show us these parts. I don't know what benefit it is to keep this out of court or out of the public eye as far as the media goes. All right. Jensen Ackles interview. Hope he testifies in Alec's trial. Might do that one. See, Ashley said, I joined Discord a while ago, and I have no idea how to get to the right tab for Recovery Addict. There's seriously hundreds of them. It's different than other Discord channels I'm in. Ashley, if you go to the main page when you first log in and just basically say help, there's some mods that will be able to help you and direct you. They're really good over there. There is a ton of information, a ton. They are following just about every case you can think of and have documents that are very tough to get a hold of in many cases. So they'll be able to direct you to that. I don't get on as much as I probably would like, but wonderful page over there. Great service they provide. Melissa T says, I'm going to be living on YouTube with all of these trials coming up. So many trials, so little time. Melissa, this is not all. There are so many more. I mean, I've got local ones that I'm trying to gain access to, and there's a million. There's dozens and dozens of trials that are as interesting, if not more so, than the ones we're hearing about right now, that just go under the radar. So the Karen Reed case, yes, that's going to be Brandy Churchwell. Let's see. I'm still curious about the Judge Wolf case about the family inheritance, the family forest case. Was that the? It's not King County. I don't know. Has anyone heard the results of that case? I thought they were doing a DNA. Everyone was getting DNA swabbed to see who actually belongs in the family and who doesn't. Carmen Does Stuff says, haven't been in chat lately, but wanted to say all the love to RA. Wish me luck in studies. My social work degree is ramping up. Lots of work lately. Carmen, that is awesome. That is awesome. I hope you do fantastic in all your classes and then get the job of your dreams at the end of it. Let's see. I've gotten some updates from Phaedra, who's in court. Check mod chat. Make sure you're following Dana Griffin on X for case updates. I'm following Phaedra Hayward. Says jury instructions being discussed in the Rust trial. They haven't been finalized, but appears jury will be given option to find armor Gutierrez Reed guilty of a step down, which is a lesser included, from involuntary manslaughter to negligent use of a firearm. The trial work in the court's already begun, Rebecca. So we're just waiting for the judge to allow the streaming to turn on. Right now, the jury is not in the courtroom. We will be able to see whenever the jury is in the courtroom, but right now they're discussing some of the jury instructions. So hopefully that doesn't take too long. TYO toilets. That is hilarious. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Did I miss a message? Just 1 second. Paula Mack, I apologize. Oh, she says, 10 months has flown by. I can't think of a better place to watch court cases. Looking forward to many more. I've changed into Zebra. Oh, Paula Mack, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's wonderful having you here for 10 months. It wouldn't be the same without you. I appreciate that so much. Thanks for the support. All right, we have Patricia Cisco gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Patricia. Let's see, day 9, part 2, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 12 seconds. Cylinder looks out to me, says Mathis. I might have to do a quick check on that one. I've been wrong before, Mathis, so I'm not afraid of admitting a mistake. I know what it feels like. Day 9, part 2. Let's see. 1:30:12. Nope. Why she mic'd off because she approached. They approached. So he's going to flip. Whoa, don't point at the judge. Nope. Don't point at the judge. Whoa. I'm gonna say no on that one. I'm gonna say no. He flipped the door open, and we know the cylinder is still there because after he points at the judge and the bailiff points it down, he takes it and he rotates the cylinder. So the cylinder still had to be in there. But it was the Denix gun. All right. Franco said, I can't go to a birthday party in the last year. Oh, without singing happy birthday to you in the low bass voice. That is awesome. All right. We're in like a holding pattern. So we're directly competing with LA Flights right now, I guess, for for what's happening in court. The judge is talking with the attorneys that are going over the jury instructions. And what that means is at the end of the trial, after all the evidence is in, the judge will read some instructions to the jury. They got some at the front end, telling them to pay attention and listen for evidence and circumstantial evidence and physical evidence and what they're supposed to do, how they can take notes and how the court's going to proceed. They got all that at the front end, and now they're going to have some instructions specifically to the end of the trial and their duties there. And those instructions, the reason why we go over them is because the two sides sort of argue that instructions are tailor-made to the case itself and the charges in the case. So the judge will give definitions or include little bits of law or just various things that are specific to that trial and say, when we talk about this, this is what we mean. If you find this, this is what you have to do. And those instructions can be different. And the sides, both sides, there's not a law saying if it's negligent manslaughter, you have to say XYZ word for word. It's not like that. The two sides can say, based on this case, because we excluded this information, I think it would be best if we reword this sentence to say this or not say that. And so they're arguing over that. Usually it's not a lot of changes. Sometimes it can be quite tedious, like it was in the Maya trial. But the wording in the jury instructions really is the rule book for how the jury deliberates. So there's a good chance that they, don't that if you get a big win as a lawyer in the jury instructions, it can really help sway the jury one way or another because of the wording that the instructions they have to operate under. So it is important, but it's sort of tedious at times. I don't think it's going to be major here. We've only got 2 charges. I expect the court's going to begin momentarily, I'm sure. Don't think it'll be another hour. The judge said we'd have... Whoa. The judge said we'd have a morning closing arguments, which means they might be done. Defense might be ready to rest. Because she knew they had to do this anyway. We might be all the way done. No more witnesses. Witchy Mama says I'm going to be a first-time grandma. That is awesome. Witchy Mama, congratulations. That's really neat. All right. Mr. Opertorso, I can see maybe a few months jail time, but probably a lot of probation. Let's figure that out now. Do we have anyone who knows off the top of their head without me Googling it? Does the judge or the jury decide the sentence? In this case, is it the jury? So the jury returns the sentence. Is there a sentencing phase of trial where the jury goes back and deliberates again just on the sentence, or does the judge decide the sentence after like a PSI? If the jury convicts, I don't think Hannah will get much time. Probably probation. Mandy feels the same. Prison is not the place for people like Hannah. If convicted, she does not belong in prison. Let's see. For the jury, the judge, 18 months max per charge. Judge, I think. Mathis, it depends on the state. Some states do it differently. There are some trials where we'll have a guilt phase of the trial and then a penalty phase of the trial. And the guilt you're just supposed to consider whether or not they're guilty. And then after that's done, now you've determined that's guilty. That's a piece of evidence that's given to you as fact. And now, what is the appropriate penalty? Usually it is the judge. If it's the judge, she's screwed, says Angelique. You think the judge is biased in this one? EDB says the judge decides. I'm gonna default to that. She's EDB was her home territory was not far from there, so I think she'd know that. I don't know, but I've heard it only takes 10 out of 12 to convict. They don't require unanimous in New Mexico. It's a felony. Wild Child, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for your support. Let me look at that. I'm pretty sure it requires unanimous. So trial by jury. In all cases, tribal and courts inferior to the district court, the jury may consist of 6. The legislature may provide that verdicts in civil cases may be rendered by less than a unanimous vote of the jury. Okay, that's a civil case only on that one. This is a criminal case. In criminal cases, does require a full 12 unanimous decision. Sorry, somebody just sent me a clip of, I think, this morning's Hump Day yell. I cannot put that on a command for you guys to play because it would go forever. You need to find inertia guy and have him call in. We need to know what the hammer was for. Save an hour's time for the short version. Why can't we hear jury instructions? Because this judge says so. And this is frustrating. I've had a lot of conversations with people that I'm not going to talk publicly about. There's some things happening in other cases that I'm trying to help people out with as far as technology and getting access to courtrooms and things like that. And some of those discussions people have been very, very frustrated because they very quickly determine or are informed that the judge really rules in the courtroom. That is her domain or his domain, that they're like king or queen, and there's nobody above them in many ways. And they have in their purview the ability to make decisions almost without punishment. And some of those have to do with access. Some of them have to do with who's allowed in the courtroom or what they're allowed to do in the courtroom, whether or not coffee is allowed in. The judge can decide yes or no. The media access is also typically in that realm as well. And we've seen judges who have, had silly, we just, in the conversation I had just the other day, I think yesterday, we had a judge that ruled that media was not allowed to record or rebroadcast something that was already being broadcast, okay, publicly on the judge's channel. And they said no, because we can't control who watches it. I'm like, of course you can't. No, who would have thought you were able to? You're not able to. But my phone's not working right. Hang on. Just missed a text I need. The judge gets to decide. Every time a device gets added, it's messing things up. Okay. Defense will finish calling witnesses today. Closing arguments are expected to start as early as this morning. If there's another witness, it's going to be a short one. Okay, so yep, I'm up to date on the texts. All right, where were we? What were we talking about? Can anybody check? What was that question? Can I show the thumbnail of the poster? I can do that. It's right here. Let me turn that one off too. There's our thumbnail of the poster. I think this is nearly the finished copy because evidence is done coming in. So this might be our final version. Unless you see something that needs to be included that is not, and it's got to be, it's going to have to be a pretty pressing argument for me to change this at this point. And I'm going to make that available digitally as well. If I can, I'll try to make it available free. I might try like a shared drive, a shared folder that has all the thumbnails, and then we are also going to make available a couple very inexpensive items of merchandise, like a magnet or something of that nature. If you want, I could put it on T-shirts. You don't have to buy those. I'm just, the T-shirts aren't as cheap as I'd like them to be. I'd like them to be very inexpensive but high quality, and it's difficult to do that. Judges rule their courtrooms like little fiefdoms. Vicky, this is frustrating. Yeah, Alabama, you got to be a resident. I'm debating getting a summer home there for that reason. Honestly, I can see the judge deviating from sentencing guidelines to a longer sentence because of life was lost due to willful negligence. I think that is set statutorily. And by that I mean the law. The judge has to follow the law, right? And the judge determines, what is legal and what is not legal. And if the law says here's a maximum sentence, I don't think they can go beyond that. They just can't say in this case it should be different. If that were the case, they would have to charge differently. They'd have to be a higher charge to open up that bigger sentence. Let's see, Ryan Schink is in branch 2 in this county, only streams branch 1. Help. Let's see, that's one in, let's see, hang on. Getting messages all over the place. Ryan is in Wisconsin, Sawyer County. Tell me again, what's the case on that one? What's the short title? What would we call that one? What's the nature of the crime or the charge? Is this the same judge for the judge in the Baldwin trial? Yes, it is, Kelly. The same judge, same courtroom, probably same prosecutor, and same defense. It's gonna be like mirror image. Only we're gonna have a celebrity next on the defense table instead of Hannah. Court started. The jury was supposed to be there at 10:30, so they've been sitting there for quite a while here. Okay, Mrs. R.A. has something. Let me take a phone call here.
Call from
Bree.
Hey, Bree. What's happening
real
this morning?
Quick, before our meeting happens, I was just trying to get Bernard to you because I couldn't super chat you. Phaedra just posted from in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Jury instructions are being discussed. They have not been finalized, but it appears the jury will be given an option to find Hannah guilty of a step down from involuntary manslaughter to negligent use of a firearm.
Okay, so that step down, that's the lesser included. We did a demonstration of lesser included. So when we talked about candy bars, and we had like a Snickers candy bar, that's like the top. And if you take the peanuts away, you get a Milky Way. If you take the caramel away, you get a Three Musketeers. If you take the nougat away, then you just get a Hershey bar. So lesser included would be something that's very similar, has some of the elements of the higher crime, but less. So if there's one element that's not proven, then the jury would say, okay, we're going to go with a lesser included. Penalty-wise, it should be lower either equal or lower. Generally, a lesser included does not
Yeah.
have a higher penalty. So
No, not at all. Yeah. But I didn't know. We didn't know. I think we talked that we weren't for sure if they were going to do that, and it looks like they're talking about it right now in the courtroom
yeah,
to finalize jury instructions per Phaedra.
yeah, that's interesting. That it might give us some insight into the jury's mindset if they go with a lesser included, because especially if they're feeling that a lot of people were responsible here and it's all being dumped on her, they might feel better saying I can vote for lesser included but not the higher one. So that's an interesting out for her. Lesser included, still a felony though, right? Still a class 4 felony? Or is that a
I didn't get to pull that up yet just because I saw that I wanted to catch you before my meeting started. So
you said it was negligent use of a firearm?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that is, let's see. Okay, I'll let you go. I know I've got a meeting started, but I'm just going to read this very quick.
But
Thank
I just
you.
want to make sure that you got that just in case you guys needed that, because I know she was tweeting that, so just wanted to make sure you were good and caught up.
Thank you, Bree. Appreciate that. Good luck.
All right, bye.
Bye. Negligent. Whoever commits negligent use of a deadly weapon is guilty of a petty misdemeanor. Petty misdemeanor. That's a step down that would allow her to retain firearm ownership, I believe. So New Mexico petty misdemeanor. Maximum sentence there, up to 6 months and a fine of $500. So a third the jail time, a tenth the financial fine, and it would allow her to keep firearm ownership and possibly even keep being an armorer. All right, flip the switch. What? Oh, the chat switch. I'm sorry. I'll turn it back on. How long has that been off? Did I miss? Let me go back and look at some of the super chats here. Just 1 second. Let's see. Rhodey, we need a garbage can on the thumbnail. Wild Child, welcome to the gallery, Wild Child. Thank you very much. Carmen does stuff. Haven't been in chat lately, but wanted to say all the love to RA. Thank you, Carmen. We got that one. Appreciate you. Keep focus on your studies and come back as soon as you can. That's exciting. Rhodey says we need a garbage can. 7 months, Rhodey. Thanks for your support there. Chat is back on. Definitely keep firearms, but I can't see her continuing to be an armorer. I'm just saying that on paper it's a possibility, and we know she still wants to work in the film industry. We know she wants to be a cinematographer, which is the very job that Helena had. Ouch! Wow. Let's see. And through the outdoor, did I miss your comment? Let me see if I can find that up here. Oh, I wasn't born with thorns says it was an LEO abusing another LEO. Are we talking about an SA type case, or is this like physical only? If it's SA, we typically don't follow those generally. They're hard cases to follow. Yes, Kenny. Now I want a Snickers, a Milky Way, and a Three Musketeers. I'm craving all three now. Hershey's, not so much. But no one will hire her. Well, yeah, supply and demand. Nougat or nougat? I'm questioning myself. I've always called it nougat. The gooey stuff inside a Three Musketeers bar. I wonder who asked to have this lesser included, prosecution or defense. Probably prosecution. And is that a sign of perceived weakness in their own case? Colorado funeral home case. Oh man, Britt Bottoms. This case has several things that we like. It is bizarre. For those that don't know, this Colorado funeral home was advertising that they were taking clients, I guess. How do you say that? They were accepting corpses with the idea that the interment and the treatment of the corpse would be something that was done in a environmentally friendly way. I'm not sure if it was specifically through destruction by fire, or if it was the how they're buried or things like that. But what happened was, what's it called? What's it called when they burn the corpse? For some reason, it's an incinerator. But anyway, the word is gone. My brain is not called nugget. It's not called nugget. Cremation. Britt Bottoms, thank you. That word it was not there. But anyway, they accepted work. They accepted work product, and then they just left the bodies in a back room, like stacked deep. They left the bodies, and the stench, unbelievable, and the number of bodies, unbelievable. And so the families found out, some families found out, I believe, years later, that their loved one never was treated appropriately after they passed. It's a rough case. It's a rough case, but it's got some elements to it. Let's see. Adam, you're just making up words to get me to think that it's the right one, and I'm not gonna fall for that. Have not heard from Ivan the last little bit. I've reached out to him. Haven't heard from him. I hope everything's well with him. Court's taking a short break before bringing the jury in, so we should see activity soon. That would be good. Let me get everything set up for that. There, this one over here. Okay, as soon as court starts, we'll bring that to you. We have audio turned on, so you'll hear it. Were the families given ashes? That's crazy. I think there's something about that. How do you see the closing argument today? Jasmine, as far as if it's going to happen, I think if it's going to happen, we need to have one, possibly two, very short witnesses on the part of the defense. And sometimes we can get those. We've seen some witnesses that literally only have 2 or 3 questions and almost no cross. So that might be the case. If that is the case, then we're going to have probably a lunch break, okay, because of where we're at. And then closing arguments from both sides and begin jury deliberations this afternoon for a couple hours. Might not be enough time to get a verdict. Maybe the jury is just waiting for the forms and they're ready to fill them out right now. Do you think defense should have had Hannah's dad testify since he's in the industry? The problem with this, Joseph, is that Hannah's dad basically will be asked about those live rounds and how they got back to Albuquerque. And it's more than just him as an expert as what should have been done. I believe it sort of includes him in, did you also contribute to? I mean, the questions will probably point that direction, and it might not have any evidence that does that, but I think it would muddy the case a little more. Okay. Let's see. I'm looking for a response from Thorns. Oh, wow. State of Wisconsin. Let me grab this case number. This Ryan Schick case might be an interesting one. I will say, sometimes the court does weird things when police officers are involved in cases. Like weird rulings as far as media access, almost to protect the police officers. Let's see, where did that go? I might just retype it. Yeah, let me retype it. So Ryan Schick. What's the date on this one? Is it still June 5th through 7th? 2023 CF criminal felony 000196. Okay. All right, got that one updated. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one if they don't televise that. That would mean we'd need to have cameras in the courtroom. I'd have to get a camera up there, and the problem, honestly, is that it's a 3-day case, and it practically takes that many days to get equipment and everything to a location. It's a lot of investment for a very short case. Okay. All right, trying to catch up on chat. Sorry. Yes, still in June, my ex-son-in-law was suspended over this case for 2 days. Whoa. They do protect people like this. I've seen it happen. I've seen that. And it's not that they're protecting the individual so much as they're protecting like the department's image. I think it would be a more accurate statement as to how I feel it appears when they do this with a case without reason. I mean, it's not like we have a child victim or some personal information that's going to be divulged throughout the case that's just very distressing to a defendant or not necessarily a defendant, but a victim or a family member or something like that. Those cases I can see closing and locking the media out, at least from televising. But a case where it's police officers behaving badly, I think that should be under the microscope. If you do decide to go to Maricopa County, let me know, and I'll take you guys out to lunch. Candace, I think what we're thinking right now is actually Megan Fox is definitely going to be there. And so I'm probably going to be sending her a recorder system. And she'll record the live feed locally there and then upload. And we'll have the days, later in the day, we'll have the video posted on our other channel. And she'll be able to use that for her side as well in the evenings. Isn't March your birthday month? It is, Nicole. This is my birthday month. I'm about 22 days away from, well, no. Let me do math. I'm about 18 days away from my birthday. A little closer. Okay. I've defeated Wordle and Sudoku while we wait. Sudoku. Good job, Bruno. My family does Wordle on WhatsApp. I mean, they send these little colored boxes back and forth to each other, and they're like, wow, that's incredible. I've never had one like that. And I'm like, what do these green and tan boxes mean? Or yellow? I don't get it. I have not played much Wordle. Kimbers, Ohio says, yay, my birthday's on March 24th. It's a great day to have a birthday. I'm going to sing to myself on that day, probably an extra special version. Maybe I can record a version and sing like multiple parts. Like I can do like a little falsetto and do like all 4 parts for the song. That'd be fun. Probably won't do it though. It takes too much work. Birthday's the 29th, 2 days after Twubble. Grandsons as well. It's a good time to have a birthday. So do we all call into the burner and sing on your birthday? If you could do just one big group call and sing it, that would be great. No, that would be terrible. The audio on a group call, the delays, it would be a mayhem. Pam Graham, I'm sorry. Hopefully we can help cheer you up a little bit, and maybe the the wonderful memories you have as well. Hopefully those come back to you today and make you smile at least a little bit. Lots of 24ths. I'm Janet. Is your husband a tech guy? Because the cable wrangler, it's like a cheap, easy win. I love it. I absolutely love it. Sometimes I carry around the cables in that just because I can. I don't even need the cables, but it just looks cool to have with me. So I just carry the cables to places where I don't need them. I only need like one cable off the cable wrangler, but it's cooler to show up with the cable wrangler saying, hey, look how many cables I have. Yes, I'm a nerd, I admit. That's March 23rd. So close. Felicity is home, is doing Sudoku right now. Happy birthday and happy anniversary. Did you ever try the root beer extract? Yes. It was delicious. Love it. I love it. Thank you very much. I was worried that when McCormick got rid of their extracts that we would have no other options. But that one was really, really good. A great, great substitute. We're talking about root beer extract made with dry ice and sugar. Lots of sugar, like 5 pounds of sugar. Also, dentists don't approve that one, but man, it's good. I sent you my Wordle to the burner phone, says Britt Bottoms. Okay, let me take a look, see if I can solve this one. Wordle 991. What does yellow mean again? Yellow is wrong, right letter, wrong place. Black is wrong letter. What's your go-to word, Britt Bottoms? What's your first word that you use? Can you recommend cable organizers for a music studio? Are you talking about cable management cables that keep things orderly on the desk, or are you looking for storage and convenient carrying? Because that cable wrangler is great for carrying, but if you're using all the cables and you just want them to look neat and be bundled together, they're actually really inexpensive. They're little Velcro, double-sided Velcro strips that work great. They're cheap. They're easy to apply. You can get them in various lengths. A lot of times they come free with cables as well. We're about ready to break for lunch right now if they don't hurry and finish. They said they were going to have a short break and then the jury be brought in, but I'm not seeing it happen yet. Any word with 2 or more vowels? Adieu. Adieu is your go-to. That's almost not fair. It's almost cheating, because isn't that like a French word that's been adopted in English? Randy says, can you show me? I dominate at Wordle. To show you, I have to do a screenshot and crop it and turn off my... because I can't have phone numbers and stuff show up. Okay. Save to photos. Turn on Do Not Disturb. All this effort I go to protect your identity. Okay. Here's the Wordle that she sent. Does that work? I don't know what it means. I guess four letters in the wrong place with one wrong. Then 2 right, 2 wrong place, 1 wrong letter. 4 right place, 1 wrong letter, and then 5 right. So that's pretty good. I guess that's good. I would have thought it would have taken more guesses, is what I'm saying. Okay. have something happening? Maybe. Audio is a good word. Gets a few vowels out of the way. I like that better than adieu. Mostly the same vowels, too. Braid. Piano's my starter word. Bex Harding, welcome. Good to have you here connecting from the UK. Appreciate that. We've got a few UK friends here with us. Audio, crown, and myths, usually solved by 4. It's just, you've got a science. Let's see. No repeats, no repeats, no repeats. That's impressive. Between those letters, you've got 15 letters covered of the alphabet. Do you go through all 3, regardless of the answer for the first, or do you adjust based on the response from the first one? Cachet says, you've shown my number multiple times. Sorry, Cachet. Have you got lots of calls? You have the ability to edit it out, right? you have unique access on the channel that way. Adieu would be better than audio, only because the letters that are used are more frequent. The U is less frequent. How do we get on Wordle? Who brought us here? I do arise and then mouth if I need more vowels. We ventured into a smart nerd world, and I have no clue what word games that I could even play. It's I would say Wordle is like let's see, what was the game that had the colored pegs that you try to guess the order, and you've got the white and black responses? It's an old game. It's a little peg game. You would always lose the pegs. It's like that, but it has letters. And Mastermind. Greeners. Yes, that was it. It was like Mastermind. Alley Cat knows. You guys play this game. It's a good game. Although the pegs were a pain in the butt. Specifically the white and black ones. You want to play the game once, but you don't want to take the pegs back out. And you had to dump the thing over, and you're pushing on the bottom, and pegs go everywhere, and it was bad. No calls. I'm just giving you a hard time. Cachette, this is one of my fears. I definitely try very hard not to dox. I would not want to be doxed, and I don't want anyone else to be doxed on the channel. And so we do that in court. I do my best. If I can anticipate a phone number being shared, I try to cut that out as best I can. Sometimes court just does it anyway, but you and Britt Bottom started it, then you took it to another level. I'm sorry, Bug Dugger. I'm going to take ownership of that one. We'll move on. Pegs were a nightmare. I'm telling you, the white and black ones specifically. Okay, we're ready for court to begin. If somebody could just pass a message to the judge. It is now nearly noon Eastern time, which puts it at 10 o'clock New Mexico time. The jury, I believe, what time is the jury told to come in today? I thought it was at 8:30. So they've been sitting for a while. Probably getting impatient. When are we going to break for lunch, Judge? Oh, Bree sent me something. Bree sent a link to the desk things in court. Is this like you know what I was going to show you? I was going to talk about this. Let's see. Man, it's just. Thank you. I've seen that one already, but let me see if I can show you something. I'm Googling something that I might regret. I'm trying to put qualifies in here so I only get. Okay, there we go. Come on. Need a better picture. This is a good one. Okay, take a look at this. See this sit and spin toy? See how the base sort of has like a flare to it right there? It looks like what they have has that. Their laptop stands. It has this little flare, which something about that just is aesthetically pleasing, and it looks more comfortable than some of the other stands that I've been seeing. That's what I'm looking for. And the one they have, I don't know, maybe the one you sent me the link to is the same, but I thought they also had like a white pole instead of a silver pole. Now I'm just shopping on Amazon. Sorry. Look what you made me do. All right. It was white. Don't forget to sit and spin on the like button. Yeah. Found it. Got it from a reporter in court. Is that the one you sent me, that link? That's the same one? Maybe it just looks different on the camera. Misty Beard says, I couldn't figure out why you might regret searching and using qualified words. Now I understand. Yes, I was searching for sit and spin. And so I had to put the word toy on the end. And then I thought, no, for kids. So I started adding all these qualifiers to try to. And then you turn safe search on as well. Yeah. Link in chat. Kathy... do you want me to link it in chat if I find it? Give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can. That's from the reporter herself. Okay, so this is it. It just looks cool. I mean, it just looks different in court for some reason, just a reflection. So let me share this. That doesn't work very well. Here it is. Here's a link in chat. It just looks different. Doesn't look like a flared base there at all. All right, I'm gonna share the link anyway. Just 1 second. Now I can't even do that. My computer is not playing nicely with me. I told you I could share it, and it's not letting me. So I will. We'll address it later. Okay, back to court we go. Sadly, the 27th is the day my 34-year-old daughter died. Oh my goodness! And my son's 32nd birthday in honor of both of them. Oh man, Babs, I'm sorry. That's a tough day. You got good and bad memories linked at the same time, and it's, how are you supposed to feel? What do you get when you search for laptop supporter? different variants of that. Some with 2 legs, hinges, more of a flat base. The cool thing about the one the reporters have is literally it like tucks in to their laps. So they're almost like, I'm not sure, I'm going to get in trouble for just describing this. They're almost like, it's like wrapped around the pole. Like imagine if you were climbing the pole, like in gym class at school. What are you guys thinking? It sits, it tucks in like that. So it's you're sitting on the stand a little bit. 10 points to whoever makes I search for something that turns his face red. I'm done searching. I'm already venturing into areas that are going to get me in trouble. Firefighter pole. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Poles that you sit and spin on. Is this a family channel? Yes, it is, Vicky. Most assuredly. Lap desks for kids works. I'll always add the for kids on all searching. So, all right. Babs says, sorry, I already read this, but Babs, I want to say thank you very much for the support of the channel. I appreciate the kind words and making a donation in honor of your children. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Judy, this is where I was afraid it was going. You guys are bad. I'm going to move on. Next topic. I found it. Ohio Mama. I trust you, Ohio Mama, because your name says Mama in it. And you're always supposed to be able to trust Mom, right? Search between the legs laptop stand. I see some similar ones. I'm on like page 10 so far. Let's see. Page 2. It has a circular base as well. I feel like Paul Harvey. Page 3. And now the rest of the story. Did they buy the last 2 in the world? Is that what happened? Those reporters got the last 2 good ones? I might have to reach out to a manufacturer and have them make me one. I did that before. Imported some stuff, had it manufactured just for me. Okay. I'm on page 5, and I'm not seeing the perfect one yet. Bree, when you get to court, can you just ask the reporters how much they'd charge? You know they flew in, right? They flew in. There's no way they're going to pack this thing in their bag home with them. They're going to get rid of them. Ask them how much they want for them, and do they take Venmo? All right. We're about ready to have court start. As we have a quiet moment, I just want to say hubby and I love spending our time here with you in chat. Thanks for making the days brighter. That's wonderful. I love that you're here together. I love that you're here. Sit on laptop stand. Ella, I'm going to find this. Sit on. Why does Google is just not, I mean, Amazon's just not showing. Are you searching in Google or are you in Amazon? That might be my problem. Maybe it's not sold on Amazon. Let me try just regular Google. That might fix everything. Nope. Same issue. I'm going to be calling the factories in China saying, look, I want like half sit and spin toy, half laptop stand. Make me one. Let's see, you guys are making the mods work right here. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. You know what? Instead, I'm just going to go to B&H Photo and buy some more gear. I think that's it. All right, Serif Lift laptop. Oh, we have court. We have action in court.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Let's see what we have here. No audio yet. Big deep breaths. Is this a witness? Why are we seeing these individuals? Lady in the hoodie is wearing a New Mexico hoodie. I don't know who that is. Who's the lady with the glasses? Does anybody know this individual? There's Hannah. There's our, is that the beard guy with the glasses right there in back? Court is packed. Lots of people in court. Was that Helena's family? Finally underway. Give me a minute. It'll take a few minutes for me to get the colors and the audio tuned. I realize they're off. Everyone's gonna, if their faces are going to look red. There's way too much saturation in this image so far, but it takes a bit to get going. I watched Dr. G this morning. I did like his analysis.
All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, next witness.
We have a witness.
Your Honor, we call PJ Pesh.
Hang on, PJ. I thought the glasses dude was about to come up. Oh my goodness.
Just stand before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. And you please tell the jury your full name.
It's Paul Peter Pesh Jr., but I've always been referred to as PJ Pesh.
Mr. Pesh, what do you do for a living?
I direct and write movies and television.
How long have you been in the business of directing and writing movies and television?
35 years.
Can you give the jury a background on your movies that you've directed and kind of a biographical sketch?
Sure. I attended Columbia University and studied under Martin Scorsese and did a short film that traveled around the world. I wound up getting a deal at Paramount in 1990. I directed a film for Roger Corman in 1991 that I wrote and directed. In 1995, I directed a Western with Sam Elliott that we actually shot at Bonanza Creek Ranch. That was also rather lower budgeted, short schedule. I've directed 6 feature films and close to 100 hours of television. I've created television shows, written and sold movie scripts. I've worked for Paramount, Warner Brothers, HBO, Universal, Fox. Anything else?
That's a really good background, and I just want to ask you with regard to the Western on Bonanza Creek. That's also the site of where Rust was found, is that right?
That's what I understand.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pesh, it sounds like you have experience also with movies involving firearms.
Yes. Many of the television shows, and I think 4 or 5 of the 6 films, 2 of them were Westerns. One of them was one of the Sniper series with Tom Berenger. One of them was Smokin' Aces, which had a considerable amount of gunfire.
In your work on the movies involving gunfire, have you had the occasion to work with armorers and prop masters?
I have.
And actually, in all of the movies you've done, I'm certain you've worked with prop masters.
Yes.
Okay, sir. And with regard to those movies that you've directed in television, have you worked with directors, first assistant directors, and understood people's roles on the set?
I have.
Okay. With regard to armorers, have you ever worked on a prior film in which an armorer had split duties as an armorer and a props?
I have not.
With regard to this situation where there is a gun-heavy set I will represent to you, would you think, in your experience and what you've seen, it would be advisable to have a part-time armorer doing 2 jobs?
I would say that would be highly inadvisable.
Whose responsibility is it to properly staff with regard to the movie functions?
The line producer or the unit production manager.
When you have a set involving upwards of 20 firearms, would it be, in your experience, possible for a part-time armorer to manage that?
I wouldn't imagine so. One person can, each one of those weapons needs to be tracked pretty consistently for the set to remain safe, so I don't see how a single person can keep their eye on 20 firearms.
With regard to overall set safety and your experience and background, who is in charge of that?
The first AD is considered in all of the published safety advisories the chief safety officer on the set.
Are you a member of various guilds?
I'm a member of the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, which is the Actors Guild, and I also happen to be a member of the Musicians Guild.
Okay, so when you talk about safety rules, are some of those from those guilds?
Yes, there's I can't remember the name of the organization, but they sort of collectively represent all of the various guilds and issue recommendations for safety that they recommend attaching to the call sheet each day.
Is it, in your experience, also something you've seen where there will be daily safety meetings on set, especially in a gun-heavy set?
Expert?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he can give lay opinions on his experience, but also we would tender him as an expert.
I think we should approach.
Okay, so the judge interrupts defense mid-question. He's like, aren't you going to say, we want him as an expert? He's like, Mr. Bowles, expert. And it's going to be a point of contention here. They're going to approach. I'm not sure if his membership as a lay member in all these groups is going to be enough to qualify him as an expert. Lots of head shaking from the prosecution. See if he lays more foundation.
So, Mr. Pesh, you were discussing some of those safety rules. Now, would it be, in your experience, advisable for production to convene daily safety meetings?
Yes, in fact, it's recommended by all of the published literature by the guilds. And it's been they recommend that a safety meeting takes place anytime there's to be any stunts, firearms, special effects. But it's been my experience that in the last 7 or 8 years since the tragic incident with the camera assistant who was killed on the railroad bridge, that every first AD I've worked with, regardless of what's happening that day, on the call sheet has a quick safety meeting, just running over and reiterating basic safe practices.
And you as a director, is that something that you advise and you practice?
I don't give safety meetings. That's the job of the safety officer, the first AD, but I think it's a great idea.
In your experience and interacting with first assistant directors, if, for example, there's a situation where a set is rushing, there's safety issues occurring, does the first assistant director have any responsibility in that respect?
Most definitely.
And what would that be in your experience? What would you expect to see happen?
My experience has been that the first has an announcement to everybody, slow down, this is not safe, or we're not doing this, or just takes charge. And if there's a specific issue with a crew member, they'll pull them aside and discuss the issue and consult with stunts or props or firearms and deal with it.
Is that also true, for example, if you have a issue with an actor? For example, firing a blank after somebody yells cut. What would the first AD be expected to do in your experience?
Speak with them and indicate, look, when cut is called, usually the only person that can call cut is the director, but if it's a safety issue, anybody can call cut. And once cut is called, everything needs to stop, because if there is a safety issue, obviously, that somebody's noticed, nothing else should take place. So yes, the first AD should speak to that performer.
When it comes to safety, what is your view as to everybody's responsibility on set?
Well, again, it's not just my view, but again, in the published literature of the various guilds, they indicate safety is everyone's responsibility. If there's a safety issue, there are anonymous hotlines for anybody to call and raise these issues.
And are those anonymous hotlines, are those published generally in your experience working on set?
They are. Usually they're with that safety recommendations that are attached to the call sheet.
And those hotlines, what do they provide for people to be able to do if they notice a safety failure?
You can call someone from your guild. Each of the studios has their own separate hotline. And as far as I know, that will allow you to anonymously, so you don't, look, if you report something, you could put your career in jeopardy. Nobody wants to do that, but the idea is that a representative can provide that information to somebody who will take action, such as the producer, the UPM, or the first AD.
In your experience, have you worked and seen the interaction between prop masters and armorers?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, in your experience generally, how they interact? Who's in charge of the firearms and who's in charge of the ammunition, and then what the prop master role is?
Well, the prop master, more often than not, hires the armorer because that's a subset of that department. But the armorer is in charge of all ammunition, all firearms, maintaining them, keeping them safe, and inventorying the ammunition.
With those duties and responsibilities, would you believe it to be important in your experience to accord the armorer adequate time to do those duties?
Yes.
And would it be important to accord adequate resources for that armorer to do those duties?
Yes.
If there is a scenario where the armorer is dealing with a gun-heavy set, not having those resources, who would you expect to assist that armorer in getting those?
Props.
If there is a situation where there is a scene, a video, something's happening, and both the armorer and first assistant director witness a safety violation involving a weapon, for example, what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Very quick witness. Let's see if prosecution tears them apart or just gets him to admit that
Mr.
the armorer
Pasher, just
had
have a couple
specific
follow-up
duties.
questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Certainly.
So anyone on the crew can stop filming due to safety concerns, is that right?
That's right.
And that includes Ms. Gutierrez.
That's correct.
And sir, did you read or watch the statements of Ms. Gutierrez in preparation for your testimony?
I did not.
That was my understanding. So are you aware that on October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez was not inside the church with the gun, not because she was working on props, but because she was just doing some other armorer duties?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection? Misstates facts and evidence, or interesting. Let me play around with this a little bit. I'm trying to fix this. I like the look of the wood on this camera. There we go. Beard guy is talking in court there to reporters. Head shake guy. Speculation. We don't know if he was certified as a expert witness. If they did, the judge did not tell the jury that, and the jury should be aware of that designation for a witness.
Do I need to restate the question? Do you remember?
Yes,
okay.
please.
So my question for you is, we saw some interviews from Ms. Gutierrez, and she does explain that she was not in the church because she was preparing her fanny pack and her blank ammunition for the next scene. You agree that that's sounds like armorer work to you, not props work?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware, sir, that on the morning of the 21st, when the crew was waiting for replacement camera personnel to arrive, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours to work on her preparation for the scenes that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Petch, if there was a scene going on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Miss Gutierrez Reed was not in the church, would you have expected someone to have called her back in?
I would. If there's a firearm on set, there should be an armor on set.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
All right.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Look at the look on Mr. Bull's face.
Counsel approach.
I think they're done. There goes that witness. I'm not sure if he was an expert or not. Did he get his money? Okay, let's see. I want to try this picture. I think it looks a little bit cleaner. Where the skin tones are more accurate there. But we'll use this audio.
Next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
They're done.
Okay, thank you.
They're done.
All right, so both sides have rested.
Wow.
Now my duty to give you the instructions of law. I'm going to read them to you, and then you will get a copy of the instructions, okay? The instructions I'm giving you are very helpful for the counsel to use in their closing arguments, okay? Which will follow. All right, so instruction number 1. You have heard all the evidence. It is now my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. Instruction number 2. The law governing this case is contained in instructions that I am about to give you. It is your duty to follow the law as contained in these instructions. You must consider these instructions as a whole. You must not pick out one instruction or parts of an instruction and disregard others. A copy of these instructions will be given to you when you begin your deliberations. Instruction number 3. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of her guilt, his or her guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Instruction number 4. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Instruction number 5. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and try to reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in this case. Instruction number 6. Each crime charged in the information should be considered separately. Instruction number 7. You must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 8. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way.
So the judge is going to decide the
Instruction
sentence.
number 9. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account the witness's truthfulness or untruthfulness, ability and opportunity to observe, memory, manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that for any other reason an opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. Instruction number 11. An expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude that it is unsound. Instruction number 12. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction 12A. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1 alternative, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13. For you to find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a deadly weapon as a lesser included offense charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. The defendant endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13A. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard of the rights or safety of others and in a manner which endangered any person or property. Instruction 13B. In addition to the other elements of tampering with evidence, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant acted intentionally when she committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when she purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which she acts, the means used, or her conduct. Instruction number 14. You have been instructed on the crimes of involuntary manslaughter and the lesser included offense of negligent use of a firearm as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in that count. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 15. To aid you in your deliberations and in returning your verdict, you will be provided both guilty and not guilty forms for each of the crimes charged in count 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate on the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense in count 1 in the order they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you should sign the guilty form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense in count 1. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on negligent use of a firearm if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for involuntary manslaughter before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 16. In this case, as to the charge of involuntary manslaughter contained in count 1, there are 4 possible verdicts. 1. Guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 2. Not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 3. Guilty of negligent use of a firearm. 4. Not guilty of negligent use of a firearm. You must consider each of these crimes. You should be sure that you fully understand the elements of each crime before you deliberate further. You have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on this count, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on involuntary manslaughter before entering a verdict on negligent use of a firearm. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to this count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to involuntary manslaughter.
Closing arguments are
if,
next.
After reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of negligent use of a firearm. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of negligent use of a firearm, then you should sign only the not guilty form. If, after reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any one of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of these crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of not guilty as to this count. Instruction number 17. For you to find the defendant guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in count 2, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1. The defendant Hannah Gutierrez had a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel, or hid a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel room. 2. By doing so, the defendant intended to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of Hannah Gutierrez for the crime of involuntary manslaughter. 3. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October, 2021. Instruction number 18. A firearm means any weapon which will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the actions of an explosion. The frame or receiver of a firearm, any firearm muffler, or firearm silencer. Firearm includes any handgun, rifle, or shotgun. Instruction number 19. In addition to the other elements of the crime of involuntary manslaughter as set forth in instruction number 12A, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that 1. The death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez's failure to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2. The act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside events, resulted in the death and without which the death would have not occurred. There may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of 2 or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. Instruction number 20. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's act was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. An issue in this case is whether the negligence of a person other than the defendant may have contributed to the cause of death. Such contributing negligence does not relieve the defendant of responsibility for an act that significantly contributed to the cause of death, so long as the death was a foreseeable result of the defendant's actions. However, if you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, then the defendant is not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 21. Now the lawyers will argue the case. What is said in the closing arguments is not evidence. It is an opportunity for the lawyers to discuss the evidence and the law as I have instructed you. The state has the right to argue first, the defense may then argue, and the state may then reply. Counsel?
We're on to closing statements. The arguments, anyway. I don't know where Red Shirt Guy went. He did disappear during the jury instructions right after he shook his head at looking at the jury one more time. So I'm not sure if he left willingly or was asked to leave. That poor attorney, the only thing he's done, I assume he's an attorney, the only thing he's done is plug things in all trial long. Bold opening statement. Let's hear how it opens. Do not know if we have time limits on this one.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May it please the court, counsel. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time. I know that this has been a long trial, and I also understand that as jurors you find yourselves maybe a little frustrated. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting, and we appreciate your time. We appreciate the sacrifice that you make when you leave your jobs and your families and your other responsibilities, and you come to court to participate in a very, very important part of our justice system. So on behalf of the state of New Mexico, we thank you very much for your time. And as you can see on your screens, we end exactly where we began, in the pursuit of justice for Helena Hutchins. I want to start by just generally outlining Hannah Gutierrez failed to maintain firearms safety, making a fatal accident willful and foreseeable. And please keep in mind that omissions can also be willful. So if we fail to do something that we should do, and that failure results in someone's death, then that too can be willful. So I would ask that you keep that in mind as we move through some of the evidence and testimony that you have heard. I know that you have heard a lot, and I do not intend to keep you too long, but I do have to be thorough. I do want to hit some high points. So I do appreciate your patience. Here's what we saw. These videos, if you recall, that were taken by production outfitters, they were taken on October 13th of 2021. What these demonstrate to you is that Ms. Gutierrez was unwilling to maintain proper firearm safety repeatedly. And it's really important because this is not a case where Hannah Gutierrez made one mistake, and that one mistake was accidentally putting a live round into that gun. That's not what this case is about. This case is about constant, never-ending safety failures that resulted in the death of a human being and nearly killed another. So let's talk about all of the safety failures that we saw, and the reason that these safety failures prior to October 21st are so critically important to the analysis is because they go to foreseeability. And foreseeability is a very important element in this case. So as we can see here, we have our stuntman with his double-barrel shotgun. From watching those videos, what you understood is that Ms. Gutierrez did appear to, in fact, be present, because at times we saw her and at times we heard her. So she wasn't off doing prop duties. She was right there, and she never intervened. Gun pointed at a child. Gun pointed at Joel Souza directly at his back. Gun pointed up in the air in the direction of the stunt coordinator. Gun pointed again, apparently in the direction of Mr. Souza, the person on the far right. Gun pointed directly at Mr. Souza again, the firearm in the left hand of the stuntman who is facing you. Firearm pointed directly at a minor child. Firearm pointed directly at the camera. Ms. Gutierrez, holding that same firearm with the muzzle pointed at her own face. This was unexpected. Ms. Gutierrez stood by and did nothing in between scenes when that stuntman, who had certainly been sent the message that he could do whatever he wanted with those guns, no one was going to intervene. The person tasked with intervening was not going to do it. That was clear. He hands the firearm to the child and allows the child to manipulate the gun before then, after a short period of time, perhaps thinking better of it and taking the gun back. This firearm, I actually don't think in this photo that the firearm is pointed at the child. I think the firearm is, based on the angle of the camera, probably more pointed at this person right here. But she's there. We hear her, we see her. She does nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is some of the first evidence that we see where if something doesn't stop, if something doesn't change, she is moving in the direction of potentially a fatal incident, and that is exactly what happened. And I want you to recall Ms. Gutierrez's interview on November 9th when Ms. Gutierrez spoke of the accidental discharge with the other stuntman.
Whoa, content warning. Content warning.
Having a complete lack of understanding of her role in safety on this movie set. She's talking about Sarah Zachary, and she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot. Her entire job is to be responsible for exactly that. And when she took this job, she agreed to that responsibility. There is no exception in the law for you're young. The exception in the law does not exist. The law treats everyone the same, and it must. What was the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle? Well, here's the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. More negligence, more carelessness, more lack of attention to safety. She loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds that, by the way, according to the director, was completely unnecessary. Because yes, while it's true, this gun operates in a way where if a certain type of camera angle is hitting it, dummy rounds would be appropriate if the scene calls for loading or cycling. There wasn't a scene that called for that. So she just loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds and surprisingly put the wrong caliber round in the gun. That is absolutely an example of someone who is not paying attention, not taking their job seriously. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rounds that you've seen because it's critical to tracking the existence of the live rounds on this movie set. And we have spent a lot of time and effort tracking those rounds around that movie set, and we're going to show you that evidence right now. So the important thing to know is that the Seth Kenney dummies, which you are looking at right here, are patinaed. They are distinct. They have an antique coloring. They also have silver primers. These rounds did not come on that movie set until October 12th of 2021 because Mr. Kenney didn't have them, and if you recall his testimony, he was in Texas. So he had to get back, clean them up, and provide them to Sarah Zachary, and that took place on October 12th.
Those are the cleaned up ones?
This is just simply the primer side of those rounds. You can see that they're dark in color on the primer side, and they do appear to have silver primers. This is a photograph of the 3840 dummies. If you recall Mr. Kenney's testimony, the 3840 dummies came from Billy Ray. And the important thing about this photograph is that none of those dummy rounds had silver primers. And silver primer is a very important piece of this puzzle. This is those same rounds on their side. You can see that they are shiny brass. We also know that they have brass primers. We just saw that. Based on Mr. Kenney's testimony, you know that they were 3840 but there was also some 4440 caliber rounds in that box. Does that monitor not working? Well, let's stop.
Yep, let's stop.
Okay.
So the rounds that came from, that we just talked about, were mixed? 2 different rounds in one box? And not from Hannah?
Let's take a moment to talk about all this testimony that you've heard about whether or not the live rounds found at PDQ, which are photographed there on the left, match the live rounds found on the set of Rust. You don't have to be a gun expert to look at those and see they simply do not match. Even though you could look at those rounds and fundamentally understand that they are not the same, the police department, the sheriff's department sent them to the FBI for testing so that we could actually have some experts confirm what we can see with our very own eyes. And what you have in evidence, if you want to see them in real time, you have State's Exhibit 79, you have State's Exhibit 91. State's Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from PDQ props. State's Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from the set of Rust. You can look at them, you can see the projectiles are different, you can see that perhaps the primers are even different. If you recall, Ms. Popple indicated there were only 10 silver primered live rounds found at PDQ. The rest of them were brass. The other thing that you can just see with your eyes is the gunpowder in these is substantially different. It has a different chemical composition. So any argument that could ever be made in this case that Seth Kinney was the source of these live rounds is absolutely dishonest. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a walk in the weeds with me here, okay? This is a photograph of October 10th of 2021. You can see the color of the rounds at the top. Those are brass primered rounds. The rounds in the bottom appear to be lighter, and I would suggest to you, based on the totality of the evidence that we're going to go through, that you are looking at live rounds. And keep in mind, anything that you see on the set of this movie that is a revolver ammunition, prior to October 12th, if it has a silver primer, it's a live round. Because the silver primered dummies didn't come on set for 2 days after this photograph was taken. Here's our comparison photo that Mr. Primo put together for us.
For $10,000.
If you need it when you're reviewing the evidence and doing your deliberations or engaging in your deliberations, I have included it for you. But we're going to do a comparison here in a moment. Now, the importance of this photograph, still October 10th of 2021. There appears to be revolver ammunition in the background there at the top. 2 of those have silver primers. The problem with that is the silver primer dummies weren't there yet. But the live rounds were. And there's your close-up. It's absolutely undeniable. Is it blurry? Yes. Can you clearly see the difference? Absolutely. All of these photos that you're looking at were October 10th. Now, let's move to October 13th of 2021. I invite you to look at that photograph carefully and ask yourselves, which of these is not like the others? It's the third one from the left.
Hey, you can't give them the answer.
Look at the shape of that projectile and look at the color
I'd say it's a different
of
caliber.
the brass. So on October 13th, Mr. Kenny's dummies have arrived on set. They are the only dummy rounds with silver primers, but they are patinaed in color. So when you look at this round, it appears to be a spot-on match for the live rounds, but unfortunately we can't see the primer in this photo, so we can't tell if this is a brass primered dummy. That's the reason that we watched thousands of videos and looked at thousands of pictures, because then we moved to the production outfitter videos from October 13th, the same day, and we're looking at that same gun holster that was provided to Mr. Baldwin. And there you see it. The third one down has a silver primer. And now you know it is a live round. You know that because it's not a Seth Kinney dummy. If it were, it wouldn't have that shiny brass color. So there's your live round. We've seen it on October 10th. We've seen it on October 13th. And there's absolutely no way that the lighting is playing tricks on our eyes when we're looking at these enhanced photos, because you see it frame after frame after frame. And now let's move to October 15th. Karen Kuhn arrives on set. I think she was probably there long before the 15th. She is taking photos. She took approximately, as she testified, 9,000 photos. So on the 15th, there it is. There's your silver primer. It's just been moved to a different location in the holster because they're pulling dummy rounds from here, there, and everywhere and putting them in belts and putting them in guns and doing whatever they want to do. But there it is. It's right there on October 15th. And if you think I'm stretching it, let's have a look at what we've got here. This is the gun belt that was assigned to actor Jensen Ackles. Because his gun belt was not a shoulder holster, we weren't able to find any photos or videos of it in the thousands and thousands and thousands that we reviewed, because they're always covered by his coat. There is the evidence photo of the Baldwin holster on October 21st when it is taken into evidence. You have a Seth Kinney dummy at the top. You have what the FBI determined to be a live round in the second spot, and then you've got 3 brass primered dummies. October 17th, October 21st. So the video that Mamie Mitchell laid the foundation for, she said that according to her notes, the filming was done on the 17th. Mr. Primo said that he believed, according to the camera, it was the 18th. Take whatever date you want. That's a match. Seth Kinney dummy at the top, live round next. You've got 3 brass primer dummies on the 21st, 4 brass primer dummies on the 17th or 18th. But it is shockingly the same. And there is no question that this one right here was a live round. It was sent to the FBI and they confirmed it. This is Ms. Gutierrez talking about her bringing these dummy rounds on set. I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones that you shake, so yeah. And I checked those all, and I put them into two things. And then we start talking about boxes. Obviously, when she says things, she's talking about boxes. They usually had JS on them. This is one my dad sent me, and mine are usually beat up pretty bad, like they're very dirty and gross. She's talking about the box and the styrofoam insert. The box and the styrofoam insert, she's saying, are dirty. Hers, the ones that she brings on set, are dirty. They're not new and clean like some of the other ones. Detective Hancock asks her, this is the one that was or handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from. This is that moment in that interview where Ms. Gutierrez has already shown Hancock the photo from her dad, and an hour or two later, Detective Hancock decides that now is the time to show her the photo of the box of dummies she was pulling from that day, and it won't surprise you to learn they're a spot-on match. You have the styrofoam insert from that box of dummies here in evidence, and the reason that we gave it to you so that you can actually look at it in real time and not look at a photograph is because it's kind of dirty and gross.
Can't you look at a photograph in real time?
Exactly the way that she described it. But there are some characteristics of this styrofoam insert that are going to become more important. Any suggestion by the defense that somehow the box of dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez said she was pulling from was swapped out with something different is absolute nonsense. First of all, you know that because you can see the live rounds. If you don't think you can see them on the 10th, and you don't think you can see them on the 13th, and you don't think you can see them on the 15th, you know you're looking at one on the 17th and 18th. You know you are. So where does the sabotage theory go then? The 17th and 18th, the camera crew hadn't quit yet. Mr. Norvell wasn't on set poking around on the prop cart. Mr. Halls hadn't had an opportunity to spend any time with the gun. They moved directly from that cart right into Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit. They go from that patrol unit right into evidence at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. And on November 9th of 2021, Hannah Gutierrez shows Detective Hancock, now Corporal Hancock, the box of dummies that she and her dad have. And if you listen to Mr. Kenny's testimony, what you understand is that the ammunition from the previous set, that being the old way, Hannah brought leftover dummies from that movie onto the set of Rust. And those 45 long Colt dummy rounds were provided by Thel Reed. What you are looking at in this photo is this styrofoam insert. This is the styrofoam insert that had the live round in it. This is the styrofoam insert that came out of the box labeled 45 long Colt dummies with the JS in the middle. Now, Let's put it together. Our original evidence photo up here from October 10th, you can see this distinct sort of cut in the styrofoam on that insert that is sitting on her leg on the 10th. You can see that the hole in the styrofoam in the second to the right at the top is dirty. You can see a little bit of grime. You can see it right there. And you're going to take it into evidence and you can look at it closer. You're going to see that there's some damage to the styrofoam separators between these two holes. And what do you know? It's right there. There's a little bit of damage to the styrofoam separators down here. You can see it in the photo on the right. You can look for yourself. It is right here. And what do you know? That silver primered round from October 10th is sitting in the exact same position that it was found on October 21st when the Sheriff's Department collected this box, took it into evidence, and photographed it. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that circumstantial evidence, but that's a mountain of circumstantial evidence.
It's a very blurry mountain, like Mount Fiji from 200 miles away.
Prop assistant duties versus armorer duties on October 21st of 2021. Let's focus on that day. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Rust Productions did the right thing when they hired on a part-time armorer and asked her to also spend her time doing props. I think everybody who has testified has said that was a really bad idea, and that's probably part of the reason that they're being sued by a whole bunch of different people. But on October 21st, this was simply not the case. It was not the case on that day. She had 3 hours in the morning waiting for the camera crew to arrive. She had every opportunity to go through that box of dummies, that only had like 30 rounds in it. How long does it take to pull the round out of the box, shake it, and if it doesn't shake, look to see if it has a hole in it, put it back in the box, and do that to each and every one of them? How long does that exercise take? 10 minutes max? That's not hard. The other thing that is very important is Ms. Gutierrez didn't get pulled out of the church because she had to go focus on prop duties. She left the gun in the church contrary to all the industry standards for armorers on movie sets, for firearms safety on movie sets, and she went back out to her cart so that she could start doing other armorer duties. She's getting her fanny pack filled up. Well, we've seen that. She's filling it with blanks. And we know they're about to do a turnaround. They're going to do this quick insert with Baldwin, and then they're going to do the shoot scene, the gunfire scene where they're using blanks, and the law enforcement have come into the church and there's a shootout. So she goes to get ready for it. She just leaves the gun in there. As you heard from many witnesses, she would leave guns unattended all the time. There was nothing unusual about October 21st that caused her to be unable to stay in the church to properly perform her duties. She leaves the gun. She goes back out because, for some reason, with the 3 hours of free time that she had in the morning, she didn't get her fanny pack filled up. She didn't get herself ready for that turnaround, so she leaves the gun. Everybody's heard, armorers don't leave the gun. Now, let's move over to our tampering with evidence charge. How is getting rid of a bag of cocaine tampering with evidence related to involuntary manslaughter. Well, on October 21st, 2021, the shooting occurs, the incident occurs. Ms. Gutierrez understands that someone has been seriously injured. She does not yet know that that person is not going to live or has already died. She gets interviewed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I will say, surprisingly, 2 occasions after this incident where a helicopter had to come in, ambulances had to come in, Ms. Gutierrez, on 2 occasions after that incident, spoke about her concerns about her career. Wow. That gives you an idea that you are dealing with someone who is not particularly concerned about the health and safety of others. And her job was to be concerned about the health and safety of others. But on that day, she's just thinking about herself. She's put a lady in the hospital, a man in the hospital. She asks to be escorted to the bathroom. Corporal Hancock agrees to do that, and we have her on video on the way there expressing dismay about how this will affect her career. Ouch. After the interview, Hannah goes back to her hotel. Rebecca Smith goes to Hannah's room. She's been summoned by some other folks to try to sort of sit and visit and give Hannah some support. So Rebecca Smith goes to her room, and Rebecca Smith is the person that tells Hannah that Helena Hutchins has now died. And you have to understand, in the mind of Hannah Gutierrez, this investigation went from this big to this big. Because the difference between shooting someone and them living and shooting someone and them dying is a really, really big difference.
I could have used a
So
visual
she is
demonstration
told by
during that
Rebecca
last
Smith,
phrase.
investigation just got giant and very, very serious.
Big. It got
So
bigger.
after receiving that information, she offloads this bag of cocaine to Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is a lady that's lived a life. She's used cocaine before, many years previous, but she's used cocaine. She knows what it looks like. She knows how it's packaged. And because she's a former addict, she tosses it in a trash can. When Mr. Bowles gets up here and says, I can't prove to you that it's cocaine, remember that when people destroy evidence to avoid prosecution, you don't have the evidence that they destroyed. They got rid of it. So I don't have to prove to you by some scientific drug test. I don't have to send that to the lab and get it tested. It's gone. That's the point to the charge. Now, let me digress a little bit and run through a couple of things with you. What's all this testimony about this inertia puller? And how does that play into everything? Well, as you heard from Mr. Haig, an inertia puller is a device designed for one task. It disassembles live rounds. That's what it does. Somehow I think the defense got confused about what our potential theory was, that we had a theory that Ms. Gutierrez was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That was never our theory, because that would require quite a bit of equipment. There's no question. But to do the reverse is a whole lot easier. So if you're out of dummy rounds or you're running low on dummy rounds and you've got some live rounds around, you could probably turn a you could turn a live round into a dummy round in 5 minutes. Why does an armorer on a movie set bill for an inertia puller? Well, obviously she had one. Now, let's talk about the OSHA investigation. OSHA doesn't find any wrongdoing with individual employees, only employers. That's their job. They're just an agency that maintains workplace safety. Mr. Genoway confirmed when he was on the witness stand, it's true his memory was a little bad and Mr. Lewis had to refresh it for him, but he confirmed that Hannah's conduct on the set contributed to their findings that this was not a safe workplace. Please keep in mind that the OSHA investigation is not a criminal investigation. Critically and surprisingly, OSHA never interviewed Gabrielle Pickle. This is critically important because if they had interviewed her, they would have known the following things. Hannah was granted 10 armorer days out of the 12 filming days, not 8. That was right there in the cell phone records. The training days, when Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying, I want more training time, training days. She's not saying these actors, these adults need more training time. She specifically requested additional training time to train the child, and it was refused because, first of all, it's a major liability issue, and second of all, the child was never going to fire a gun. So when she asked for the additional training days, they were denied. That's not the reason Helena Hutchins is dead. Keep in mind, Gabrielle Pickle had a meeting with Hannah and offered her additional assistance so that she would be able to perform her duties effectively. She offered assistance from some of the other folks there on set to try to give her some relief. And keep in mind that on a movie set, the armorer has autonomy with regard to gun safety. The OSHA finding that Rust Productions failed to properly supervise her is surprisingly incorrect because the armorer has no supervisor when it comes to weapons and gun safety on the movie set. Mr. Halls is just there to be a second pair of eyes. That's it. Now, I think there can be no question that Rust Productions was more than negligent when they hired Ms. Gutierrez because she was not anywhere close to being qualified for this job. In fact, if you recall, Gabrielle Pickle, to her credit, tried to get Ms. Gutierrez to implement a check-in and check-out system because 2 people had complained that there was a shotgun left unattended. People on the set were complaining about her. They went to production and said, hey, she's not supposed to do that. You can't just leave real guns laying around. So Gabrielle Pickle goes to Hannah Gutierrez, asks for a check-in, check-out system. Hannah Gutierrez says no. Hannah Gutierrez says it's too difficult, it's too much trouble. Gabrielle Pickle didn't prevent her from being safe. In that instance, she did the opposite. She tried to improve firearm safety on the set, but keep in mind, the armorer has autonomy. So Gabrielle Pickle is not Hannah Gutierrez's boss when it comes to firearm safety. Ms. Gutierrez gets to do what she wants.
I think we're boring Camo Guy.
Now I can only
when Camo Guy
imagine
looks to the right, he's looking at the
after
TV on the wall.
this chain of cases, all of that will change. So the defense has taken a shotgun approach to this case. Seth Kinney is to blame. Well, no evidence of that. Sarah Zachary is to blame. No evidence of that. Dave Halls is to blame. He shouldn't have taken the gun from her, and he didn't do a good safety check. Well, she is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety. It's not that Dave Halls shouldn't have taken the gun from her, it's that she shouldn't have given him the gun and then turned around and walked away. The defense. Alec Baldwin is to blame for acting like a prima donna on the movie set and bossing people around. This is Hollywood, for heaven's sakes. I would imagine that's relatively common. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Not with you and not today. That'll be with another jury on another day.
Wow, surprised they mentioned another trial.
Brian Norvell,
for the same incident.
The gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over and then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian Norvell. But this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5-hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted, and they asked him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth. Listen, I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink. If you want the truth, I'll bring the guy in. I'll make him available for you to talk to. Ask him some questions.
Is this improper argument?
Not a single one. It must have been that disgruntled camera crew. You mean the people who believed that safety on set was being compromised to such a degree that they left? That decision may very well have saved their lives. So, the $60,000 question in this case, who brought the live rounds on set? You know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. I'm not telling you that Hannah Gutierrez intended to bring live rounds on set. I'm telling you that she was negligent, she was careless, she was thoughtless. She brought them on set, and you know from the testimony you heard, Sarah Zachary never saw her shake a dummy round. Dave Halls never saw her shake a dummy round. She didn't shake those dummy rounds. For all we know, those dummy rounds were floating around the set of The Old Way, and Nicolas Cage is lucky to have walked away with his life. So why does it matter that she brought live rounds on set? It goes to foreseeability. She had six live rounds on that movie set. The earliest date that I can track them for you is October 10th. We know that they were there from the 10th to the 21st. 6 and she failed to ferret them out for 12 days. What that means is that she wasn't shaking any dummy rounds. She wasn't testing anything. None of that stuff that her lawyers want you to think was so difficult. None of it was happening. It didn't happen the entire time. She didn't find any of them.
Wonder if that'll come back and bite her when
And
she
folks,
says she
if
didn't
she's not
intend to bring
checking
them.
the dummy ammunition
Not
during
willful?
the pendency of the filming to make sure that those rounds that are designed to look like live rounds are in fact dummy rounds, this was a game of Russian roulette every time an actor had a gun with dummies. Sadly for Ms. Hutchins, her camera crew walked off set that morning, and that required her to go into the church and operate the camera herself. And that's what she was doing when the live round that Ms. Gutierrez put in Mr. Baldwin's gun was expelled from that firearm and went all the way through her body. No one told Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church. No one called her out of the church. There wasn't a COVID protocol in place that prevented her from being in the church at that moment. You know from the production outfitter videos, she didn't care about her job. She let it all go.
This will not be the final number
Mr.
on the
Bowles
ABC
is going
killer.
to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes. We all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed. Her safety checks didn't consist of pulling the dummy rounds out of the cylinder, shaking them in front of the actor and the assistant director, showing them that they're dummy rounds, and putting them back in. No one ever saw her do that one single time, even though that's industry standard. And the reason it's industry standard is because you can't tell a dummy round by simply spinning a cylinder and looking at the primers unless they are dummy rounds without primers. And that's kind of an interesting fact. We know that 6 dummy rounds without primers were not loaded into that weapon because one of them turned out to be live and very clearly had a primer. Interestingly, though, she had 5 dummy rounds without primers in her pocket. In her pocket. All she had to do was put those in the gun, make sure that the 6th one either rattles or has a hole in it, and she's good to go. Because now, when you look, when the cylinder gets spun, you can see 5 of them without taking them out, that they don't have primers. They were in her pocket, and she didn't use them. I am going to have another opportunity to speak with you, and when I speak with you last, it won't be as long, I promise. And we will talk about some of our jury instructions then. But I do want to address some of the testimony from Dr. Jarrell from OMI, because Mr. Bowles is likely to make an argument that there was some sort of medical negligence that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Dr. Jarrell's testimony. Here are the lethal injuries. The lethal injuries: blood loss from the wound. That was the primary lethal injury her blood was leaking into her abdominal cavity, and a lot of it. And you saw those photographs. You saw the photographs of her clothing. There was a lot of blood. So the first lethal injury that comes from the gunshot is blood loss associated with it. And the second one, if you recall from Dr. Gerald, the wound to the lung was also a lethal wound. Keep in mind, that bullet went into her body, it went through her rib, it severed her spinal cord, it punctured her lung, it came out the back of her shoulder, and a few hours later, Ms. Gutierrez is telling Corporal Hancock that she's worried about her career. If you think that person would have done a satisfactory safety check if she had been called back to the church, I am here to tell you that I strongly disagree. The astonishing lack of diligence with regard to gun safety is, without question, a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. Did Mr. Baldwin also contribute when he pointed the gun at people and pulled the hammer back, and regardless of what he said to George Stephanopoulos, pulled the trigger? Yes, he is. And again, we'll deal with that another time. You don't escape accountability when you load a live round into a prop gun, tell the crew that it has dummy rounds in it, hand it off to an actor, and leave the room because he manipulated it. That's the whole point. That was the whole point to him having it. Of course he was going to manipulate it. It's foreseeable. Everything is so completely foreseeable. Imagine I hand you a gun and I tell you that it's basically empty and I walk away when in fact, I put live ammunition in it. You think an accident might happen? You think that accident is foreseeable? And listen, let's remember some of the testimony from Mr. Carpenter. Control is how we enforce gun safety. We do it with control. When she loses control, which she did repeatedly, anything goes. Anything goes there. I am going to complete the majority of the portion of my closing arguments with regard to the facts. The next portion will be with regard to the law. When I come back after Mr. Bowles has had an opportunity to address you, we will be asking for justice today for Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
May we approach?
Well, if it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk
That's
among
what it was
yourselves or
about.
anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
Your Honor, I need a
We'll
break.
be back at 10 of. Okay?
10 of. 10 of. Is 10 of before or 10 of after? Okay, so let me just see who's in court there. Interesting. I think there was some improper argument. I think there was some people that, I think Carrie Morrissey went too far in some places. Some of the attacks on her attorney directly about how not asking questions of certain witnesses or in depositions, that was a bit much. That was a bit much. I think she also testified to them just using and pulling ammo out of, what was it? She said pulling ammo, just using ammo from wherever they found it, out of gun belts or anything. I didn't I didn't see that happening either. I didn't hear about that. Also, Miss Morrissey, I guess everyone's leaving. Here we go. Also, Miss Morrissey said that she had that little line where she says, "I don't believe that Hannah. I'm not saying that Hannah intentionally brought ammo onto the set." And that little bit where she concedes that there was nothing willful, it might come back to bite them based on the jury instructions, where that one little clause, that one little portion of the element has the word willful in it for negligent manslaughter. So that might come back and bite as well, even though this is not evidence. The jury should not be making their mind up based on what they hear here. Hear. That's funny. I use those two words together. A few untruths, a few stretches of the truth. I think a few. I think at a minimum, some assumptions were made in that closing. It's interesting. I was also found it interesting that she really gave a preface and said, "Here's what I'm going to do in the second half." She doesn't have to talk about the law. The next one, she probably should include it somewhere, but to give a little preface to to Mr. Bowles about what's coming next, so he can just answer what she's brought up here, and then the law himself, and not have to worry about what she's going to say and guess at what she's going to bring up round two, where he can't rebut it. Here, says Amber. Thank you very much. Yes, louder for the people in the back. Selena K, disagree. That's all right. I've been wrong many times. I may be wrong again. I'll say that overall, I think she did a good job. I think her use of a PowerPoint was not terrible. At least, I believe, for me at least, it's important that the person presenting does not just read what is on the screen, and she did not do that. She gave a much more personal delivery style, which I think held my attention. I think it probably held the jury's as well. So, good work there. I'd say that was pretty good. I think she clarified some things. Some items she should have probably gone into a little more detail as to why they were significant. But also, she jumped some conclusions, I think, that based on the evidence we have, especially knowing that some dummy rounds were literally thrown away. When she says, we know that there were not any dummy rounds without silver primers, or with silver primers on the set before this time, we don't know if the ones that were thrown away were dummy rounds with silver primers. Yeah, it makes it... It's disingenuous to make that assumption, knowing that there was an unknown quantity that were there that we have no information about. So that bothered me a little bit. Also, there was, as I forget who pointed it out, the little bit of the burden shifting when it came to the charge about the bag of snow, saying we don't have to prove that she had the bag of snow, even though that's one of the elements. They have to prove that she had a bag of snow. Because she threw it away, and so we can't test it because she threw it away. And yes, that's why we're charging her, because she threw something away that we should have had as evidence. But there needs to be some proof that what she threw away was evidence, and not just like, here, I've got this wrapper from McDonald's in this little baggie, or I've got this spare salt for my lunch. I don't need this in my pocket anymore. Can you hold on to this for me? It's my favorite salt in the world. We need some proof. And 5 seconds in a double bag down the hall with cops walking the other way in the hands of a former addict. I'd say an addict in recovery. Yeah, I believe her that she probably recognized it. There's a high likelihood that she thought that was cocaine, but I don't know if that goes beyond all reasonable doubt or beyond a reasonable doubt. Jury can still ask questions. They can. I've been very disappointed in that, in my opinion. They can ask questions, but we've only had 3 or so of them. And some of them have just been like, hey, can you turn on closed captioning, please? So I think the jury really missed an opportunity in this case. Hannah didn't throw it away. She gave it to someone. Is that enough? Is that enough to tamper? Do you have to leave everything as it is? Would it be tampering with evidence to wash her hands afterwards in case there was, like gunpowder residue on her hands from handling, hand-loaded rounds? Is this a lunch break? No, it's a bathroom break, so it's going to be shorter than lunch break, ideally. Also, how you charge Hannah for someone else throwing out a baggie she gave her, but not Sarah for throwing out rounds. Yeah, I agree. I think Sarah could have a tampering charge. Obviously, she has a deal. I wonder if that was ever brought up against her. If that was one of the things they said, hey, we've got you on this one, because you admitted to it. Hannah's statements are going to hurt her. Ken Mercer says, can you think of one reasonable explanation for surreptitiously handing a baggie of white powder to someone else when the cops are coming? Well, she was the set mom. You say reasonable, and that's going to be tough because all of them are a bit of a reach.
Braxton.
Braxton, hang on one second. I'm trying to think up a good answer to Ken's question.
All good.
The set mom was in charge of making the energy drinks or whatever. What was it? She provided the drinks for the people, right? She's like, hey, here's that extra Kool-Aid you gave me to add to my water bottle today. I won't need that anymore. Go ahead and put that back in the stash. I know it's in a baggie, but I promise I didn't stick my finger in it or lick it and stick my finger in it or anything. Can return this Kool-Aid back to the set mom cart. How about that one, Ken? Is that reasonable? No. It's a weak attempt. Oh, man. Braxton, what's on your mind?
One thing on that real quick. It could have looked like cocaine, so she wanted to get rid of it. Because of the optics of it.
Yes, it was the anti-monkey butt in the bag that she's like, it would be so embarrassing if the cops knew that I have sweaty cheek syndrome and need to use anti-monkey butt. So please hide this. I just don't want this down in the police record. Hide it in the food in the set mom cart. Don't eat it. Whatever you do, don't smell it either. For heaven's sake, don't smell it. Braxton, what's on your mind about other stuff?
Oh, I've got a few things from that closing. I think it was really good. She did a really good job. Yep. It was impactful. It sounded authoritative. I did have a few problems with some of the things she said, like the objection. That wasn't evidence. That was an interaction between lawyers.
I struggled with that one.
Aren't evidence.
Yeah, I think that was too far. It may be like, I think if it wasn't against the rules, and I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you specifically where that strayed beyond the mark, but it felt wrong. And I think if a defense had objected, the judge would have said move on. Okay, even if it wasn't 100%. Strictly illegal, for her to do, or against the rules. I think she should move on to get off that topic. You've gone too far there. But speaking of objections, let me just say, Braxton, guess what Mr. Bowles didn't do? I swear, in his mind, he took a trip down memory lane, and he was sitting back in the interrogation room with Hannah and the police, and he just zipped his lips and let it happen. And there was so much he could have said then. There was so much he should have said then. So many objections he should have made. So many. Let's call this for the day. We're done. We're done talking. There should have been objections all over the place and nothing. I realize it's bad form in closing arguments, but I think there were some places where the judge would have said, "Yeah, it's also bad form doing what you're doing, so I'm going to side with him on this one."
I think you can get away with one or two objections during closing. More than that, it starts to look bad.
Yeah. Let's hope that the Mr. Bowles, for Hannah's sake, okay, and this is coming from someone who firmly believes that she is guilty of the charge that she's been charged with, but let's hope that for her sake, he is better at closings than he is at, say, depositions or listening to the opposing side to give their closing, because we need a little more from him here, and this is not the time to insert doubt. I think he needs to head on attack specifically some of the things the state has said and get people to say, yeah, that doesn't fit. They want me to jump to a conclusion. I'm not there. I still do have doubt in this area. I think he needs to pick and choose a couple. He only needs one, right? You only need just a reasonable doubt. So I think he needs to be very specific.
They can get there.
It's possible.
I think if they discredit some of the prosecution's witnesses properly, then I think they can get there.
Yeah.
But one thing, did you notice that they didn't use the picture from the expert?
Which one?
The picture of the bullets.
I thought they did. They had enhanced and original and enhanced side by side a couple times. Yeah, it was good to put the label on it because I couldn't tell which was which. They were both blurry.
Yeah.
But they got their money's worth on that one. So there wasn't much to see.
Sure, they did.
I can see why you didn't think they were there. It's sort of like the camel guy where he just disappeared. The blurry pictures were just like, what is that? What am I looking at here? Speaking of blurry, I think I'm blurry right now. Let me fix that.
Another thing, she mentioned that if Helena was stabilized earlier. And that's something that I feel like the defense was able to cast a little bit of doubt on. Because I think if she'd been intubated properly, she may have been stabilized faster.
I agree.
Which means she may have left faster. Which means, although she had lethal injuries, they may not have ended up lethal if she'd been able to leave faster.
They would be lethal without treatment. But with proper treatment, I believe, even very serious injuries like that can be survivable. I mean, her quality of life might be terrible. She might be, paraplegic, quadriplegic because of, where she was struck with the bullet. The damage was massive. So, and even that, it's not a sure thing. But the fact that they were pumping air into her stomach instead of her lungs, and I couldn't get her. No wonder she was fighting. No wonder it was a struggle to it's terrible. It's terrible, and then to have it happen twice.
Yeah. The last thing, she mentioned the George Stephanopoulos interview.
Yeah. Here, jurors.
That wasn't.
Here, jurors. Here's some media that you're not supposed to listen to about this case. let me tell you what Alec Baldwin said on an interview.
We didn't talk about.
Oh my goodness! Yes, that was probably also should have been left out. The whole every time you're bringing up another case, another trial related to this.
Yeah.
That seemed like, just focus on what's happening right here. Because if anything, it's going to hurt her. I mean, even if it's allowed, if anything, it's going to hurt her saying, hey, there is somebody else who's responsible and we're going to get him. You're like, oh, you're going to get the shooter? You're going to go after him? So we're after, why would we go after her if she wasn't really the one you're after? He's going to have his day in court and you're going to make sure that happens. I think that weakens her argument against Hannah. So I thought that was bad for her.
That was really bad. I didn't realize just how bad it was until you... Yeah. Because right now, I felt like a lot of it was good, but a lot of it just didn't help.
Yeah, I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, rating closing arguments we've heard, this was not terrible. I mean, this is over 5. Okay, this is better than average. I think she did a good job sort of wrapping everything up that we've heard. She did a good job sort of, I guess, mocking the defense in some of the areas where they tried to interject doubt and say, like, no, they want this argument saying, oh, somebody tampered with it. There was a camera crew. The camera crew hadn't quit yet. Yeah, they were still there. She just, each way she was able to say, that's not possible. We have evidence that goes back further, It really did boil down to this is Hannah's responsibility, and I think she did a good job putting that together.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, I think there's still room for the defense to find doubt or create doubt. I feel like there were a lot of holes left open that they can jump onto and tackle, but that means Bowles has to do a good closing.
Yeah, and
I believe he can do it.
I believe you're going to hear objections from prosecution, which might be
100%.
sort of intentional on the part of Bowles, because Mr. Bowles has been very let it in, let the evidence in. We're just trying to get to the truth. Okay, this is his whole appearance, and this might have been like his master plan from the beginning to say we're not hiding anything, right? We're not trying to hide from the evidence. We've let it all come in. This is very similar to what the Crumbly defense attorney was doing, Shannon in that one. But
yeah.
So with the state making all the objections, don't let that in. No, I object to that. It looks like they're trying to shape the narrative more than defense saying we want jurors to just understand everything and and make the decision because the truth is out there and we believe that she's not guilty. So maybe that's the goal that he's going for in this one, and the state objecting, they might fall into that same trap just to perpetuate that image that the jury might have of them already with their petty objections.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good strategy at this point, because he didn't object once during their closing.
Yeah.
So it would look bad for them to object more than 2 or 3 times. Yeah. One thing I think the defense has to be really careful about is hammering on the investigation after the witness. What? I just read that.
I think the size is off. A softball.
Yeah.
A softball is about this big. That's like a cannon. Okay. The 45 or the 44 that she was shot with, it's literally about a half inch. Okay, roughly half an inch in diameter. The bullet did not mushroom a lot, and so I don't think the spread of the energy was such that it would, like, I know it's a terrible word, but it blows out the back of a target when you shoot a bullet. That the mushrooms, it transfers the energy and it ruptures out the back. I don't think we had that nearly to the same extent because they had to roll over and try to find the exit wound. So it was more just like a straight perforation. It still did damage, significant damage. I'm not
oh yeah,
saying it didn't. It was definitely life-threatening, like immediately life-threatening.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. But I think there are so many ways that if implemented correctly, like with the EMT that was there, if she'd had better equipment, she may have survived. It's all of these little things that I think if the defense can hammer on, they could do it. They could cast enough doubt that there were more people than just Hannah, and she shouldn't be the sole one responsible.
And we did hear from some of the people who were in court that, like some of the reporters said, say that before the cameras went live, there were arguments made about bringing up specific things, specifically the intubation and the fault there. So the defense is trying to say, yes, she passed away, but it's not all on us, right? I think we're going to see that, but I don't think that's something they want to dwell on a lot because, I mean,
yeah.
But if not, but for your client, Helena would not have a hole through her. That is a tough one to say, but it's not our fault too.
Yeah. That is the problem. Can you create enough doubt from the surrounding events to make it so it doesn't look like she was the only one responsible, where I think she is. The bullet shouldn't have been there and she should have caught it.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm buying. I will say this. I did like that in closing, the state brought up the purpose and what they felt the reason was for that inertia puller. And there wasn't enough evidence for them to say that during the trial without testifying themselves, right? They could just say that there was an inertia puller there. It was invoiced. But in closing, they're able to put the pieces together and say, we believe that she had that inertia puller. She ordered it because they didn't have enough blanks. And guess what's much easier, or dummy rounds, because it's much easier to buy live rounds than buy dummy rounds, because dummy rounds are that's a niche part of society. Very few people go out and say, yeah, I just got myself a new sidearm. I need some dummy rounds to go with it. No, it's basically only in the movies. Okay, so it's going to be easier to get live rounds, and then convert them. But where she lost me on that one is where she said, and it's super easy just to take it apart and then super glue them back together. Ma'am, put your money where your mouth is. That is not how it works. Okay, the reason you need an inertia puller is because the casing around that bullet is compressed tight. And when the bullet is out of the way, guess what? It gets smaller. It gets smaller. And now you have to fit something back in the hole. That doesn't fit. And a little super glue on the end is not how it works. Is not how it works. It would change the size of the bullet. It would be too long, possibly for the cylinder. It wouldn't sit correctly, so it wouldn't seat into the chamber itself. But the whole super glue idea, someone was sniffing super glue when they thought that one up. That is not how it happened.
Yeah. And then the last thing I have, I actually went to a shooting range and a gun store over the last weekend, and they had a single action Army Colt.
Yeah.
Identical to the one that they used. So I got to handle it and like actually manipulate it and see how it worked. And yeah, the whole thing about Baldwin not pulling the trigger is obviously impossible.
I'll tell you this: those guns were built very well. They functioned so well. The design by Sam Colt, he was a thinker. I mean, honestly, I think it was, what was his name? Kuski thought it up, and Sam Colt then just patented it. Right? Kuski did everything when it comes to firearms. But that design, the gun, if you were to handle in a safe manner an empty firearm, the precision of the parts, how well they fit together, it is a very well high tolerance device, and it just works. It only has the parts that it needs to function and nothing extra, and you know, not too little either. So it's if you pick it up, you know, these were cheap made. I don't think they're cheap. Italian guns. I mean,
yeah,
isn't that what a Benelli is? Some of the best guns in the world are Italian. I think they were reproductions, but I don't think we've got cheap ones. I don't know. I haven't purchased a knockoff. That we can get a replay of the man pointing at the judge. It happened, Vicky. It happened. We're about to come back from court. So, Braxton, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I think there's one other person who's trying to get through, so I'll give them just a minute if we can.
Yep.
Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you, Tim.
We'll see you. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
You can buy these Italian-made for $200. Handguns are not expensive. Revolvers are not expensive to begin with. My first firearm, I think, semi-automatic was under $300, and that was a good brand. Is this Mathis?
Call from
Ominous Overseas Observer.
to accept.
Ominous Overseas Observer. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm getting more and more order into my new dwelling, and I just wanted to say, I think if Bowles wants to be really cheeky, like he should have really objected during closing every time she overstepped the line, and then at some point he just stands up and says, "Okay, we move for a mistrial." You then have a decent chance of getting it, and then you have a decent chance that Alec Baldwin's trial will go before yours, and then you ask to strike the prosecution because clearly they've been clowning around this entire trial, and then you have a new team of prosecutors that have to learn the facts of the case. They need to work themselves into it, and that delays it further, and that's just to be annoying. It's probably not a great idea, but it is memorable.
Yeah, the judge is back, Mathis, as usual. When you call, it makes things happen. Thank you for doing that.
Exactly, that's why I call.
I appreciate you, my friend. We'll catch you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're beginning the state's case on closing, or the state's argument on
All right, you
closing.
may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court, counsel? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to start also, as I did when this began, which I want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention and all of your work on this case. It's been hard. It's been a long case, and I want to thank you first. On behalf of Ms. Gutierrez Reed, who This is extremely important for
Sorry,
her.
I got it wrong.
This
Defense.
case, and this is her day in court. And it's extremely important that the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case, because that is our standard in this country. Reasonable doubt is a concept, meaning if you have any reasonable doubt, if you have a reasonable doubt, we cannot convict people in this country. That's how it's set up. Because of that, the burden is on the prosecution, always stays in the prosecution, and so they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubts. In this case, and I'm going to talk about a lot of the evidence soon, but I just want to start with a summary. The prosecutor just presented to you a series of pictures, and those were the pictures. They paid the guy $10,000 to enlarge, and they went through the pictures and they tried to show that there were silver primers, and this is going to be definitive evidence that these live rounds had to be on set at a particular time. Let me tell you why there's reasonable doubt, number one, that they will never be able to rule out in this case. Sarah Zachary threw away rounds.
Bingo.
She unquestionably threw away rounds after the shooting. That's undisputed. We have no idea what those look like. We will never have an idea what they look like, and that will never be able to be overcome. That one fact alone prevents that entire picture setup that was just shown to you from being accurate, from being real. Because we have no idea what those other rounds, whether they had silver primers, whether they were dummies, whether they were other types of dummies, what they look like. We have no idea. Fact two on the pictures. Seth Kenney told you he had gotten live rounds from Thel Reed that went to the 1883 set. Those live rounds were three types. There were three types of bullets. He then brought back around 125 of those of the three types. Now, the ones that the state seized, the prosecutors made a point of saying these don't match the live rounds. However, we don't know what he had because they waited a month to go get them. It was over a month when they searched. And when Mr. Kenney brought in the rounds, he had been talking to the investigator about what was going on in the investigation. So we're never going to have an idea as to what Seth Kenney had and what he provided, because he also told you in this trial he had no inventory system. He had no idea what was coming in and going out of his place. The place was a wreck. It looked like a train had hit it. There's no way for somebody to really understand what they're putting in and what they're going out. And so he also said there were things that went onto the Rust set that he hadn't inventoried, hadn't invoiced. He said that there were things that put on there that he didn't have invoiced. So here's the problem with that. We do not know that Seth Kenney only had those patinaed rounds. That's reasonable doubt. That's coming right from the government's witnesses, from Mr. Kenney. That part is unreconcilable. There is a reasonable doubt that will never leave this case on those 2 points, on the pictures and the live rounds. Now, Ms. Morrissey calls it dishonest for us to raise a question about Mr. Kenney. And I submit it's not dishonest at all, because they have the burden to investigate every possibility, every aspect, as anybody in Ms. Gutierrez Reed's place would deserve and would want, because their life is on the line as well on felony charges, and it's the government's duty to rule out all these other things. Far from dishonest, what it is thoroughness, competence, finding what happened with Seth Kenney, taking his fingerprints, taking his DNA, going through and searching earlier, doing that investigation, and finding out if indeed there is another possibility that they ruled out right away and they never wanted to look into, because they rushed to judgment on Ms. Gutierrez Reed from the very beginning. They singled her out on that set. They put her in a cop car, whether she asked or whether they put her in. She's in the cop car and she never leaves custody until after her statement. They singled her out and they rushed to judgment on her, and that's what you've seen ever since. Miss Morrissey says, and a camera crew, and she mocks things that we raise as possibilities on the idea that none of it can be possible except Miss Gutierrez Reed is guilty. That is the only thing that can be possible because I say it. It's not how it works. Miss Morrissey said she indicted Mr. Baldwin. I indicted Mr. Baldwin. Actually, I think it's the state of New Mexico. That's not an individual person with that power. She also sat there when Miss Zachary was on the stand, and Miss Zachary, I'll remind you, got an immunity agreement. Miss Zachary was promised she would never be prosecuted. And Miss Morrissey stands up and says, there's no evidence against Miss Zachary. Well, then why was she given an immunity agreement? Why would she need immunity if there's nothing against Miss Zachary? She's given an immunity agreement, and then she's told on redirect examination by Miss Morrissey, remember, if you don't tell the truth, I can prosecute you. I will prosecute you. So Miss Zachary doesn't tell the version of the truth that the government believes is true.
Camel guy's nodding.
We saw the threat in live court. You can't trust some of the witness testimony in this case, and that will raise a reasonable doubt as well, I submit, because of things like that. Because the lead investigator admits that she practiced her answers and questions with the prosecutor. That's something you can consider. Are you hearing everything? Or are you hearing a one-sided version that fits the narrative that Miss Gutierrez Reed has to be guilty because we picked her out first, and it's gotta be her. Can't be Mr. Kinney, can't be anything else, any other possibilities. Sarah Zachary has nothing to do with it, even though we know unquestionably she threw away rounds after a shooting. That's undoubtedly going to be evidence, but there's nothing on her, apparently. Second, these boxes. The idea that the boxes match. We heard testimony that these rounds were loaded in and out of these boxes daily. Nobody knows what was in them on the 13th, the 16th, the 21st, because the rounds were put in, they were taken out, and they were put in different boxes. So the boxes really don't matter. There's reasonable doubt all over the place to the boxes because we don't know what was in them 3 or 4 days before. It doesn't matter who brought them. The boxes are interesting because the government wants to match up the two, and they want to show the pictures that match, yet all the ones from PDQ Props have the same label, same font. They're from Joe Swanson. So those boxes are similar to the ones on set. So that part is not conclusive as well. The other part, when the government shows you video and video of video only on the 13th and says Miss Gutierrez Reed was lax on safety. Well, again, you're seeing videos from short snippets of time on one day on an entire movie set, and then you're not seeing what Miss Gutierrez Reed may have done right after the clip. You're not seeing what might have happened right after that. The other thing that strongly rebuts all of the safety points Ms. Morrissey is pointing out about Ms. Gutierrez Reed is OSHA. Now they try to downplay OSHA, but OSHA is a separate, independent state and federal agency that did a full investigation into the responsibility for safety failures on this set. And you can evaluate the credibility in your minds of Mr. Montoya, who took the stand, and how you thought he testified, whether you thought he was thorough and how he answered questions. He interviewed quite a few people, and he reviewed a lot of information. Their conclusion after that was done was that production was responsible. He said the root cause was production adopted a safety plan, and it ended at the word adoption because they didn't do anything after that. They didn't respond to complaints that there were safety concerns. They didn't allow for more training and take the time to do that. They did not respond to the negligent discharges and deal with that. Mr. Halls talked to one of the guys briefly, and that was all that happened. So you got to set that they're not allowing time for inventory for the armor. They're not allowing time for them to clean their weapons or deal with their weapons. This is management. You just heard Mr. Pesh state that the first assistant director is the primary person for safety on that set. Dave Halls has been doing this 30 years. Somebody doing it 30 years has a responsibility and duty to step in when there's safety things going on, and he's on several of those videos. He has a responsibility to step in and say, hey, we're going to stop this. We're going to slow this down. We're going to have meetings. We're going to have additional safety training, and we're going to address this. Ms. Gutierrez, Reed, come over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to talk to people. She also can come in and talk about that. And on those videos, they're both on the videos. But OSHA found, because of the lack of support, because she's a part-time armorer, because she's not full-time, because there's not two of her, as Mr. Carpenter said, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Well, here we didn't even have 1. We had a half. So she's trying to run around and do various things. She's a half a job on a set with over 20 guns, and they want to lay the complete blame on her in this case, as opposed to OSHA, who investigated as an official agency and made an official determination that this was production and management that was responsible. That's important. That's an important finding, because they said all of this was caused safety-wise by management. As Mr. Sousa told you, the buck stops with production. The buck stops with production. As in any organization, it starts at the top. You don't go and take one of the lowest people on the call sheet after something bad happens, after the whole management team is just thrown safety aside in favor of money, in favor of speed, in favor of profit. You throw all of that aside because at the end, you've got a convenient fall person. You got a convenient scapegoat. And she may not be the armorer on some days. She's a props person, but she's certainly the armorer when everything goes bad. You know why? Because despite OSHA's findings that they were responsible, production, the guys that you saw come in, the producers, the big guys, they want to sail off into the sunset and go on about their business, finish the movie, make the money, because they've got the convenient fall person sitting right here. And all that has to happen is everybody has to gang up. Everybody has to have their talks after this happened and blame Hannah. So it has to happen. That's what happened in this case. You had a production company on a shoestring budget, an A-list actor that was really running the show. He was directing people in those clips, telling the camera person where to go, telling the armor where to go. And then you had a situation where at the end, they had somebody they could all blame. It didn't work out with OSHA because OSHA didn't buy it. OSHA said it was the higher-ups. So here we are in a criminal court where the government tries to pin all of it on Ms. Gutierrez Reed. And it's just not the truth. It's absolutely right. We do want the truth. We want the truth and all the facts that were found by OSHA to be considered. We wanted all of the facts that you don't have in this courtroom to be considered, because that's the only fair way to do it, to resolve all reasonable doubt and to rule it out. If you don't have all the evidence, you can't rule out all of that reasonable doubt. I want to talk about foreseeability, and I want to play this for you.
He just smushed the mic down.
You probably remember that. That was the scene where Mr. Baldwin runs up the hill and cut is yelled. And right after cut is yelled, he shoots. That's I submit reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Baldwin went off script. He chose to fire after cut was called, and you're going to see where he does later do the same thing in this tragic shooting. Mamie Mitchell told you on the stand, the script supervisor, that it was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. It was not in the script for him to point the weapon. And we have to be very careful with facts when we're considering a criminal case and the beyond the reasonable doubt standard. That's extremely important, because Ms. Gutierrez Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Helena and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did. That is the concept of foreseeability. Now, Ms. Morrissey gave you an example of if I hand somebody a firearm and it's loaded, and then they go and do something with it and it hurts somebody. But here, what we had, she did not know Mr. Baldwin was going to do what he did. No one, first of all, called her back into the church that he was using the gun at that time. She had given it to Halls to sit in the church. Mr. Halls then gave it to Mr. Baldwin, and that is the conclusion of the lead investigator. That was what Baldwin said, and that is what Ms. Gutierrez Reed said. So Halls hands it to him. No one calls her back in to let her know Baldwin is doing that blocking scene. She doesn't know that's happening. The medic said she did not hear anybody call that out, first team, over the channel. So that's not getting put out. So Baldwin's doing another audible like he did on this video that you just saw. He's going off script. That defeats any idea that that was foreseeable to Miss Gutierrez Reed. If she doesn't know what's happening, she can't foresee it. That's a big part of the instruction. The other part I want to talk about foreseeability and where this matters is live rounds. Now, live rounds in this type of situation has not happened in Hollywood. In the 100 years of Hollywood, this has not happened in a situation like we saw in this case. No one on that set foresaw, knew, or thought that live rounds were going to be on that set. No one. You did not hear one witness in this case. Even Miss Morrissey said there was no evidence that Hannah knew about live rounds coming on, or this was done. There's no evidence of that. Nobody thought live rounds were going to be on set. Mr. Souza told the doctors he couldn't believe it. He argued with them because it was inconceivable that live rounds would appear. Because of that, when you read the jury instructions, there's a concept in the involuntary manslaughter of an element of willful disregard of the rights of another. That word willful, and I'm going to go over it soon, means purposeful. That you willfully do something, you purposefully do something. What's impossible for the government to prove in this case.
Can we approach?
Wow. Can we approach? There's our objection. I'm surprised that she did not object when he was talking about the evidence that the jury has not seen. Oh, no. You can't say that, oh, if you only knew what the judge has not allowed in. If you only knew.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about willful more in a moment when we get there. But it cannot be willful if Hannah does not know there's live rounds. And nobody did. So she did not do something willfully knowing that Baldwin could foreseeably hurt somebody with this firearm because she didn't know it was live. And let me give you an example. It's akin to a nurse, let's say in a hospital, who the pharmacy mislabels a drug, and let's say it comes to her and somebody's ordered it be administered to a patient. She then administers it not knowing that it's a fatal drug of some other type. The pharmacy's mislabeled it. The patient passes. It's the same situation as we have here, where the government would be saying the nurse committed involuntary manslaughter. No, that's not true, because she did not know what happened. It's like a long time ago when the Tylenol capsules were laced with cyanide, way back in the 80s or somewhere around there.
I need to check my cabinet.
There was no prosecution of the pharmacies that didn't know about this, that were tainted by it. It's the same type of situation we have here with the nurse. Miss Gutierrez Reed did not know there were live rounds, and she was entitled to rely on production buying dummies and the boxes labeled dummies. She's entitled to rely on that, and that reliance is reasonable. So she cannot foresee a live round. Now, I want to talk next about Miss Gutierrez Reed's statements to law enforcement. You saw her first statement. She didn't have an attorney. She did waive her rights and answer her question. She had not been advised at that time. Ms. Hutchins had passed. And she came in a second time and answered all questions. The reason why I say that is she was cooperative. She was trying to assist in what this investigation, what they were investigating. Now, Corporal Hancock never fully investigated the source of the live rounds. And she told you that she focused on people on the set. So again, in ruling out reasonable doubt and where those live rounds came from, we have not done that in this case because there was never a full investigation as to the source of the live rounds. Let me give you an example. The state never called Joe Swanson. And it's kind of remarkable because Joe Swanson was the original source of where these came from. He's also the JS on all the boxes. So the idea that the person where it originated, you wouldn't call that person and get some more information is interesting. But more than that, it leaves a huge hole in the origin of the live rounds. Let me tell you what else it did. Seth Kinney's fingerprints and DNA were never taken. Seth Kinney talked to Corporal Hancock 40 times or more. They supplied information back and forth. And he starts making you wonder about what's going on and why I'm called dishonest for raising the possibility that maybe Mr. Kinney was the source. Because he's pretty tight with law enforcement in this case, obviously. They don't do a prop search warrant until 6 days after the incident, and that was Corporal Hancock and the rest of the sheriffs. They don't search Mr. Kinney's business until over a month after. They never asked the FBI to check live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. And so we will not know if Mr. Kinney's fingerprints or anybody else's would have ever appeared on those live rounds on set because they didn't get that evidence. Bryce Ziegler, I want to tell you a little bit, remind you a little bit about his testimony, and that's Mr. Ziegler. He talked about Baldwin's revolver being single action. You have to cock it, and then every time you want to shoot it. He testified about breaking that firearm. They actually destroyed the firearm after testing that was approved by the sheriff by hitting that with a hammer. He talked about that you can't determine a live round from a picture. And that's the other point I think is important to consider when considering the picture analysis. Now, the Latin print examiner, examined various things, but she did not examine anything Seth Kinney-wise. There's no analysis on the cartridges from the prop cart, and found 8 FBI employee prints. Mr. Gillette, on the powder testing, only tested 11 rounds from Seth Kinney. Again, we know that he brought back 125 from the group that went to 1883. And I also want to remind you about 1883, some of those were Starline brass rounds. And some of those, he said, had silver primers. So when we get to the set, the live rounds are Starline brass, and they have silver primers. It's a continuous chain that could have been traced from Del Reed all the way to Seth Kinney, all the way back to the set. But they did not do that thorough investigation, and that's reasonable doubt they have not ruled out. The dummies, again, I submit this is another area of reasonable doubt. Witnesses testified this set contained a dangerous mix of dummies. They were dangerous because it was impossible for the armor and prop master to hear and rattle all of the dummies, especially under pressure, rushing, and noise on the set. You saw there was a lot of wind that day on the lapel. There's people running around. There's, I think at one point somebody said 200 people. There's all kinds of things going on. And despite that, Mr. Haig indicated in a quiet office he could not hear one of the dummies when it's rattled. That's dangerous because when you're trying to do it quickly, when there's a lot of noise, it may be a dummy, it may not. You can't hear it rattle. Seth Kinney, again, mentioned in this case that he always rattle tested his rounds, and he made sure they're dummies. He told you all that. Well, the problem, even the box that they say was Seth Kinney's and the rounds that came out of it, there was one round, if you remember, that was gunked, and it didn't shake. That round had to be sent to the FBI to be broken apart and to be checked to see if it was live. So if he truly is that thorough in shaking, he missed that round. Now the producers, they had oversight over the budget team. They didn't know where the funds were set aside for the armor. They were on location for filming, and they were fined the statutory maximum by OSHA for managerial safety violations. Again, OSHA found that the management team are the ones responsible, and yet we're here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, the person on trial for the felony offenses. Sherilyn Schaefer was the medic on set. You recall she did not have chest seals. She, I think, was doing the best she could with the equipment that she had, but she didn't have the complete equipment to deal with a gunshot wound. She also indicated she never heard anyone call out use of a gun before the fatal shooting. Mamie Mitchell, I touched on this earlier. Most important thing Miss Mitchell said was that it was not in the script for Baldwin to point the firearm. That goes directly to the element when you read the jury instructions and you all go back in to deliberate. That goes to foreseeability and whether or not anybody can foresee the moments Mr. Baldwin pointing the gun, using it as a pointer. He's up on the hill shooting after cut, and then he's shooting, pointing the gun when he's not supposed to in scenes. David Halls was the first assistant director, as you remember, and he was in charge of overall safety. Now, he got a misdemeanor, 6 months unsupervised probation, even though he was in charge of overall set safety. He never raised any concerns, and in fact, I think he said Hannah did a great job as armor. He indicated he did not hand the gun to Baldwin, but the sheriff contradicted this, so did Hannah, and so did Mr. Baldwin. And that was essentially Mr. Hall's testimony. Sarah Zachary, I remind you, she threw away rounds on set after the shooting, took items off the prop card. She worked for Seth Kinney, and she texted and called him right after the shooting. One of her texts, she indicated she had said she was talking to Alec Baldwin and trying to keep her facts straight. She mentioned that she had loaded firearms on set. She picked up ammunition from Kinney at PDQ. I'll remind you in the testimony that Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed went to Kinney's place before production started, and he had given them ammunition, leathers, and firearms. So again, we don't know exactly what Mr. Kinney may have supplied to this set because it's not inventoried, it's not all invoiced. Also remind you about Sarah Zachary when you're considering her credibility and her testimony. She had the text where she wanted Hannah to go to jail, and she's given complete immunity. Seth Kinney, again, I mentioned this. He supplied the Leathers guns and ammo before arrest began. He had no inventory system, and we attached some pictures to the right that you can look at in the jury room about his place. It was an absolute mess. There was stored live ammo in the bathroom. And one of the things I think was important to remind you of is he actually called Joe Swanson and had a conversation with him. And after he gets off the call, his first words are, shit, shit, shit. And so that's something as an investigator you would think after he does that, maybe I should call Joe Swanson and see what's happening. See what that means. That reasonable doubt has not been ruled out. I went over this on the 1883 set, and he brought 125 rounds back. Mr. Carpenter, I want to remind you, he was the state's expert armorer. One of the most important points he said was 2 is 1 and 1 is none. And here we didn't have a properly staffed armor component to the set. Luke Haig, he said the live rounds on set were reloads. He could not hear the dummy rattle in a quiet office, and he said Mr. Baldwin violated basic safety rules. Karen Kuhn, you may remember, was the photographer. She said the armor was checking guns before when she was present. And she also made a comment about Mr. Baldwin, that on the day she was taking questions, I believe she said on the 21st, he told her to get out of his personal space and said something in a manner that kind of goes along with how he was on the set. Mr. Souza was kind about it. He said he had a strong personality, but you can see it in the videos, and you can see how Mr. Baldwin was acting. Rebecca Smith, I want to talk about the tampering. She said that she hadn't used cocaine in 31 years. She saw a baggie inside a baggie for approximately 5 seconds. She didn't know if it was cocaine or meth or something else. Now, she admitted at the end she was guessing. And we also know that the substance in the baggie was never tested. And so the only evidence you have of narcotics in this case is a guess. Now, Ms. Morrissey in her closing indicated that, well, of course we don't have the evidence. The whole thing is throwing it away. Well, you have to prove first that it was evidence. So in a normal tampering case, when, let's say, a firearm's thrown away, and we know a firearm was used, and somebody throws a firearm away, we know that was a firearm. So we know that would be evidence in a case involving a shooting. Here, we have an unknown substance. Again, they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubt by that. It's not enough to say it's probably something under a criminal standard. It's probably cocaine in that bag because Ms. Smith says it is. If it even happened, we don't even know this happened. The government hasn't established that except through her testimony. We don't know if there was a bag. We don't know if this actually was passed. And that's their burden. Let's say it did happen, that you believe it did happen. It's not enough to say what was probably in that bag. They have the burden to rule it out beyond a reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been anything else. And she's already calling it in her testimony potentially multiple substances, cocaine, methamphetamine, or possibly something else. So she's not even certain about what it is. Without a test, without something presumptive to tell you on a test, there's no way of telling what was in that bag. And it's not enough in a criminal case. OSHA, we talked about in detail, and I just want to remind you the root cause they found, they attributed all the responsibility for safety issues to management. Mr. Elliott, he was defense expert investigator, got an extensive law enforcement experience, if you recall, in APD and military. One of his big points was Mr. Baldwin was not segregated at the beginning, even though he was the known shooter. Hannah was segregated right away. Again, they zeroed in on her. and the rush to have her identified. He indicated there was 20 or so key witnesses not identified and segregated. And the problem with that is they can get their stories together and they can change their stories. They can have their memories altered. We know this happened in this case because after the incident, Mr. Baldwin is talking to Sarah Zachary. He's texting and talking to her. Seth Kinney's talking to Sarah Zachary. Mr. Halls is talking to Baldwin after. And so we don't have all the information they're talking about, but we do know they're coordinating, they're talking. The only one not in that group was Hannah. And again, this was the idea. We've got to circle the wagons, and we've got to pick out the person that's going to take the fall for everything that's happened here. That's Hannah. That's who they got. Law enforcement failed to follow up on the origin of the live rounds, and their delayed search warrants caused problems with missing evidence. P.J. Pesh testified just this morning. He had said, like everybody else, he's never seen in 35 years an armor split duties with props. It's not possible for one person to keep track of so many firearms. And he indicated it's important to give the armor adequate time and resources, which OSHA said as well. She was not given that to do her job. I want to talk to you about the law that the judge instructed you on, and that is the law. What the judge told you about is what we have to follow in terms of evaluating this. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. The kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. A doubt based on reason and common sense. So what the government has to do is rule out every reasonable doubt you may have based on reason and common sense. Or in this country, we don't convict people. That's the standard. And again, I go back to where I started at the beginning. If they didn't rule out the reasonable doubt on Miss Zachary throwing away the rounds, that is always going to be there. Because their theory based on you can identify these pictures,
oh my goodness,
and we know exactly what was on the set and what remained on the set, and what we will never know that because some of them were thrown away. And we didn't get all of Seth Kinney's rounds. We're never going to know that.
Big nods from Mr. Camel Guy.
Other areas of reasonable doubt, I've gone over the top two, top three. The prop cart was tampered with. We know that right after the incident, another individual moved it. Now, Lieutenant Benavides said he had eyes on the entire time. But if you saw that video, you can make up your mind what you believe. Ladies and gentlemen, his camera appeared to be pointed right into the vehicle, and the individual getting the cart was way off in the other direction. He said he had his head turned, but you all can decide what you think about that. The prop cart, there was unquestionably items taken from it. We don't know exactly what those are. That is another area of reasonable doubt that the government has not ruled out. You've had witnesses say throughout the trial you can't tell live ammo from a picture. And the reason is that the FBI said it has to be disassembled and you have to open it up because there's powder in it. If there's not powder in it, then it's not live. OSHA stated the root cause of all safety failures was management. OMI ruled this to be an accident, not a homicide. You heard evidence about the esophageal intubation was ineffective to provide oxygen to Helena. This also was a situation in this case where multiple lawsuits have been filed, and you can evaluate their testimony, those people who have filed lawsuits, with care and caution, because they've got an interest potentially in what's happening in this case by being involved in lawsuits. Involuntary manslaughter, you're going to have that instruction when you go back. That is the charge that Her Honor has read to you. She's given you the law on this. I want to focus you on a couple key points. The government has the burden to show each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements are the numbered items. What that means is if you all have reasonable doubts on any of these elements, Hannah cannot be convicted. And I want to focus you in on element 3, that Hannah acted with a willful disregard. Again, you go back to willful disregard, the nurse example, and the idea that if somebody doesn't know, I mean, that could be the same thing with a nurse on trial for involuntary manslaughter, but if she doesn't know the drug was mislabeled, you cannot hold her criminally accountable for something like that. It's the same thing in this case, because no one knew there were live rounds. So she did not act willfully in anything that happened that day. In loading the firearm, this was another day everybody thought on set. Loading the firearms, running to different things, doing the duties. Nobody's calling her back in for the blocking scene. Mr. Baldwin's doing something on his own. Nobody in the wildest dreams thought there was a live round. And because of that, the next element is that Hannah Gutierrez Reed Act caused the death. I submit to you that what caused her to pass was Mr. Baldwin going off script and pointing the weapon. Now, he didn't know there was a live round on there either. He didn't know. Again, he's in the same position that nobody knew there was ever going to be a live round on that set. But the only ultimate act is pointing of that weapon. Miss Gutierrez wasn't in the church. She didn't point that weapon. She didn't pull it. Nobody called her back in. And because of that, those two elements, I submit to you, have not been proven on involuntary manslaughter. And they have to be. The government has to resolve all your reasonable doubts about that, or we cannot convict. Mental state and willful disregard, and that is going to be in your instructions. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard. And so again, that's the terminology, is willful disregard. You're also going to be instructed, the court instructed you, Her Honor, on negligent use of a firearm. And that is a lesser included offense of the involuntary manslaughter. So when you go back and deliberate, you will have this in front of you as well, whether Miss Gutierrez Reed endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. And again, the language is acted with willful disregard. That's what has to be proven under that charge for you to resolve all of your reasonable doubts. Tampering with evidence, I think this is a real stretch, and it is a real stretch. And you talk about guessing. This one, they have to prove the defendant hid a bag of cocaine. Well, the only witness they have to it said it was either cocaine or meth or something else. So just by the testimony alone, the beginning of that, there's no way of knowing it was a bag of cocaine. It's just impossible. There has to be reasonable doubt on that by the government's own witness. Their only witness. No law enforcement testing, there's nobody else. This is absolutely unproven in this case. And you don't even have to get to element 2 because element 1 is not even close to having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Proximate cause, it's a legal term, but it's something the government has to prove as well. And this is where you get into that the passing was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez's act. The act was a significant cause of the death, and the language I want to focus you in on, in a natural and continuous chain of events uninterrupted by an outside event. What these mean, and these are the legal terminology, what it means is that what Hannah Gutierrez did had to be a foreseeable result, but again, that caused her death. But again, without her knowing that there was a live round, that's impossible to meet that standard. She did not have that knowledge, and there's no witness that came in here in this courtroom in 2 weeks to say she had that knowledge. Without it, nothing she did, she has that willful disregard because she just doesn't know. Now, was there an outside event as well? There was an outside event. There's 2 outside events. Whoever put the live round on set, and then Mr. Baldwin in the end going off script and doing what he did. Those are outside events outside of Miss Gutierrez Reed's control that she didn't know was going to happen. That breaks any idea, and there's reasonable doubt that she had anything to do ultimately with Helena Hutchins' death. Miss Gutierrez Reed was not a significant cause as a result of her death because of the reasons I've mentioned to you. Another instruction Her Honor gave you is that negligence of a third person, again, I'm going to highlight the language, if it breaks the foreseeable chain of events. Again, the foreseeable chain of events on that set is you have dummy rounds, you have blank rounds, and then you have an orderly progression with how those are being used. Here we had a completely unforeseeable live round, 6 live rounds that were on set, nobody could foresee. And then we have Mr. Baldwin's action in the end. Those were both unforeseeable to Miss Gutierrez Reed. The judge instructed you on, you all are the sole judge of the facts. You all are deciding the facts, ladies and gentlemen. And your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. It goes back to the tampering charge. It goes back to some of the other aspects the government has told you. In this country, we can't decide and convict people on guesses. And that's a lot of what they've asked you to do in several areas, to guess, to assume, to speculate. It's not sufficient to convict people in this country to guess. It's not. And that's what they brought you and they've asked you to do on the tampering and other aspects of their charges. And that's not sufficient. Ladies and gentlemen, Hannah is not guilty on all the counts because of the law that Her Honor has given you. When you apply that law and you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, she could not anticipate what Baldwin would do. It was not in the script. It was not foreseeable. Management was responsible for safety failures and not Hannah. There's zero evidence of cocaine. There's no testing. And again, I go back to the idea that Hannah is a scapegoat for all the management failures. They do hope she gets convicted, so they're all exonerated. They can move forward. They can finish that movie like Mr. Sousa said they did and make their money. But as he also told you, the buck always stops with production, and it's their responsibility. In any organization, it goes from the top down. And that's where the responsibility lies in this case. That's what OSHA said. And that's also the truth. And the truth is important because justice for Helena does not mean injustice for Hannah. Does not mean injustice for Hannah. It does not mean they get to steamroll her and they get to come in and spin their version of facts and they get to call it truth. Because that's not truth. Truth is bringing you, ladies and gentlemen, everything they can. Justice is bringing you everything they can. Justice is not mocking theories that could come true, that might have been the case. Justice is not laughing in court during some of our exchanges. And you can evaluate that as to their credibility, whether that was professional, whether if she didn't take court seriously, did she take the investigation seriously? Ooh. I submit she did not. And so they can't come in here with a straight face and mock us and criticize us and tell you they have given you enough to convict her behind a reasonable doubt, because they haven't.
Big finish.
Thank you.
There you go. Big finish was thank you. We are going to have rebuttal. We're taking off the heavy coat.
State's reply.
She's going to have to, she has to address some of those things. She was going to just talk about the law. She has to bring up his points. She has to counter some of those because some of them were made very, very logically. Some of the arguments were made logically. But it got personal there at the end. Did you hear that? It got personal. You'll need that yellow one. That's your rebuttal stuff.
I'll begin while the gentlemen are setting up the Elmo for me. Hannah didn't know there was a live round on set. I agree. If Hannah knew there was a live round on set,
she'd be
and
charged
she loaded it into a prop gun, and it was used to kill Helena Hutchins, she wouldn't be charged with involuntary manslaughter. She'd be charged with second-degree murder. She'd be charged with first-degree depraved mind murder. This is an involuntary manslaughter charge because she didn't know there were live rounds on set, and the reason she didn't know was through her own negligence, her own recklessness, her own willful disregard for the safety of other people. That willful disregard, that lack of care for the safety of other people that you have seen throughout this trial, it is shocking. For Mr. Bowles to come up to this podium and say it wasn't foreseeable that Alec Baldwin was going to go off script and pull the hammer and pull the trigger, he showed you a video of Alec Baldwin going off script. Alec Baldwin went off script. Hannah Gutierrez knew it. She was there. Hannah Gutierrez knew that Baldwin was loose. She knew it. She didn't do anything about it, even though it was her job. It was her job. It is her job to say to an A-list actor, if in fact that's what you want to call him,
zing!
Hey, you can't behave that way with those firearms. That is her job. That is what they pay her for. That is the job that she applied for. That is the job that she accepted. Foreseeability. You want to talk about off script? Just remember those videos of the stuntman. That's not within the script. She was there. She watched it. She knew these people would go off script. You know she didn't check the rounds. If she checked the rounds, they wouldn't have been floating around that movie set the entire time, undetected. Give you everything we've got. You have absolutely everything we have. This law enforcement team and this team of prosecutors have reviewed thousands and thousands and thousands of photos and thousands of videos. We have interviewed countless people, many of whom you didn't even hear from. We can't stay here forever. You have absolutely everything you need. One of the amazingly shocking things about this case to me has always been, and it's to Detective Hancock's credit, a defense attorney with his own agenda, no question, comes to her and says, it's Seth Kinney, it's Seth Kinney, it's Seth Kinney. That's his job. Okay? Let's make that clear. That's Mr. Bowles' job. he gets Hannah's dad to say, it's Seth Kinney, it's Seth Kinney, it's Seth Kinney. Rather than ignore them, she gets a search warrant. She took his speculative agenda, presented it to a judge, got a search warrant, and searched that man's property. And oh my heavens, what did they find? They found exactly what Thel Reed said they would find. They found live ammunition with semi-wad cutter projectiles. You have everything you have. You have everything we have. You have everything you will ever need to convict her. This is 100% foreseeable. Hannah Gutierrez is not a scapegoat. Hannah Gutierrez is not being treated as a scapegoat. Mr. Halls was charged criminally. To his credit, he took an early plea and he got the benefit of that. Mr. Baldwin has now been indicted. Everyone with criminal culpability has been criminally charged in this case. She's not being scapegoated. She is being treated like everyone else. She is not being given a break because she's a woman. She is not being given a break because she's young. Because that's not how the law works.
Mouthing words from Camo Guy back there.
Let me just review my notes real quick, and as I promised you, I am going to try to speed this up for you.
That was a powerful response, but she needed
Please
it.
keep in mind, Mr. Bowles comes up to the podium and says Sarah Zachary threw rounds away. She did. Obviously she did. She admitted it. She told law enforcement that she did it. And rather than try to prosecute her for tampering with evidence, for panicking and throwing some rounds away, she agreed to come in and testify, and her agreement is that she must testify truthfully. And she testified truthfully. You want to know why we don't have an inertia puller in evidence? Why we don't have a box of dummies that Ms. Gutierrez said she brought on set? She said she brought 2 boxes. We've only got 1. You want to know why? Because she went to the prop truck on October 23rd, got access to it, took a bunch of gun belts, and a couple of boxes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
And call for mistrial. And call for mistrial right there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Be very careful here. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. you guys, that was a lot. That might have been too far. Do we hear any of that? I don't think we heard anything about that in trial. That was a month later, right? A month later.
Where were we?
You were insinuating that few things happened.
She took stuff out of the prop truck.
There we go. That's all she can say.
She took gun belts. You heard from Sarah Zachary that those were gun belts that she brought from another movie set that were already loaded with dummy rounds. Who knows what was in them?
Would have been a lot to get a mistrial there.
I want to make sure that we understand what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means the doubt must be reasonable. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Brian Norvell. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Seth Kinney. All investigative leads were exhausted. He simply didn't do anything wrong. You want to talk about scapegoating? That's the guy that got scapegoated. The doubt must be reasonable. And I don't have to prove this case beyond all possible doubt. If that is what the law required, My heavens, we live in a world of infinite possibilities. The government would never be able to prove a case beyond all possible doubt. We'd have to have a video of absolutely everything that took place. It's not the standard, and it doesn't have to be the standard. So when you're back there and you're talking about doubt, make sure it's a reasonable one under this set of circumstances.
Interesting to just assume they will be talking about
Mr.
doubt.
Bowles says to you, these production outfitters were just from one day. That's right. All that happened in one day. Imagine what all the other days were like. That was one day. Mr. Bowles is right. The crew didn't believe there were live rounds on set. They believed that she was going to do her job. They believed that she did her job. This isn't Seth Kinney's responsibility to inventory rounds, although he did it. That wasn't his responsibility. Rust Productions didn't provide all of the dummy rounds to the set of this movie. You know from her own statements she brought 2 boxes on herself. We're not living in an alternate reality. All right. Let's go through these. I'll go through them relatively quickly. When you all go back into the jury deliberation room, you will have your own copy. So you certainly will have a copy to reference. These are some of the instructions that are important to us. Your verdict should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. Sympathy or prejudice? Huh?
It's not showing on the screen.
Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So it can't be based on sympathy or prejudice. And for any of you who are feeling sympathetic because she is young and she is maybe inexperienced, although by her own statement to Detective Hancock, she would tell you she wasn't. You all are on this jury because during voir dire you agreed to follow the law. And I will ask you to do it right now. If you had said during voir dire, I can't follow the law, I feel too sympathetic, you wouldn't be here. And if you can't follow the law, you can probably excuse yourselves.
I'd run that by the judge really quickly. That's not how it works. You don't just judge, I think I'm going to sit this one out. I appreciate the free sandwiches and the lunch breaks, but
I'm going to skip that one. That's an easy one. You must not concern yourselves with the consequences of your verdict. That is the law. That is the law that you agreed to follow. That is the law that you are required to follow. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. There can be absolutely no doubt. That happened. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by her actions. Yeah, she knew. This was completely foreseeable. She was trained in firearms. She knows what we all know. Guns can kill you. You gotta be really careful. Her act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. (12A) is the alternative theory. And so let me explain to you that 12 and 12A are alternatives. You must make a decision about guilt or innocence unanimously to the count, not to the alternatives. So 6 of you can say, I think she's guilty of 12, but not 12A. Another 6 of you can say, we think she's guilty of 12A, but not 12. Done. You're done.
Hannah's like, is that right?
Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm. Yes, she certainly did. She told the police she did. She failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition. Of course, you know that. She didn't do it just once. She did it numerous times. She acted with willful disregard for the safety of others, without question. So you are being presented with what's called a lesser included offense. And I will remind you the instructions that the judge read you at the beginning. Your first job is to see if you can agree on involuntary manslaughter. If you find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter on either alternative, you do not move on to this misdemeanor. It's done. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you get to move on to the misdemeanor. You've heard a lot about that. I'll skip it. This is what we call a general criminal intent instruction, and I want to just make sure that you understand this instruction only applies to the tampering with evidence. It does not apply to the involuntary manslaughter because she is charged with negligent homicide, not intentional. Very importantly are the proximate cause jury instructions. These jury instructions are what allows you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty, even though Mr. Baldwin may have also been a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. So let's go through it. The death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm. Of course it was. The act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. She brought a bunch of live rounds on set, accidentally, but negligently. She loaded one of them into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's holster. And she told Dave Halls, this is a cold gun. He told the crew it's a cold gun. At that point, everyone certainly assumed that there wasn't a live round. She knew Baldwin would go off script. She didn't have prop duties to tend to. She walked out. And even if she had been there, it wouldn't have made a difference because you have seen the incredible lack of control that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. There is no intervening event. If you think the intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the gun, that's the whole purpose of the prop. He's gonna manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it. Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of 2 or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her. Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, the defendant is not guilty. Well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead. One of at least 2 reasons. I will again thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I know that this has been hard work for you folks. I will ask you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty of involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. And I will ask you to bring some justice to Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
With that, I'm not sure if we're going to take a lunch break before they charge the jury.
Instruction number 22, I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy of the jury instructions, and the exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use. You will take these forms to the jury room. When you have reached a unanimous agreement as to your verdict, the foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. There are 12 that deliberate. There are 4 alternates on this jury, given the long length of this jury. Keeping with the privacy, I'm going to pass this instruction down with the help of Ryan. You're going to look if this is one of your names, and you are one of the alternates. What I'm going to ask the bailiffs to do is to first take the alternates out so they can get their belongings, and I'm going to ask you to meet me down at the end of the hallway to explain. I hate to tell alternates they're alternates because they've been paying so close to the evidence, and so just to talk with you, and then and thank you, and then right along on your clip will be the jurors themselves, okay? And the jurors will go into the room, so I'll need the aid of both of them. But first, let me pass this piece of paper over to you. Look down here. There's 4 names. See if one of them is yours and you're an alternate.
See if you made the cut, and see if you made the team, or did you get cut in this first round? That's a rough way to find out. Looking through the glass on the coach's window. Didn't make the team.
It's at the bottom.
My name's not there. Guys, why isn't my name? Yeah. Interesting. I wonder how they were selected. Was it random? It's generally random. Sometimes it's done in the order that they're chosen. So like the first 12 would be deliberating, and then the the next one that are seated in the jury would be the alternates. It's like being voted off on Survivor. Only no one voted for you on any previous day, and now you're just off the island. Camo guy left the room during the judge's jury instruction at the end. Cheryl, you've been there? Cheryl, I've never been on the jury, but I've definitely not made the team before. So I can feel, I think it would be a similar feeling. Okay. Soft sobbing coming from the jury box. I kid. It's taking a long time, everyone looking for their names. The paper must not be, it must be like a court document. They're sort of sorting through all the language somewhere. I think it made its rounds there.
All right, so follow the alternates follow Ryan. I'll meet you down at the end of the hallway after you get your belongings, and then you'll follow with the jury.
So we're going to start the timer now. I'm trying to write the poll as we speak. Give me a second. The alternates are leaving right now.
George.
Nobody's standing for them. They're zero respect, these alternates get. Now the jury's leaving. And we're starting deliberation time. The timer has hours. Yes, I'm using a different one. I'll show you in just a minute once I get it built. But we have to get rid of the Alec Baldwin counter first. First, let's also get our poll ready.
All right, we're in recess. I'll be back in, but we're in recess. You can get going with your exhibits and things like that.
Okay, get going with your exhibits. The timer's going. I've got it going. I'll show it on screen here in just a minute. I'm going to cut from this screen just for a bit while we wait. And we are going to take a lunch break as I go into deliberation. Here's our timer. Let me just show you what it looks like. It looks like, oh, that's not it. Let's try this one. 7. That's it. So we're a minute in. I've got hundredths of a second on here because we're all about precision and exactness. Let's go back here. Our Alec Baldwin timer is done. I'm going to rebuild something for the timer after lunch. 460 on the thumbnail. 460. I think, Jen, I like that. I do like that. I can get behind that. Let's see. We are in verdict watch for sure. All right, let's see. Who was that? I just got reached out to by somebody. Oh, okay, I see that. All right, the church address of 460. It's already the name is Lobo. Yes, I'm just going to go ahead and grant your wish right there. I feel like I'm Danny on direct when I do that. Boop. Grant your wish. We're going to do 460 on the church. For the makeshift church. Then I've also got one more thing we're adding there. Let's do this. Let's go to lunch because we know that the result's not coming in right now. We're going to take 1 hour. A 1 hour lunch. That puts us back here at 4:30 Eastern time. and then we're gonna be able to run with that. During that time, I'm gonna update the thumbnail with a couple things. The 460 is one of them, and that will, I believe, be our final thumbnail. I don't think I want to put guilt or innocence on it. I don't think we want to put anything regarding that on the thumbnail. But court has basically, this is all they're going to give us until a verdict comes in, I think. So we're gonna stay right there with that. Oh, the poll. What would the verdict be? What verdict will the jury return? That's going to be my question. And I'm not going to put hung jury on here. Okay. I realize hung jury is an option, but that is not a verdict. Okay. That's the lack of verdict. So we're going to say not guilty. All charges. Not guilty on all. Here, Thal's come on. Hang on just 1 second.
Call from
Thal.
Hey, Thal, I'm writing a poll. Can you talk while I type?
Oh my God! Yeah, I can talk. Real quick, is it okay to mention what's going on with Fannie Willis or no?
Let's say no for right now.
Okay. I was just going to let you know that it's gone from a dumpster fire to
the whole landfill
catching more dumpsters on fire.
The landfill's
to burning. The entire. The entire city just went up in flames. It just got worse again today. We've gone from it was at first looking at from being thrown off the case. Now it's looking at disbarment, and now after today, there's possible criminal charges.
Wow. Yeah. We'll steer clear of that one because of the obviously it has a.
Oh, that's fine.
It has
and
a
that's
pickle
fine.
element
That's why
to
I
it.
asked.
I mean, a politics element to it, but.
That's why I asked. I said, hey, do you want to know? Because I don't know if you want to know or not. It's gotten quite spicy.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. I'm trying to get the verdict poll ready so people can vote before we take a lunch. What verdict will the jury return? Not guilty, all.
I think we're looking at hung jury.
Really?
Honestly, yeah. I think the defense has put enough doubt in some of those. Now, some of the charges. Here's the problem: is that we've got 9 charges, so you're gonna have to split up the poll for guilty, hung jury, or not guilty. But then we've got 9 charges, so they could run combos on those.
Okay, hang on. No, I'm gonna make it simpler. Give me just 1 second. I've got not guilty all,
okay,
guilty split, guilty on lesser, or guilty all. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So it's
yes.
Hung jury.
Don't forget not guilty.
Not guilty is always first.
Oh, okay.
Not guilty is always first. The poll is up. Okay. So let me explain it before you vote. Oh, you guys have started voting already. You guys. You had one job. No, just kidding. Here's how it is. So if you're looking at the poll and you don't understand what it is, what verdict will the jury return? If they return a verdict, that means they were unanimous. That's the only way they can reach a verdict. So we don't have a hung jury on there, because, even though that is an outcome that can occur. But not guilty all means that Hannah walks. She walks out of court and she can never be charged again. Okay, that on this case, and she probably, I don't think either way she's going to be an armor again. Guilty split. That means that there's one charge or the other, and it doesn't, for my intents and purposes, it doesn't matter if you think she's going to be found guilty of the little bag of snow or guilty of the negligent manslaughter. Either way, if she's found guilty of one and not guilty of the other, you'd say guilty split. On guilty lesser, this is going to include, it could also be a split, but it would be guilty of that lesser charge, that negligent handling of a firearm, which is a misdemeanor instead of a felony. And guilty all would be guilty as charged, where she gets hit with both charges. So it's an interesting split here. Interesting split. Only 17% saying not guilty. And after listening to closing arguments and listening to how vehemently the prosecution came back and countered those points, I think they're worried that maybe the jury, some of the arguments that the defense was presenting was resonating or appearing to resonate with the jury, because she came out on the attack.
Well, I think there's a problem she's got, and she knows very well what it is, which is you're on the jury and you're going, well, wait a minute, you're going to prosecute the guy that shot her? then what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Even if it's negligence, still you've got to get past that, because there's going to be people there going, I'm not gonna condemn someone just so you can condemn another person for the same thing later.
Yeah, why did you talk about Alec Baldwin
some people that would
being tried? Yeah, that's
because to some people that might trigger them. That might get them to be like, hey, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, and in addition, I need to put up my counter. Just one second. In addition, she also had the audacity to attack the jurors and to tell them that if they can't do their job, then to leave right now. Get out of the courtroom. Just get up and walk out. You shouldn't be here then.
Yes.
I heard that,
and I was like, what are you doing?
No, that's not how it works, ma'am. It's different. Okay, there's 7. Let me see if I can go back to SuperSource, see if this just happens to work. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and one of the things that came off again when she started her opening salvo, you know what I mean? Which is she came out and she got really petty about, she sounded really, really petty. Just about, well, the defense didn't do this and they didn't do that and they did, and I was like, you're a snot.
She has,
you know what I mean? So if you get a jury thinking that, it doesn't matter what else you say.
Oh, none of these juries are going to accept her friend request.
You can be brash you can be brash and aggressive without being snotty, though.
Yeah, she's not going to be.
We've seen folks do this.
She's not going to be friends on Facebook with any of these jurors. I don't think she was trying for that. Right there, she wasn't trying to win friends and influence people, as the book title goes. But I think she was effective in what she did. I mean, she came out and I would say these closings were both really good. Mr. Bowles, he read his PowerPoint. Why? He is so much better speaking off the cuff. He almost had emotion there at the end. Did you see that? It was anger, but it was at least it was emotion. Okay. But he almost.
Listen, I threw a couple of jokes at you in chat about the defense's attorney that I thought were golden. Okay.
Oh, I've blocked you in chat, so I don't see anything.
Yeah, I
know. I was busy. I was busy doing stuff. We're gonna wrap up the poll because it's been going for about 5 minutes here. But
okay, boss. But yeah, the thing about the defense was that the entire time it was hi, Recovery Addict. How are you today? Gee, chat, you look great today. I wonder if I could add any inflection to my voice, but I can't.
It was very calm. It was the same. It was the same defense attorney we've seen.
No. You're not getting away with that on me. Okay, it was Valium. All right, that's what it was. It was Valium.
He may have been slightly sedated.
This is condensed.
Slightly.
No, not slightly. Okay, he put half the country into a coma that was listening to him. Okay, people flew off the interstate just to wake up. Okay, that's what this was. This man, when he screams, he's so boring it sounds like a yawn. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. This guy, they don't even need the chemicals to make Valium anymore. They just plug him up to a machine and have him read a script, and then they concentrate the boredom into the pills. That's what they do. That's how bad he is. Okay. He's so terrible at this, okay? I can't even blame Weather Watch. That's how terrible it is, okay? Do you understand the levels?
I will say, for reading a PowerPoint, he did pretty well. He hit the points he needed to. Okay? He hit the points. He did. I think his. I realize there's a police chase going on. We're not going to take it before lunch. I'm sorry. We might catch up on it afterwards. The way the timing works and the fact that I have a sandwich sitting right here waiting for me. That's how it goes. Yes, this is Thal online, by the way. His arguments were logical. He got me from point A to point B to point C with the evidence, with the testimony. Now there were some glaring holes. His expert, Mr. Billy the Kid, what's the guy's name? The last guy, Kuski, in court. No mention. He did not make the cut when it came to the closing statements. Probably because the jury remembers how bad it was.
Well, and the thing is with the defense too is he actually, and all joking aside, but when he was reading, it was terrible. It was painful. It was really painful. But when he was talking, you're right, because you could tell that he's flipped up to talking. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, you're right, because you could tell that he's flipped up to talking. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, you're right, because you could tell that he's flipped up to talking. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to listen to him. And when he's talking, I was actually starting to l But when he's reading it up, my danger about my point about all that is that when you're reading that boring to an audience, the jury's human. They're gonna disconnect.
Yeah.
So you might have said it, and it might have been a brilliant point, but nobody's listening.
They might be bored,
you know,
but at least they're not like gritting their teeth. I'm like, why is she yelling at me? Right.
Right. Right. That's true. Yeah.
So I think the jury, when they compare the two, they might say, look, I might not agree with him, but at least I could have lunch with the defense attorney. But I don't want to be caught dead with the other, just because it's like fingernails on the chalkboard in her approach. Okay. And maybe that's her style. And she is a great lawyer. I like her. I really do. But her approach just has fire. It spits fire, and you're like, wow! Everyone was getting yelled at.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of emotion in that. All right, Thal.
Well, and it's weird too because last thought, and then we'll disconnect. It's weird too because if you go back and watch a lot of this trial, it's like the DA almost took this stuff personally.
She did.
The whole trial.
Both of them did towards the end.
I was like, what are you doing?
They were literally throwing spitwads at each other at the end. It was so bad that it was like, and she accused me of that, and look what she did. Well, he said that. Of course I'm going to say that because look what he did.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, whoa, that was too far. I think both of them should have objected as soon as it started with the other person, and the judge should have sustained. But the last.
But I'll let you go.
Okay, Thal, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
I was going to say the last objection we got from the defense was, we'll see you, was that was sustained. And that was when we were talking about the armor truck and that Hannah took those boxes of stuff out. That's why it's not there. That was too far. I think she was saying something was fact that had not been specifically set out in trial. And I think it's alleging a crime. Quite literally, that she snuck in there and stole stuff. She had to come back and rephrase that question just to limit it to what we actually knew, is that she came in and got the gun belts, and they were in 2 boxes. That's what we have to do. But anyway, good stuff all around. We are going to go to lunch. We're going to come back. We might replay or join up with the police chase of the stolen truck in California. But where I'm at right now in the live stream, I cannot join it directly. So we're 15 minutes into verdict watch in this case. Oh my goodness. Go to lunch, December. Go to lunch. Which means we've got like half an hour. We'll be back in half an hour. Does that work? Or 45 minutes-ish, right around there. I'll keep an eye on the police chase. If it gets exciting, might come back a little bit earlier. We have to end the poll before we leave as well, or else it will just disappear into the nether. We don't want that. The poll... Quick vote comes up like this. Oh, my computer is dragging. I've clicked end already. It's thinking. Still thinking. Might have to reboot during the break. Here we go. Now it's ending. In theory, nothing is happening. Is the poll appearing anywhere for you guys? Have you seen it? There it is. Okay, just popped up. Guilty, lesser of the lesser, 39%. Guilty, split, 26%. Guilty, all, 19%. Not guilty, just 14%. And I'm going to guilty, lesser myself. Guilty, lesser. That's where I'm at. Guilty, lesser, split. So I can do that. I make the rules. Guilty, lesser, and split. I think we're gonna have a not guilty on the cocaine, and guilty of lesser on the other. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about half an hour or 45 minutes, as we are on verdict watch in this case. And that being said, I think we're done. We're done. All right, here we go. Turn that off. Turn that off. Be good to each other, guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.